Melody has to shoulder a lot of the work for the Enosis side, has to find a way to get to the other ring. Cordelia is certainly not that. Lumi can be solid, but more of a middle kind of brawler. Not necessarily the biggest aggro, but does do enough. Dog cleaning up on this right-hand lane, though. Now throwing down an extra gadget there, trickling away at that high safe, and it's now hit 50.
Bonnie also has a hypercharge, something important to note. Here's a defense on the left side. Edinho is indomitable right now. He's picked up a second kill with the help of Firecrow, and that's the final shield now coming out of it. Enosis is safe. Dog, Edinho, and Firecrow, they move in unison to deal a merciful killing blow to Enosis in a dominant game that it seemed like Enosis really didn't have any chance. They sent Melody in on Nita. It's a really hard losing matchup. Really, really rough one.
Another win here for Loud, 2 are up already, but as Kenny, as you mentioned, Enosis did look a little bit better in this one. As I mentioned before, I think in the first one, their nerves were really showing. In this one, they were a bit more calm and collected. But in this one, I feel like their draw.
Hello, Bin Banana. Hello, hello. Hello, Duck Duck. Hello, Adam.
Instead of a Charlie, for example, that wasn't even bent out. With her, they would have had a bit more.
I just woke up from a nap.
More capabilities of doing save damage themselves. Overall, looking a bit better here. Just in that last game specifically, Dog just didn't go down once, I feel. He was just standing on that right-hand side. Cordelius Nefex was trying to get him down again and again, used his gadgets to jump over the wall, and we see it here. Dog just keeps trickling down that save. He doesn't care. He doesn't even take any damage. Yeah, just wonderful how he survives, and I think this is the new heist. You don't just want a base race, you want to actually keep control and keep staying alive in the front so that nobody can ever pass the line here.
Yeah, I just woke up from a nap.
Interesting.
This one like 30 minutes late.
Like, I saw the gears turning, but they didn't come together to paint a pretty picture right there. They picked up the Cordelius because they wanted the Melody. Charlie was on the table. They had like 3 opportunities to respond to a berry and chose not to.
I'm chilling. How y'all doing? Hello, Card.
She's like supering onto Anita, which is a 100-0 matchup for the Nita. Melody should be going aggressive. So I don't really
How you doing,
agree
Ben?
with
Hello,
a lot of plays
Dobby.
here
How are
from
you?
Enosis. That's only 2 sets down. They still have at least another set that
Oh,
they can
wait.
correct on.
I forgot
They need
to...
get at least a set victory here. That can be their foothold. I see ample opportunities for them to do so here on Dueling Beetles.
I need to
Strong
change
meta
the
brawlers
thumbnail for the
being
stream.
in sort of the Brawl Stars zeitgeist at the moment.
Dueling Beetle certainly a spicy one as well. Hot Zone I feel like is so tricky right now in general because there's so many good control brawlers, assassin brawlers. I mean, we've got the Charlies of the world who are there to counter out these tankier brawlers as well. We've got Gray for some gimmicky type stuff. I feel like there's just so much going on. Not to mention, there is a giant dragon with fire that crosses about half the map, so that's concerning as well.
Yes, Reiko always comes to mind when you look at Hot Zone. That's certainly true. What I'm really waiting for here is either Lou, or both of them showing up because their ice is just so oppressive. They have so much area control with it. Lou is going to be banned out, Lumi as well, so never mind. Draco too. So, Reddy, do you have any other ideas? Both of our picks are out of the way already.
Well, I think Hank makes a lot of sense, and I'll tell you why. Because Loud anticipated that Enosis would go ahead and ban out this Draco, and without Draco, Hank
I wish I
doesn't
could
have
edit it
as
from my
many
phone. That would
counters.
make
It's a possibility
things
for some
much
pros to be
simpler.
playing
Hold
here.
on.
It's a great way to deal with Hank, just like huge
I need
DPS
to put the
or
Be Right
the,
Back screen so I don't break
Dynamite
anything.
can come in at some point. It's
I'm gonna
undoubtedly
change
something
the
that Loud
thumbnail
are
of the
considering
YouTube
right
stream
now.
real quick.
But in terms of area control, something that like Lou would be able to do, something that
It shouldn't
you know,
take
Lumi
long,
would
like
be able to
maybe
do with ice.
I should be done before
I
the
think it
draft
would be
is
pretty
done.
solid to go like a bow at some point here. Never really argue with that. And you also need to safeguard yourself against a potential Gray selection, which hasn't been banned out, so it's on the table.
Gray was the #1 brawler on my mind as well. Charlie in the mix, and again, I'm just curious to see how this region handles Ali, because with newer brawlers especially, I feel like Ali is good, and obviously the stats don't necessarily show that she's this big, bustin', broken brawler, at least to the likes of something like a 99% Lumi a few months ago. So now these pro players get the additional week, they get to do the scouting report in the previous regions. It just kind of always
Thank you for the
surprises
like,
me of how much
Alex.
things change in just one weekend. The Charlie Ash combo, though, the North America in me is very
Too many
happy
people
with it. I'm
streaming.
sure
Fair
it just
enough. Hello,
resonates with you
Dobby.
a little bit too.
I'm chilling. How
It
about you?
resonates with me, and not just on a North American note. When Draco's out of the mix, I think Ash is one of the best ways that you can
I went to the
counter
iPad
Hank
scene.
specifically.
By
But
accident.
this also communicates to me that Enosis are playing a largely responsive draft to Loud, and I am not entirely certain of what they're enabling here as a last pick. Barry Hank, this has been so meta for months. At this point, they could even go at Gray just to make it that much better, and I think that would be quite a solid option. It would have some trouble against the Rads, against the Charlie Spiders, so there's potential there for it to get run down by the Ashe. They're certainly taking their time, but considering, are they going to go Gray? Are they just going to double down with yet another like control-based brawler? Because Hank is pretty good for that. He'll play passive with a bunch of damage, has a bunch of HP to work with. Last selection now coming in from Loud, and it's going to be Bonnie. Okay, so they've doubled down on the HP strat, and they have allowed Gray to sort of float away into.
Yeah, Gray was one that was on my mind just because of how nasty would it be to have healer plus support in Gray, and you just have Hank run it down. Ashe, of course, is going to be a selection, kind of double dipping into this Hank, right? So we have Charlie, who has the cocoon that obviously stops Hank from moving / using bubbles.
Bonnie comeback is so insane. Yeah, me too, to be honest. No one really used Bonnie at all, and now she's just like everywhere.
I feel like Barley always shows up as a 6th pick if he's going to show up on this map. You kind of have to evaluate your situation and then go from there.
He's just so counterable is really the issue. So you can only afford to pick him up later into the draft. And it's a pretty typical response. I think I pointed it out as a way to deal with that Hank, like him or Dynamite. But one of the things that's going to make Barley especially excel here is that you are going to be throwing those bottles down on areas where your enemies want to stand. Okay, they're going to be trying to weather the storm and just.
I just tried to YouTube sub, but I can't see the like. Oh, whoever subbed, thank you, I appreciate it.
You do not want to feed Barley Super at all. We talked about the loose super as being a way to control mid. How about Barley Super? It covers the entire thing. He's got a hypercharge that does ridiculous damage as well, so it's a pretty good last selection, but it's going to be incredibly vulnerable to this Bonnie that's already got a super and a takedown.
I would say I prefer Gnosis comp here, but they're already falling. I don't know. Firecrow got a hypercharge in like 20 seconds.
Edinho's even pressuring Nefex over here, but he is at risk of feeding a super. Nefex has his already.
I'll put in chat for you.
Really, a couple more. Nefex is working hard to get it. He's got the hypercharge. He's got the super. Farchich is going to attempt to stay alive here as well, just creating some positioning, and the hypercharge is in from Barley. Kyodog's waiting for his chance to super in as well. Firecrow looks for a kill, and it's just a trade, but it's perfectly fine. Edinho in the cocoon, but he's going to be coming out with a vengeance right on top of Farchich, and not really that much of a concern.
Imagine if he got the kill.
It was actually a total waste. Could have combined it with a super to get even more damage there at mid. It's going to forfeit some control for Loud, which they do have the ability to get back because they have a hypercharged berry super in their back pocket.
These Barley supers and hypercharges have been a game changer. Now they're at least able to assert themselves a little bit more. Edinho backed away. Gadget pop, super available. Striking through right-hand side loss. A cocoon on the left. Kyodog trying to work his way up. The assassin Barry has to come into full force here. Otherwise, Enosis are going to keep running away with this lead.
Enosis are looking pretty strong here. They have not given up any control of mid. Kyodog is largely estranged, but he is going to come in with the super for some heals onto Edinho. Nefex also with the super in.
How does the Bonnie stun work?
He's dodging all these shots so effectively as well. Still gets taken down, but now Farchich just has to run in and tank a little bit more. Enosis only need one solid push in. They can't afford to trickle in and stagger themselves, so they've really only got this last push. A hypercharge in from Farchich, and a super as well from Barley to create some more control. Firecrow looking for the stun. Studio in the cocoon, counting up to 100. What a photo finish right there. Enosis, as they risked getting brought to a match point, will hold on and get their first game in this match.
I thought either team was going to win about 3 separate occasions.
I look correct. How are you?
Some incredible stuff coming out of Enosis. Finally showing some life here. And again,
but yeah, like the Bonnie jumped so close to the Barley, and the Barley didn't get stunned. Is it like the tile that she jumps on, or like 2 tiles? I feel like that was 2 tiles though.
Just a much more respectable draft this time. But still, Kyodog is creating so much aggression on the right side. It's a risk of Ashe getting outplayed by a Barry. But the first super in from Barley should communicate something very clear. That Loud are feeding him so much damage. It's not going to stop them from combining onto Farchich and getting the kill. Then you have Edinho as well, just staying alive over here with the heals from Kyodog, who even taps up Nefex for the kill. Loud, I feel like the last game, they just got kind of complacent. They got sloppy because they got overconfident. And
What is it?
now we're seeing
How do you
Loud
pronounce
in their
it?
real form,
Masominos?
holding on to control. It's still going to be tough for them to weather
Masominos?
this hypercharged Barley super,
Mhm.
and they will be forced
How
out
to
finally.
pronounce it correctly?
Ash finally gets the strike onto Hank. He'll go down. This time, Gnosis are going to have to make a serious comeback. 50+%. Firecrow diving in. A nice reaction there from Studio. Puts him in the cocoon. Barley shots ready to go. And Firecrow immediately eliminated. Edinho all by himself once again. Real chance here for Gnosis to push themselves up to a tie.
Had to see that Charlie super coming from a mile away. Firecrow knew was possible. I think he just didn't believe that Charlie would be able to get it. But here's the aggression on the left side while Firecrow holds things down on the right. Farchich going to be taken down. He was one shot by Firecrow and a super in from Nefex. There's a cocoon as well on the right side. Edinho picks up a kill, and it's going to be a free one for both Edinho and Firecrow, who even goes for the super so he can charge a little bit more hypercharge and
Thank you
extra
for the
guarantee
like
that
move
kill.
in.
Louder in the lead.
Oh wait,
and
isn't
they're at
Alex
risk of
shooting
going to
right
the
now?
point of no return. 80%, really just one more possible push for Enosis.
Full control here
No,
for Loud.
no,
The blue
it's
side
not.
working their way up the middle. Farkick trying to move up. Ash low HP. Edinho does have a super in the back pocket, and they'll knock themselves up to 100% here. #1 seed from South America, now at match point against mostly rookies.
Better corrections on some of those misplays from game #1 for Loud this time. I still feel like a handful of times it went for over-aggressive stuff. You see like a Bonnie jumping onto a Charlie that has a super that can simply back away from the point where Bonnie's going to impact and freeze her up in the cocoon. That was a double stun that Firecrow got with a hypercharged Bonnie super, by the way. So it was a lot of control.
Thank you for the like,
opportunity
Toby.
sacrificed by going on to that Charlie. Initial control is going to go to Loud. They've gotten a kill on the right side. Nefex doesn't have a super yet, so they may be able to hold on for a little bit longer. But he was only one little bottle away from getting the positioning back for Enosis that are still 3 members strong.
Nefex has consistently had supers, but will go down. Firecrow cleaning up the right-hand side. Now Kyodog extending. Edinho ready to go.
Yeah, Loud is just playing better, but I low-key think Enosis has the better comp. Yo, a little short hair, you. I'm chilling, I'm chilling. Just took a nap before this started, so I was like 30 minutes late.
The Charlie's not even reliably next to Nefex, who's the prime target to jump. He's gonna get jumped on again. Firecrow goes for it. He's got 2 for the second Bonnie super in a row, and he's got his super to get back inside of that cannon form. But he doesn't seem intent on doing it, not for a little bit at least. Here comes another defense in from Loud as Enosis try to break things up with a hypercharged Barley super. Studio's got the hypercharge out as well. Pops in the cocoon, but he is a dead man upon exit. Nefex taken down once again. Firecrow's getting as much damage as possible, trying to fight for this control versus Farchich. And he's not interested in feeding him any hypercharge or super either. That's really Edinho's job to do that. He's got a double kill, and another super in from Firecrow gets a team wipe.
Nair's playing really good, but honestly, I still prefer Enosis comp, low-key.
To make their monthly final debut count, but it's not quite enough. Gnosis, just another stepping stone on Loud's quest to be the first world finalist team in South America.
Every month, Firecrow wakes up and he gets hungry for some points, and some unwitting top 8 team is going to be fodder for his World Finals qualification. That is step 1 completed on Loud's checklist, a 3-0 versus Enosis.
Very well played by them. Honestly, I hope that Enosis Esports still is going to be proud of themselves. They at least took
I
the
forgot
game
to do
off
more
of
predictions
Loud's hands.
before I took a nap.
Anyone who remembers last month, they didn't take a single set. Not Zorid again, BC Gaming, or SK Kalalas. Everybody who was facing against Loud last month was hit by a 3-0 in the face. And so does Enosis as well now, but at least they took a game. Nefex for me, definite MVP. Once again, I have this one brawler in their roster that I kind of disagree with. The Ashe. I feel like there would have been...
Yeah, the Ashe was
19
kind of
kills on the
useless.
Bonnie, on the side of Loud, 7 on the Ashe. Yes, he did some work, and it obviously worked out in game #1. I feel like Loud got a bit too confident in that one. But yeah, overall, well played by both those teams. Loud will move on into the semis now, Kenny.
19 kills finals with the Bonnie, by the way. That's some crazy stuff. Loud looking as fierce as ever. It's been a while since we've seen them lose a set in this region, and now winner of Phoenix and Alpha 7 will be able to challenge the #1 seed. One more win away, and they'll be at yet another grand finals. But this next quarterfinal, I think, is a real spicy one, close in seeding. Obviously, Alpha 7 was a really good team last month. They did stumble in that lower bracket. We'll see if they come out on top here.
Next one is going to be a super exciting one. Phoenix qualifying through the upper bracket in the monthly qualifiers. Another surprise, I have to say, and then Alpha 7 swept by Kesa, dropping into the lower bracket. Super exciting how those two will show up in July now. Bonnie, a topic that we didn't talk enough about today, I feel. She was picked up 3 times now in that match, Loud versus Enosis. I kind of feel
Bonnie's
like we're gonna
good,
see her somewhat
unfortunately.
often today. South America used to be known for their juju. Maybe now it's Bonnie. We're gonna find out after a quick break.
If I gotta get pro this season, I'll probably try to see what happens.
Welcome back to the July Monthly Finals. Another beautiful weekend to celebrate those beautiful teams and our beautiful casters. We got Arc back ready. We'll have a quick break. Arc, you watched those matches. You watched Loud dominating as they did already in June. A 3-0 yet again.
I was not looking at the predictions at all.
I mean, for me, any of Loud could have been MVP. But let's be honest, Firecrow, of course, comes out on top, played fantastically well. I just want to go back to what you said.
I don't know
You said
either of
people
these
cast us like
teams,
joy.
I'm
I'm gonna take
cooked.
that as being directed towards me. But
Yes.
Firecrow, of course, MVP for Loud, and Loud have looked so good. Okay, they played against a fairly rookie team, but let's see how they perform later on today.
You can both be beautiful, by the way. Not only you, Arc, but yes. We're heading into our quarterfinal number 2 now. Only 1 down so far, so we still have many cool matches to go. Super happy about that. We're heading into Phoenix versus Alpha 7, Kenny.
This is the #5 and the #6 seed going head-to-head here. Either of these teams losing could be quite devastating if we go any further along the postseason. Obviously, there's limited spots. There's limited time left. There's only a couple months. Phoenix is a team that definitely surprised me, and I'm sure surprised a lot of folks at home to be one of those upper bracket qualifying teams. I was definitely not on my radar. I've been really impressed with a team like Alpha 7 more recently, so the fact that they're on the lower side of the bracket instead of
But
Phoenix...
today, or this morning, I was pushing ranked at Tilted,
Shocker indeed. Both of them did make
and
it
then
to
I
the
got back to
finals.
Legendary
So
2.
again,
I'm so
NSA
tilted. I was like
choosing the
top
same
200
here.
global,
And, Phoenix
and now
advancing
I'm
to
sitting
the
around
seventh
600,
spot. We
maybe a
still
little
talk
bit
about that fifth slot
higher
for
now,
Alpha
like maybe
7
like
in the
700 now, because other people have been playing,
Eu acho
obviously.
que é um time que vem forte, né? Atualmente eles estão saindo tá tendo um desempenho bem humilde. Eu acho que eles estão conseguindo se destacar porque agora eles estão no servidor aqui junto com a gente, né? Eles vieram para São Paulo. Eu acho que vai ser uma partida difícil, mas creio que meu time tá bom o suficiente para ganhar deles.
My team is good enough to beat them. Let's see if that's true. If Phoenix can take it from Alpha 7. Alpha 7 did make it into
Hello,
the
Preppy, how are you?
semifinals last month.
Hope you're
Phoenix
doing well.
did not make it that far. Arc.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix, for the most part, I think have been, doing okay, all things considering. I mean, you got to remember, they faced BC Gaming 3 times in the quarterfinal stages and lost to match point twice against them. So maybe this time round, with a different team, they stand a better chance.
And Alpha 7, we just saw it. They did not win against
You should
SK
coach an
Kalolas in
esports
the last
team.
month in June. They got kicked out of the semifinals 3-1 against SK Kalolas.
I don't
So
know
Phoenix managed
about
to
that.
do what Alpha 7 couldn't. They did
I mean,
win
I have a
against SK Kalolas
generally
in the
good idea
quarterfinals.
of drafting
Does that
but
mean
it's
now.
kind of different when you're
Phoenix will
just
win that
looking
one,
at
Kenny.
pros play or
I'm
you're
choosing
playing
to
yourself
not believe
in
in the
ranks
transfer
compared to
property here.
coaching a
I
full
think
team.
Alpha 7 are the better team. I believed in them last month, and I'm
Hope
going
my
to keep
sleep schedule
believing
is
in them this
good.
month. I feel
Is
like despite
terrible.
maybe a stumble in that upper bracket, they've still got it in them to win this.
I saw like 4
And
hours
Alpha
today.
7 also still has a chance to
I
overtake
I
Custom Ball
streamed
and LCQ points, so the
at like
motivation is
1
definitely
a.m.
there. We also
and
sat down
then
with them to
I
talk about
ended
their goals.
around,
A equipe da Fênix é uma equipe muito boa que
I don't
mês
remember,
passado
like
não
maybe
conseguiu
6
ter um
a.m.
bom desempenho por conta da
and then
substituição
I logged
do
off
que entrou o Tufa. E aí a gente sabe que vai ser um jogo bem difícil contra
and then I
eles,
took a nap
porque é uma equipe muito boa, que sabe
like at
draftar
8
bem,
a.m.
e a gente
I think,
espera conseguir ganhar esse
and
jogo.
then I woke up at 2. Actually, that's 6
They did
hours.
have a roster
Why did I
swap
say
last
4?
month, talking about it here. And yeah, Ark, they're still friends, right?
I think they're probably still friends. I think the region as a whole is pretty friendly for the most part. But, you know, gentle memes aside in game for sure. But I think this is a very close-knit community, of course. And I feel like with a lot of roster movements in this region specifically this month, I think that's going to be going well for quite a lot of teams. In a mid-season, you have to readdress, right? And I think a lot of these changes are for the better.
Is it safe to say that we have the most roster switches in
So,
South America
basically,
this year than
my
any
sleep
other
schedule
region?
is
Is that
cooked.
true? I think it seems like it, and we had a roster switch again for this month as well. We're going to talk about that a little later. Jubileo swapped with the Ritos. But yeah, first up, Phoenix versus Alpha 7. You're both saying Alpha 7 should take that one, but let's see if Phoenix is in for a surprise today, Kenny.
Yeah, I just think Alpha 7 have
Name
consistently
and
been
the
solid the
character
last few
draw.
months and slowly getting better and better. It's a team that's caught my eye in South America. Phoenix had a solid showing in that qualifier. I mean, don't want to take away from what they did. It's something that, like you said, Alpha 7 could not do. Still believing that Alpha 7 are a little more consistent, the better team here.
Both of those teams might not seem as insurmountable as Loud, but let's see if one of those two can
Give
also
me
take
an
this
anime
one 3-0
choice.
or
Or give me
3-2.
some
Bit
anime
of a
that you like,
closer one. Let's give
and then
Remy
go from there.
some sort of a break arc.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the
Bet your sleep
Americans, they're always
schedule is
yapping. They're
worse.
always yapping.
What does your sleep
Yeah,
schedule
same
look
with
like?
Phoenix. They
These guys are the worst.
Mine consists
They're
of
a team that
never
definitely
sleeping
has
at night
a
and streaming
reputation for
overnight,
against BC Gaming. So my reservation there is, is
and
this
then
the time
taking a
where
nap in the morning.
they've just struggled against one specific team, and that now they can start to lean into the bigger, wider picture. So let's see how the performance today.
Makima?
Certainly it's
Oh,
no
this
easy
chainsaw, man.
feat when you got that to your record, is it? So draft coming in, of course, for Bells Rock already. The bands being in are the Gene, the Grey, and the Angelo for the side of Phoenix, the Hank, the Grey, and the Buster for Alpha 7, and the first pick of Bonnie, which I think makes a ton of sense in this current meta. It's definitely that kind of brawler which you just kind of want to pick up first. Yeah, Brock's the first pick for Phoenix. It's their top play rate in scrims as well. The other one being the Gus, which they might choose to combine with. the
You
RT
go to
maybe.
school.
It'll be
Oh,
hit.
yeah,
Wow.
that
That's a
sounds
wild card. Didn't see
pretty
coming.
bad.
Yeah, Alpha 7 had
That
been
was
known to
me
take quite a bit of
yesterday.
Kid and Daryl as well,
Was
so
it
that may have been
yesterday?
something they were weary of,
Yeah,
but
that
just
was
wanted to take off the
yesterday.
team for
Yesterday
themselves.
I
It's interesting
streamed,
that they go Brock plus Kid,
and
so
then I
clearly
took
they
a
wanna
nap for like
control
an
the ball
hour
more than
until
they
my
use,
mom
or
woke
I
me
think it
up, and
depends on
then
what this
we
final pick
went
is, 'cause
out and
sometimes
we
you will see the other gadget come out of
picked up
Brock,
this
just
heavy
being
ass
opposite. You can
couch,
dodge things like Bonnie dives and
and
things
we
like
were
that, or
moving
Daryl
it.
rolls, for example. I think it just depends on what Alpha 7 brings to the table here, but nonetheless, very flexible start, I would say, for the blue side.
RT is a good counter for sure for the kit. I wouldn't mind to Deceiver, which is another high picked brawler by Alpha 7, as the Hypnosis could definitely counter out the kit slightly. But I really agree with what you're saying, actually. I think that they're reading between the lines here and choosing to go with the bans that they've gone with. I mean, if they were worried about the kit, I mean, maybe it was worthy as a ban. Some teams really do champion brawlers in their scrims that, can be targeted in that regard. But let's see what they want to pick up as their fifth and final here. But I still feel like some of the tanky brawlers could be on the cards. Take control. Definitely don't mind it. With the Grey ban, it makes a lot of sense in that regard, as Grey being the kind of ideal counter to it. So as that's taken care of by both a ban on each side, it makes some sense here.
I wonder if it's just a simple Daryl click here for the left-hand ender, if they've got something else in mind. We've seen Sprout be a little bit of surprise for teams as a thrower of choice. Willow not necessarily going to be a KO kind of brawler compared to somebody like Tick, but Willow's certainly at the top of the meta if they wanted to try and match that. Otherwise, I don't really foresee them going with a thrower or something here. It's going to be Ollie. I think that's a solid tank of choice as well. I mean, obviously the Hypnosis is
Yeah, they
such a
chill
strong factor,
streams.
especially
Thank
when you only
you.
have one life.
Even when I'm playing ranks,
Well, I think
except
Alpha 7 might
when
use
I
Kit's
get
kit, and it makes perfect
tilted
sense
so
for that reason
hard.
that Phoenix then combine it
Like,
That makes it
This
a
morning I
very
tilted
for sure.
500 elo. It was
We'll
not
have to be
fun.
very wary, as we know how pesky a kit can be in the BSC. For many reasons, we sometimes see it banned. Less so these days, simply because of the
Byron,
heavy
she
hitters
got
that have
full
now
player.
kind of joined the meta in that regard. So
That would be
let's see
nice.
as teams go in. Whether we'll see any aggression from the side of Alpha 7 is primarily the best way for me to play into
Why
it
did they
before it is
pick
to go
Ali
much
into
more of the
this?
aggression sooner, because once the kit has super, it leaves you with less
Oh, Ali
opportunity.
kit.
And that invisibility, of course, that cardboard box gadget you've got to be very wary of. And there it is already. Moving forwards here, they get a couple of swipes before an immediate return onto the Ollie.
Yeah, it's good identification there from Golden, just to be firing shots at all times, because you just never know when you're going to be going invisible. Ice Crow trying to get a flank on this right-hand side. They are pushing forward, though, the blue end getting rather aggressive. This is going to leave Wesley behind, though, in a one-on-one duel with Ice Crow. So quite the interesting setup we've got going on early.
Yeah, Ice Crow has the legs already for the gas that will be coming in.
If Wesley is using a big rocket, he could hit his side of the walls where it's not like. Don't destroy the full block. Oh, that was a good sign for Bunny. Oh, he didn't jump. Interesting. Bonnie means short people. I mean,
Wesley, of course, with the
close enough. Look at Bonnie. She's very short.
Complete sense given the kit Ollie combination. However, it
Tilted
does
all
help
of Legendary.
Tick
That's
doesn't do a
pain.
ton of damage. He's gonna poke at you for a while. It's gonna be hard to heal up like you're seeing here. Now it's gonna be a hop on the back here. Ollie skateboarding up the middle of the map. Golden looking for angles. Now a tick head marching forward. Super going down. Ice Crow battling, hypnotized, can't move a muscle. Gadget from Burbao, low HP. Another super coming in for the blue side. This strategy really coming into fruition in round 2.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, Ali kit is annoying.
Utility can be earned now on the other side of things.
If
for
Bonnie
Phoenix,
gets another
as
hypercharge,
Golden
that's
has nowhere to
notable
go.
though.
Gas was a long way off. And now we're all even in terms of the rounds. So anyone can get that first game on the board here. And kind of quite evenly matched, it feels for me so far. I still kind of feel I prefer the Alpha 7 comp just a little bit. But this kit, it can be proving to be quite a menace when it especially attaches to the Ollie. And now Cal pushing forwards and into space. Not going to attach this time to the Ollie. Has the jump, however, and just timing things carefully. Wesley's got no utility at the moment, so it'd be good for him to get at least the rocket rain. That would kind of helping hand his team somewhat. But the Bonnie hypercharge is now present, and that's a concern.
Wesley's been cut off on this right-hand side as well. A full set of supers on the red roster. It is concerning.
It would be nice to be a part of Tribe as a content creator.
With this roster, Ollie just trying to march up the map. Gadget going down for Golden and just holding.
Only way I'll have a chance of that is if I just get my YouTube channel to like 5 digits of subscribers.
Now Golden is pinched in, pops the hypercharge aggressively, so but the nice jump away from the Ollie.
Holy shit, the Ali got shredded.
Looking at 1 versus 2 here for Wesley to have to come out on top. Hypercharge popped, jumps into nowhere, and that would be a game going the way then of Alpha 7.
Thought that was a great demonstration of patience.
Yeah, the Bonnie pick is so strong. The stuns and shreds.
Like Bonnie that can dive in at any given moment. Wasn't trying to be a hero, just letting Tick chip away at damage, especially when they had an advantage in that round 3. Ollie didn't have super. They know this. Even if Kit uses his super, they're gonna have to use a Kit super just to try and charge up an Ollie super. So regardless, they were in a winning position with all 3 of those supers. Really liked what Alpha 7 did to recover there in the later game 1.
Snake Bug Club. I haven't talked to Snake Bug in a very long time.
Ultimately, with this kind of map, there's nowhere to hide along the way. The cardboard box gadget won't last long enough to get behind enemy lines there. So, really just kind of keeping Alpha 7
I
guessing
thought
somewhat as to
people were
whether
saying he
might
was
hit over that
retiring.
race. But other than that, he's not going to be too much of a concern until those later stages and the gas comes in and the attachment can take place. So meanwhile, Alpha 7 just trying to realistically get their supers in board. Surely for Burbao there, he needs to get that tick head, which now he has. The huge deterrent there of the Ollie, and now the kick coming in as well. So danger for Alpha 7. How they handle this? Some good taps from Golden, but down to 100 HP, surviving on, but only just. He's going to be detaching shortly as well. He also got jump out of Golden there as well. He's still alive now, falls, and it makes it that 3 versus 2.
Wow.
Make it a 3 versus 1 now, as Ice Crow not going to be able to do too much in this position, even with those legs, which I'm not too sure they may have actually wasted. We'll see when he respawns in.
What do you mean, toxic?
Not, but certainly if he did, which it looks like he did, yeah, that's going to be ideal for him. You have to earn that back for the late stages of this round.
Callaway trying to get sneaky early on, drops the cardboard box, but they were playing as a team. Now a dive in, a Hypnosis, a hop away from Golden as well. Everybody bouncing into the sky, and Phoenix nonetheless have positioning. Red roster trying to move back, a tickhead there for support. It's not enough. 3v2
Say
situation.
go pass out, bro. I took a nap
Things up here. What an adjustment
after I
Phoenix
sent
able
this
to
message in my server.
Like I said, very
I'm
evenly
so
matched.
tired.
I feel like I still prefer the Alpha 7 comp. It's just the kind of more meta, more safer idea, but this is why we sometimes do see a kit ban. I mean, primarily in like North America, we kind of still see it today in Knockout. It's just really quite troublesome. It can be played against you quite easily and a little bit cheesy, but not nearly as much as some of the great tech that we tend to see from time to time. It's proving something that Alpha 7 are now going to have to adjust to and make some adaptations this time round, or this set could be dwindling.
A7 have a very safe composition. Phoenix with a risky one, and it will show here. Early takedown, now a trade. 2v1 situation as Wesley is left all alone. A Brock in this situation. Going to be very difficult to win. Obviously, Tick as a thrower does have an advantage, especially without a Wesley super to get over those walls. Other than a hop, he really can't do anything here. So it's just going to be Brock trying to charge up as much super as possible.
Yeah, I took a nap.
Get risky with it a little bit, but I think the wise thing to do would probably just to be advancing it to the next round. He hasn't conceded yet, though. He's tiptoeing our way around those mines and finally goes down. So advantage Alpha 7.
Yeah, strong
How you doing,
round
Jab?
7. It was just
Thanks
so
for follow.
from the outset that they were able to then really farm off the back of that situation before the Gas had any chance of closing in, which is actually going to be quite good for them now. Rocket Rain going to miss.
Hello, Jagger.
A little bit of a tick gadget there as well for the extra shielding. So it keeps Propel in the conversation.
Yeah, Loud already swept their match. By the time I went live, they were already up 2 sets, and then they won the last set.
That is all you need. Let's see though if we can get something from Wesley, as he's got a hypercharge. It'd be nice to combine a Rocket Rain with it quickly as possible, as he did already just use one at the beginning of the round. But now we're seeing the super Ollie as well. It's quite a key moment here for Phoenix if they choose to go in or choose to wait their timer down somewhat, but certainly up against the ropes in this position so far.
Now they're activating their trap card, left-hand side. Gonna be a super combination.
Toxin, was you here when I did that?
Left all alone up top. Dives on the Golden. It's gonna be back and forth as Wesley gets the victory. A dive out.
Holy
Golden is
shit.
still alive.
Hold on.
Frog pressing in as well, gets the victory.
That was
and
crazy.
along with it.
That was a good
Beautifully
play.
played there at the end.
Yeah, those
Anyways,
players
Toxin, were you here when I
are
did that
also
11-hour stream?
And there we just saw some great perseverance from Alpha 7 to ensure that the job was done. It was a final round if not, and that was quite clutch.
That was really a clutch play. Alpha 7 takes it in the end, like they should have after that game one already. Very dominant indeed. Phoenix kind of turned things around in that second one. And I wonder what is going through Rado's foot head right now. He played kind of a role here with the Ollie, not as big as his kid's teammate here, Kawe. He left Alpha 7 Esports in May. He's been replaced by Ice Crow since, and now he's facing off against his old ex-teammates. It's such an exciting
Yeah, we
match
got
to
Kenny,
watch
we
once
got
again because of
Ark,
this natural
we got
rivalry
Sunny. I think
between
we got Reddy as
those
well.
teammates.
I think Reddy said he was
Overall,
doing every
draft
single
once again,
show
phenomenal. Bonnie
this
just wins in
month.
South America. I think that summarizes it pretty well, Kenny.
Yeah, it's just been spicy all around. Some big-time plays coming out, and while Wesley did end up having a few kills, I was kind of waiting for that moment, right? I do feel like they were very reliant on Ollie and Kit to end up winning that one. And I think part of the influence for drafting that, Brock, is to take away the wall break option from the other team, because otherwise I don't think it's as strong. So there's a little bit of give and take there.
Hi from work. Hello, Armin. I hope work is going well.
Maybe they were just waiting for that throw to pick up
We'll
the
be live
7
for
with break
approximately
open
the
against 6, but
next
obviously you can't
4
really at the
hours,
moment on
maybe.
Pels Rock, so I feel like it's always safer to go with the thrower yourself instead of picking something to break open half of the map. But yeah, in the end it was a close one, 2-1 for Alpha 7, 1-0 up in sets total. And Kenny still waiting for the Ellie, mentions it every single draft so far, but we just don't see her, even if she's not banned out.
That's part of it, right?
A great
Yeah.
place for it here.
Exactly. That was my point. This would be the map you can play her on. You want to play her in bushes, in water, and you have both on this map.
Go study for tomorrow test. Good luck on your test,
We
Preppy.
have seen 4 sets of South America so far, she's been picked every single time, Mark.
Ellie's global ban? No, there's no global
Which
bans.
really does encourage a lot of aggression.
The only time there's global bans in BSC is if it's like the brother's been global or out in the game for like less than a month. Actually, I think it's less than like 2 weeks or something.
Lumi here open as well, which could be definitely a cause for concern. It's a tough stage in the draft. I think Lumi's ideal broadly ready for me.
It sounds good for Epi.
Gus as well could be good. Yeah, Kaze. I think it's a good shout here. It's a very aggressive brawler.
Hopefully the studying goes well.
Kaze gonna be the early select.
I sound sick, bro. I'm not sick. I'm just tired. I took a nap after the stream this morning. Well, it was like an hour or two after I ended. Then I took a nap, and then here we are. Yes, like the YouTube stream, please.
It was actually a first brawler worthy pick in the previous metas. It's certainly a ban worthy brawler here as well. So
Also,
potential
I may or may not have gotten tipsy earlier. There's just a chance that might have happened.
Doing a very, very good job of just getting everyone into position for sure. Bit of a wall break potential as well with the Vulcan Cane. So definitely a brawler that I don't mind.
Thank you,
at all.
Preppy.
Lacking some aggression on the side of Phoenix here. I really quite like Shade for that reason. A brawler which I think works super well here. I don't know whether it's really translated over too well to South America, but could be sort of a good back pocket to pick at the final stages of the draft. We've seen in EMEA just how strong Shade can be in many maps and modes. Yeah, Gus gonna come through again. Didn't mind it for Phoenix. I don't mind it.
Here, Echo. Yeah, mute the stream.
But again, Lumi escaping the draft so far.
You will be hearing me on both.
I'm not sure either, but I mean, Gus might just be a standalone with Kaze or
Congrats on 10K watch time. Thank you. Mental? No, my mental is fine right now. My mental is really bad in May and June though. But right now, the only thing bad about me is my bank account. My bank account is fucking shit. I need money. A lot of it.
The Kaze and the Daryl definitely dive type brawlers, and so far Phoenix don't really have any DPS to manage it. I'm a bit worried for the draft, in all honesty. The Janet can obviously escape the skies, but then you're leaving your teammates exposed, and you can drop bombs from the top. Of course, the hypercharge being the primary utility that Janet is trying to earn here. But certainly, I think Charlie even wouldn't be a bad shout. She's not banned here. It would help to kind of like delay the timer somewhat and focus on one of the problems. Yeah, I think that's the best place that they could have gone with that draft. But the question for me is a little bit, is the damage already kind of done for Phoenix? I mean, the Grey can certainly open up the map a little bit, have some heals at the back of the TPs, and have that escape maneuvering with alongside the Janet.
I would say probably my visible health is probably a little bit worse right now just for the amount that I've been streaming. Some people be like, you should take a break, but I'm like, no, that's not happening.
Early lead for Alpha 7. Phoenix trying to get one on the board now. Two very interesting drafts here. A couple very solid strategies. It's going to be a slow start in the mid. The Walking King goes.
Oh, look at those taps.
340, going to rely on Brabal just to try and save him here. In and out. There's one takedown.
Oh, that water just saved the Grey. Grey hit a shot. Nice. You should do a 20 for money. I have played in 20s before. I haven't played in one since like January though. This Grey's hitting almost every shot. That was interesting.
Sometimes the difference maker here. There's the roll immediately onto Wesley, and Wesley will fall as well. So Brabal not going to outstay his welcome this time round. Cautious going back there as well because Cal could have that.
What the hell was that interaction with Charlie?
As well, going to break some more bush, but not too much more than that. The indestructible wall, of course, still remain. Not going to find any value from that Janet super there from Wesley either. So he needs to get that hypercharge to be able to ensure some damage.
Rate of foot hovering over a hypercharge on the left-hand side. Dueling with Gus.
I don't know how I would perform in a tournament these days. I know obviously I could be like the random teams, but I don't lock in really.
Crow diving in for one of his own. It's going to be a trade at the end of the day. Bounce off the wall.
So I would probably get cooked by anyone playing like his Worlds.
One star is all that separates the two squads.
Yeah, really nice build here, but look at Ice Crow. He's cooking something up. Raiderfoot is actually exposed away from his teammates here. Ice Wolf and Kane pulled in. Low HP forces him back, but look at Ice Crow there with a lovely little pickup. It turns the tides completely, and the stars now of Alpha 7 on the retreat now as well. Can Phoenix find something in his final seconds here? I don't think there's going to be enough time. They can't find where Alpha 7 even lurking in the bushes, and that'll be stolen away in the final 20 seconds by Alpha 7.
Some beautiful little heist there too. Love that Gus at the end there with that 2 non-blue stars was just sitting there just trying to be tempting to buy some shots, because obviously a tie still goes to that blue star. So I think that was a good heads up little mind game play to almost tempt the other squad. Alpha 7 taking game 1. Ice Crow will dash into the mid to start things off for the face-off. Blue Star residing with the red roster. Wesley working the right-hand side, Raiderfoot climbing the left. Coway middle of the map, and Golden and Brabao alongside each other. Spiderlings with an early victory. Coway with the follow-through shot, and Phoenix has scooped the lead.
Yeah, a lovely early pinch there prior to the time of Bravo having the roll. And so for Phoenix, it's an early start for sure, but it puts them in a position of being able to go a bit on there. Ice Crow going to be going in on the right-hand side. And that drop the base gadget going to be whistling down a little bit of HP. All nicely done on the side of Alpha 7, but Phoenix still retaining the lead with a trade there as well. So 5 stars to 3 in the blue star with Alpha 7. But Alpha 7 are going to be timing these runs, and they've been doing so.
How was ring
well
squish?
so far,
Not that good today. I tilted 500 elo. But at the end of the stream, I got back up to Legendary 2 and then locked off.
Walking King to get him out of it. A teleport through as well. Nicely done. Alpha 7 now down with the 4 count. Wesley in the sky will take off and land just behind his own team's lines. As Coway, Raiderfoot, recover a little bit. Alpha 7 once again gonna have to make a last-second push to try and grab some kills. This is a good moment for it.
It would be certainly on the defensive here for Phoenix, as they do need this game. They get a nice pick of
That was like no communication right there, because the Grey wasted his gadget.
Now is the time to really make it count. They've got to combine the
I was in a team, and we tilted, and then I left the team because the game that made me leave, we were in heist, and I was attacking a safe, and both my teammates were in defense, and they couldn't defend at all. So I left, and then I solo queued like 3 games. My teammates were absolutely monkeys.
The entire match. Both of these teams really coming to play today. I can't speak the importance of this.
I was playing Dry Season, the bounty map. I had a first pick Cordelius, who ran in and died like 9 times, and I had to clutch as a Kaze. I got a team, like I got a crazy team wipe. I should clip that.
We'll have to retreat for now. 1-star lead for Alpha 7. It's a good start for the red roster.
Yeah, you've got to remember, Alpha 7
the randoms, I swear they get worse every season. It's like you think you've seen the worst, and then they just bring a brand new low. Yeah, first pick Cordelius. They were like 27k trophies. They like non-stop kept running in and dying. They didn't change the strategy at all. They just kept doing the same thing. But honestly, it wasn't that bad because I could just clutch up as Kaze.
So far, both sides now knowing exactly what the stakes are here and taking themselves just that little bit slower.
The red side all clustered together. Ice Crow exploding up the middle of the map. Brabao emerges as well. Coway with the takedown. A 2v2 situation. Purple buttons galore. It's a nice
Hello, Crazy, how are you?
For the cocoon. Golden trying to free his teammate. It is still a takedown nonetheless. And Coway
Bro, this Gray is played out of his fucking mind.
Plus a 4-star lead swinging away at Phoenix.
I have a charge. Ice Crow as well, going straight in. Finds Wesley immediately. That's great for Alpha 7, but the job is not done yet. Can Brabao get this thing, get back out? He does. The blue star is still with Phoenix. They've got to find one more in the final 10 seconds.
Ice Crow right hand in. Wesley taking to the skies for safety, trying to burn that clock. Kawe is the man of the hour. There's a nice cocoon there. Wesley with a touchdown as well. 3 stars, now 6 being the separator, and Golden alone cannot get the job done. We are all tied
Yeah,
up
Charlie's
in our
good
quarterfinal number
in
2.
most situations.
Now it gets
Not
interesting.
everywhere, but like a lot of
It's
places.
really, really on point for the most part on both sides of things, and you can see how evenly matched it is as well. And again, what better storyline than to have a player swap over to the other side? You're able to really dig deep.
That sounds sick, bro. That's the second person who said that. I'm not sick, bro. I'm just tired, and I was tipsy earlier. I'm not sick, bro.
Not with the most kills on its teams. That's Kawe with those 9 kills, just like in the previous set as well. He's the MVP in terms of kill death ratio. But with Rado Foot just always taking out the Daryl out of the equation, focusing her cocoons around that brawler that is just a little too tanky for them to take out. It worked phenomenally.
Too
Taking
much
out,
hit, bro.
Golden and Ice Crow
No
over
hit.
again.
That's why I
First game
sound like
really
this.
looked like the draft is not speaking for them. They have nothing to address the Kaze
Chipotle,
really
McDonald's fries, and
great
alcohol.
and
Oh, it's
teleport away if
crazy.
necessary.
I haven't had Chipotle in
They
like
cannot really take
what,
her out.
3
But
months
after
now.
After we've seen that game 1, Kaze absolutely dominated.
Actually,
It
at
felt like they
maybe 2
kinda
months.
learned
I
how
think
to
I
play
had
against
one
her. They
bowl
just,
in like
addressed her, focused her,
May,
managed her very well. And with that
or
being
maybe
said,
early
hence
June.
The score, we're now 1-1, Kenny.
Yeah,
Fake
great pick.
Chipotle fan? I'm not a fake
For me,
Chipotle fan. I'm just
showed
broke
that you
as
don't
fuck.
necessarily have to have that supporting brawler. It was just great execution coming out of Gray. Fantastic mechanics overall, and showing the value of that walking cane and teleport combo was just so good for getting those 1-2 punch and then diving in for an easy tag. Really like seeing that brawler there.
Thanks for
It really
7 watch
goes to
streak,
show that at a pro
Snicker.
level, it could be something different and a real
Have
difference
broken
maker.
out. Yeah, that watch streak was life changing.
Okay, well,
To my
next
wallet.
map now. Triple dribble, it will be. And again, that poll, just to remind you on the event site.
Drunk streams? The drunk streams are fun.
And so far, what I'm seeing is much more 50-50. So, certainly in terms of our predictions, we're all united here on the desk. For Alpha 7, I'm really appreciating the fact that Phoenix are giving as good as they get. Going to the draft now. And again, usual suspects of the current meta do need to be considered highly here. And Ali's not actually banned. I'm really quite surprised by that.
She's not, and Kenny, I'm
Oh
sure
yeah,
is
the 24-hour
celebrating that
stream
right now.
is
We haven't
almost a
seen her at all
thing.
today yet, and here she
I will
is,
have to
just as she's
probably
mid and she's
get
doing
some
very good at
iced
triple double.
coffee
You want those
or
players in mids that can either jump over the walls, throw over the walls, or shoot through them.
Red Bull or
Straight and
Monster.
tank.
I've been
Both
hearing
of
that
them
Monster is
both of
better
them
than
stand
Red
out,
Bull,
so Ali is
but
the
I don't know
best
the
bet
store near me
in
actually has
here.
Monster, so
Phoenix
I'll
will
have to check.
try and play a thrower into her. We did see some Larry
Hello
Lord
Nuts, how are
last
you?
weekend.
Oh, you finally changed your
Why
name
try
back.
the spot
Hungry?
here?
I am
Won't be
hungry,
surprised
Striker.
if we see him a bit
I had
early on
one
in
slice
the
of pizza
draft.
today
Expect him a
for
little
breakfast
later.
after I ended the stream earlier.
Bonnie,
That's the only thing I had today.
it would be the first time where she's not
Feastables? Oh, hell no.
picked up in SA, but this is just not a map for her. Is she, Ark?
I'm nowhere close to the beast, bro.
You know, it's
White
very
Monster?
interesting
Yeah,
when you
that's
see
what I'd be
these players, to
hearing.
honest. I mean, the Bull is a brawler which I'm really excited to see coming in here for Alpha 7. It's since the rework, certainly come into a really, really nice place. It's their top brawler.
If I had money, I would just order some Chipotle right
I'm
now.
not surprised to see it. They would have liked to got the alley as well. That was another one that they were playing quite considerably highly. So Draco's another one high up for them, as well as a Stu, which is very much why they picked it first. B coming in now as well for Phoenix. So definitely going to be a good heavy counter to that Bull.
Yeah, Bull was kind of where I was expecting him to go with this. I feel like giving a shotgun brawler into Ali, you're just kind of doing your best. Ali is so new that you're really just figuring things out here. But selected first overall does exude a little bit of confidence on the left-hand end. And once I saw the Bull, yeah, kind of expecting a B, right? We're looking for kind of that long-range lane or something to contest from a distance, especially with Bull. It's one of the best tank counters in the game. And of course, we go to an overtime situation. B can handle herself quite nicely. Surge going to be another opportunity here. Try and counter out that Bull.
It's
I don't really think they
party.
necessarily hardcore address the Stu. Stu is somebody that I don't mind in the meta.
Mukbang?
I
I don't
health points running
mukbang.
around. Sometimes Stu
I
puts
need
you in a
to,
trap
like,
situation where she
my
doesn't
mic
have
barely
problems.
even
It
picks
takes a
up
little damage to
anytime
keep
I
the team.
eating
Good
or
news is
drinking
for Alpha
anything
7,
on
the
stream.
other side didn't really get too tanky
Like,
with it, so I
only
think
thing
this
you
is
would
something
hear
that-
is the rustling of a bag or opening the container, or if I have a bottle of water, you'll hear that. Like, you'll hear me closing and opening it. It is put it back on the table.
A troublesome brawler to have as such an early pick. Larry and Laurie coming out for Alpha 7.
Wait.
Mind it. Maybe wouldn't mind seeing
Wait.
instead.
How the hell did Ali sneak through the
Slightly,
draft?
But Larry and Laurie is still so good. It's been a little bit forgotten in my opinion, but whenever it comes out, it does tend to get some really good stuff done. I think the win rates will be quite high for it despite its low pick rate. So not
As
necessarily
at the worst
bad
time
at
ever.
all, especially considering no wall breaker.
Crucial set 3. Both of these sides could really use a victory postseason as
Oh.
the season progresses is on the line. Wall break coming up the middle of the map. Brabell
Wait,
trying to
maybe
punch
it's
one through.
okay.
Ice Crow buying his sweet time.
That's crazy.
Dropping a little pin shot, he's bored. 20 seconds in, already a bucket.
Yeah, very early start. And let's be honest, Alpha 7 definitely need it after that last set. Resetting the
Look at that
quite
ping on
quickly.
an
Actually,
Ice
having a wall
Crow.
break there on the Stu as well, so no speed zone for him, but it's going to open up a lot of space for the B, which is a little bit of a concern.
That's
for
a
me, but
trade.
Let's see. So far, it's down to Golden to keep back this advance of Phoenix now.
Yeah,
Right
Elevate
side.
is looking
Respawn's
really
coming back
strong.
in now, so
I mean, they were already
It's
looking
bringing
strong,
time here for
but
a
stronger than
response.
Tribe
It's a
now.
very early goal, so you'd hope it for their sake. Now, Ali and Viz lurking forwards and finds the ball. Might find two here as well. The Larry and Laurie potentially next on the menu. Down goes Ice Crow, and this is a tough defense to have for Golden. Ball past the Cow, and then over to Raiderfoot, and that is a lovely response there from Phoenix.
Slow and steady. Love the teamwork there. Buying their time, making sure they're getting their kills. There's the first. Down goes Ice Crow. Wesley with a long-range shot. Brabell charging forward right in the face of Coway, where they're taken down. 230 health points is enough to preserve.
Oh yeah, they
Wesley's
did
life
lose
rate
to
of foot. Once
ETN.
again, jumping
I
into
forgot
the
about
mix.
that.
It's Ice Crow just
I
trying to
didn't
try
watch
to
that. I
serve.
should.
Doesn't have that
ETN made a
super.
video
He's a
about
much
it.
different brawler. So keeping that in the rotation
I'll
is
probably
very
watch
important.
that after I
Now enraged going on the left-hand side, and Raiderfoot just has to back off for
take
now.
another
Coway
nap.
doing his best with multiple brawlers along with Larry and Laurie makes things rather difficult.
Yeah, tough defense here as Brabell cycling lovely stuff from him now as well. And the goal is there for Ice Crow. That's going to be around a game then for Alpha.
Yeah, they're
7
playing
Esports.
really well.
And much better. Definitely a game that they seem to be very comfortable in as well.
They make Ali look like not a broken
Let's
brawler.
see if they can make it a set now, as the comp I feel is quite a good one. The ball especially, it's a very troublesome thing to have to counteract, despite even having the B. It's just working so well for them. And Ice Crow on this Stu, he's dangerous.
Larry and Laurie is a very intentional brawler. Has a 50% win rate as of last weekend, and now coming in here today for the third time. Raiderfoot with a close one, knows that they can't quite knock it in yet. Wesley with the shield, though. Stu having to back off. That's a nice scoop and score from Raiderfoot. Beautifully played from the blue side.
Sorry, Chris.
Good timing. And the finish wrong, as it could have been all thumbs, let's be honest there. Ball now in a precarious spot, but they have found the alley. That was crucial there from Golden, and the ball going to be pushing around to the left now, which could be an opening here. Wesley's low. Cow herself not even in the best of spots.
That should be a goal.
Let's
Nice.
see. Yeah, lovely stuff. That was Alpha 7 just looking at the situation, going, why are we pushing right? Let's go left. And the space was all there.
I mean, they make Ali look
It's
not
quick as that,
broken.
equalization.
Goal for goal the whole way through. Already 1-1 in our game number 2 as the blue side doesn't mind the open space. B, no contact there with the super as Raiderfoot just hovering over those walls. Stalking the prey, now diving in at Golden. Super being activated. Bull punches one through and we'll get an immediate takedown. 3v2 situation. Ice Crow hovering on the right-hand side as Wesley is being slowly backed away. A desperation hypercharge as well. Brabell dribbling. Larry and Laurie from the distance, and now the extra spawner there. To
Why
Raiderfoot
would you
taking down
dash into a
immediately, clearing the lane
goal?
is Brabell. Ice Crow right up the middle of the map.
Jesus,
Way
look
down
at
the
that
middle,
ping
dead
on the
center,
Ice
and putting
Crow.
one in. Alpha 7 have taken the lead.
And that was such a convincing set. I mean, Brabell was playing that ball into end of B and was given so much freedom. That shouldn't be happening. Those two brawls are really hard counteracted, but again, since the rework, ball's in a much better place, and you just can't necessarily shut down nearly as easily anymore.
Bull might be the counter that we needed.
Meta. We haven't seen him in so long, especially not on any other map or mode.
I do, Christ-like. You know what I also wish I had right now? Another nap.
But unfortunately, her win rates are still through.
I don't think I got enough sleep.
Bottom, I guess.
Yeah, falling through the floor, if you will, a little bit, right? quite the opposite direction. And that was one thing I was kind kind of curious to see. She got played 10 times last weekend, only 4 wins. This is another loss in that category. It's just always
Shut up,
interesting to be the
Snicker.
newest brawlers. Now that we have a little bit
I'll
more time,
find
do
where
they
you
shape
live.
up, or are they too much of a threat? And part of it is learning how they operate, learning how to counter them. I mean, these pro players have a lot to juggle between new hypercharges, new balance changes. So there's a lot that goes on, but I want to see where Ali stacks up against the rest of the brawlers. And the fact that it was the #1 pick does make it a little bit harder for it to excel.
Really eager to see if Ali's going to be picked up again. So far, so good. In this match, Phoenix versus Alpha 7 is already shaping up to be a bit of a closer matchup than match #1.
Sounds
which
good,
we're
Nuts.
here for, right? We want to see as much Brawl Stars as
Update
possible
the
today.
job situation.
Now, Alpha
I
7
think I just got a
has the
message that
opportunity
they
to
gave me
take
some more
things
job
out.
interview
With Brawl
times to
being
pick
the
from.
most dominant set we've seen from them. It's a 2-0, the first time that Phoenix actually did not even take a game off of them. Can they take that momentum into Ring of Fire now?
Well, this is the thing now, isn't it? Because as we know in this meta and this season in the BSC, the draft is so important. And I feel like these two teams are really quite evenly matched. One brawler here or there in this draft, and it could easily go to a 5th and final set for me. But Brawl Ball, like you say, it was really quite dominant. The most dominant performance that we've seen so far from Alpha 7 in this series. So it's about carrying that forwards and just ensuring that this draft is a winning one. They can do that. I feel like
How did my Instagram reel that it just opened in the rest of the Pro Pass rewards get 2K views? That's more than like everything else. What the fuck? You already see Stu in South America, low key. I am live 20. How are you?
For example, so it makes a lot of sense to pick her here, but I kind of feel like none of
What's she
the two teams
doing?
were there to
It's just
go
retail.
after. She didn't really perform as well as they would
The
have
interview.
liked her to perform in the previous set, Kenny.
Definitely a tough one. I feel like the first overall selection on this map in particular is a really tricky one, just because there's so
They
many
kept
players that
pushing
are
back the
also supposed to
times
have
like
that 2-3
3
choice.
different
So it's a little
occasions,
bit easier to at
so
least have something to respond to on the other
they
end.
gave me
There's a
another
lot of
one
brawlers
that
kind of
I'm
the
going
main
to
list, if you will. I mean,
do.
even in EMEA, we saw
It's
brawlers
gonna
like
damn
Brawler,
10:30 in the
Vance,
morning.
in the mix, Crow in the mix, Charlie, a very
Actually,
popular one
it's
if we
not
talk
that
to the
bad.
top or Faker Rapid. Somebody that definitely can be an
It's not that
interesting choice
bad.
here. I just feel like there's a lot of different approaches, kind of different takes. There's the ranged approach, there's the double tank approach, there's some aggro. There's so much going on here, and I feel like that's what makes this map so particularly hard to draft on in this meta.
Yeah, I don't know why it's making it seem like it was something crazy.
Becoming in as Scots are
Oh, we got buffering.
taking place, but certainly, again, I know that Ali hasn't got the best moments so far, but I think it's a ban-worthy brawler here.
Going to sleep at 7 a.m. is crazy. Did my stream crash? No,
Definitely
bro.
up there with Draco, too. Charlie and Amber here, I think as well. Definitely going to be two brawlers which can either just show up where your tanks are lying in the bush, or just eradicating or delaying the onset specifically too. But we don't really ever see Lou now these days. I think Bo's kind of
Oh,
taken
I was about to say, bro. It was like, oh, nah. Surely not.
Feel like we might be able to see
Have I cleared my friend list
list
yet? No, I've not.
With the ice together with the Lumi, they have so much area control, and it seems like there's a frozen our stream. So let's hope they're right up. Let's not see them freeze.
Yo, Revive, how are you? Thank
What
you
we
for
can
the
see
5 bits. I
last
appreciate it.
weekend a lot is Draco, a brawler we talked about before. Kenny, he's very good into any tank at the moment.
Mr. Popular? I'm not
Counter,
popular, bro.
and
It's just a
especially
friend list of
Hanzo
over
is so
7
impressive
years
thanks
of
to
playing the
hypercharge
game.
he received. We do have 5 brawlers that have a new hypercharge now. There's going to be another batch of 4, I think, that will receive their hypercharge very soon. Lumi, Doc, Shade, Draco.
It's
and
real
Bonnie,
though. It's
and
20.
all of them
Going to
are
sleep at
very
like 7 in the
powerful
morning.
meta, except maybe Doc.
No, imagine though. Imagine I go. I mean, like, I stream that day, right? Let's see. This is on the 29th, by the way. So 10 days from now. Imagine I stream like 1 a.m. on the 29th. And then I end stream around, let's say like 7 a.m. And then be like, oh yeah, I gotta go get ready for this interview in 3 hours. No, that's insane. Technical pause. Oh, it's time to take a nap. Last time I took a nap when they had technical
The biggest
difficulties.
point, Doug, for me is, like,
Yeah, I
like,
got my
this
stream
is
ended
one
while I was
last year,
taking a
let's be
nap.
honest, and we already seen
I don't
some
think I
uh,
can leave
hypercharge
y'all
machines,
to your
more
own.
play than we thought we'd see so far. It's definitely very much in that low end, but the hypercharge definitely does bring it into a new place for me. You know, I feel like as well, Shade has not had nearly as much love, despite having a really strong hypercharge. I feel like that's a brawl which I'd like to see a little bit more of in this region specifically, for sure. I feel like there's definitely a lot of room for this region to kind of explore a little bit more to what some of the other regions are cooking. We're seeing a lot of the similar ideas with the Charlies, with the bodies, and that kind of thing, but. You know, South America was always that region which would just have such a
Okay,
a
bet,
rich,
Snicker.
vibrant meta. It
No,
was
I'm not
so
asleep yet. I
different
was talking to my
everyone
brother. He
else, and,
pulled up.
I loved it for that reason. We'd always kind of have our South American brawler picks, which have kind of taken a bit of a back seat recently now, as just kind of playing it very much safer than previous seasons, really.
That's why I love to be on the global stage as well. At the Brawl Cup, we talked a lot about how the metas kind of.
Hello, Selena. How are you? How was work?
Finally meet each other, have to scrim against each other in hotel Wi-Fi sometimes, and have to figure out what the other regions are playing. And we also have a social post here from our data analyst over at Navi. It's Ace, Vitor Ace. He's saying, for drafters, which map seems the hardest to draft on? I personally
I'm
hate
alright,
Ring of
Selena.
Fire, and
I'm a
we've
little bit
discussed this
tired,
map
but we're
now,
chilling.
for a bit already, and I feel like we had so many different ideas that I would agree with him. Ring of Fire seems to be a very tough map to draft on. For me, up there as well is going to be anything with with a lot of walls, a lot of bushes. Layer cake to me is also something that you can either just decide to break open a whole map, or you play some.
Just waiting for the next game to start. I don't know what's taking them so
Yeah,
long.
honestly, I kind of get it. I think I've talked myself into believing the same thing as Ace here. I think we've come up with some pretty good amount of different kinds of openings that you can go with here, which I think is really important. I think the band stage plays a large part to this map in particular, because there's a few different lines of thought here. If you go something like a Lu first overall pick because you want to get rid of all the tanks on the other side on that 2-3 turn, guess what? Now they're just going to outrange you. If you go with the tank on that first choice, guess do think that band stage plays a large part of it, and I definitely see where Ace is coming from, just because off of two options right there, I feel like there's so many things that they.
Oh, that's an A tier chat.
The Loomies of the world, but then we've got these aggressive brawlers like Hank and Draco and Kaze. Now,
So
Bonnie's
this
back.
surely
Ali's a new
means
brawler in the mix. Lily's still
I can
around.
go
There's
take a
just
nap,
so many
right?
different brawlers
Chat.
to keep in mind, especially particularly this map. I just think a lot of different winning strategies makes it really hard to come up with the one strategy you need for your team.
Certainly, the assassination brawlers are where, for me, a lot of focus has been placed on recently in the.
What do you mean, no?
It's kind of like verging away from tanks a little bit now, and becoming a bit more assassinations. Certainly with the Kazes and the Yalis coming into the mix. But maybe that will shift. I wouldn't mind seeing either some of the lesser known sort of tanks coming a bit more into the forefront, or some sharpshooters. I mean, that's kind of where my kind of like love for brawlers always lied. Certainly with brawlers like Pipe and that kind of thing. I wouldn't mind seeing some new brawlers coming in with some sharpshooter ability, just to kind of really shake things up somewhat. But I'm liking where we're currently at. I feel like we're seeing so many different options now when it comes to the drafts that we haven't really kind of necessarily seen in previous seasons of the BSC. Certainly there's the usual suspects. There always will be when it comes to the meta. That's the very nature of it. It's just simply the fact that now there are certainly the ones that you just have to outright ban depending upon that map and mode. You know, when it comes to the most specifically Hot Zone, I understand why that tweet was indicating towards the problematic side of drafting when it comes to Ring of Fire specifically, because you've got to get that really heavy balance between your brawlers to go on the back lines and the brawlers for the control of the center and the delay strategies of the bows and the Lus and that kind of thing. So it's definitely a fine balance to be had on a map like this.
And we're now heading into draft.
He
on
never
Ring of
came back
Fire.
with the
Let's
map.
see
It's
if both
crazy.
teams have figured out the calculations that has to be done on Ring of Fire.
Nah, cause last time I took a nap on stream, I came back to Crab Reef playing in my ears, and the stream was ended because someone told Alex to come check on me and call me and end the stream. So we cannot let that happen again.
It's one of the most interesting parts to me of all of Brawl Esports. Ellie, Kaze, and Finks is going to be banned out on the left-hand side. Finks, a brawl that we haven't seen in a while. And then Bonnie, of course, she's going to show up again here. We're in SA, Draco, and Hank
Oh,
on the other side.
and we raided Selena too while I was sleeping, which I don't mind, but I wish he didn't end the stream in the first place.
Not so much at the moment. No, I'll be honest. I mean, I prefer the Lumi first pick. I feel like Lumi is kind of always that first pick brawler in the current meta when not banned. As long as the other ones,
I feel like you
hits
should
are
take bullet to
considered
me.
highly enough. But certainly, I feel like for this kind of map, we could be seeing Charlie coming in potentially here. Maybe Hank, or Hank is banned to be fair. Sometimes this team have brought in Crow, which is a very South American idea. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's kind of worth a mention. Gray gonna come in.
I don't know what that
Definitely gonna be opening potential to some big tanky brawlers to combine in to really reach that middle of the map. Rank is one there for them. The Jae Young maybe could be their third and final pick to combine with it, but certainly the Grey does open up some dimensional doors, and that's a dangerous prospect. I feel like
Grey
Alpha
Hank.
7 will have to really heavily
Hank is
consider that. If
bad.
they don't go with the tank now, it could be their third and final pick, and that's kind of the way that I would play this.
Pam, what the
coming in here,
fuck?
So a little bit of oppression maybe towards those tanks, and especially somebody with the scrap sucker and that gadget that Pam has is a really good way of eliminating Amber.
Okay.
That's something that Amber in particular is really good. So if Pam is playing into an Amber, a more popular one I would say right now in the meta, it definitely helps cut that off. So maybe one damage dealer dealt with here, and also if they want to go
Mommy
those tanky
Pam,
brawlers,
what?
Pam's a pretty good way of dealing with that. Visibility on top of that, a healing station for coverage. I think there's a lot that Pam brings to the table, in particular on this map. It's not an everywhere kind of brawler, but I definitely think it deserves
I like the graph.
Yeah, Griff for Alpha 7 gives them some options for sure to break in, especially with both the bush and the wall side there as well. It was Alpha 7's top pick in scrims on this map, so makes a lot of sense for me. Finks was another one that was banned out by Phoenix, which was noted in their kind of scrims also. Sharpshooters were definitely for them, the Byrons and the Bells as well, so that kind of encapsulates pretty much every kind of option really that they've got considering the bans, unless they kind of bring something out which they've been keeping silent, and it is going to be just that actually. The Stew down there in like the 20th spot really of brawler picks on this map. It's got a high win rate though at 58%, so I mean it's definitely going to be one of those brawler picks that's not going to be for everyone.
I don't understand the
For
Pam
Alpha 7,
pick.
we've already seen it in Brawl Ball, and it was the brawler which Ice Crew just popped off on. For that reason, I kind of like it.
Definitely too interesting.
Where did they go here?
Really,
Buster.
we talk about how aggressive of a meta this is, but you know we see Kaze.
You can't really pick it.
And we see
Oh,
Draco
Mr.
and
P.
Hank up in that
Honestly,
at some point, you're just running out
I
of
don't
those
mind the
aggressive
Mr. P
options that
pick.
teams love. Out of the days of Kenji being a frequent pick right now, so it's Mr. P as that final selection. The extra spawners, I think Mr. P's in a sneaky, you know, he's not OP, he's not an S tier brawler, but he's in a sneaky good spot, I would say.
It's kind of ironic that just in that little technical pause, and I mentioned brawlers that South America have kind of deviated away from.
That's right.
And joined other regions this year and kind of just going with what is solid meta. And we're seeing Stu and Mr. P in the same game. I mean, it's like they're actually listening to the stream and giving me my wish, because that's what made for me South America so great last season. It was the Stu picks. It really was. And Mr. P, of course, has always been a staple in South America. Definitely a nod there to kind of really focus a lot of their attention onto that Stu, which was a problematic brawler in the last set. So I don't mind it, but certainly other brawlers on the field from Alpha 7 are going to tear through those porters.
Golden in a powerful position right now. Coway trying to eliminate the ammo. Not enough, though. Stun does not quite connect on the raid of foot. They're going to take advantage of that lone healing station in the corner. And Stu just circling, waiting for an enemy to show up, diving forward. In and out he goes. That's the specialty. It's hard to keep an eye on him. It's hard to aim at him. And Berbao getting an elimination there just extends Alpha 7's dominant start. They're already at 50.
Alright, this is kind of looking as expected with this draft.
Healing station goes down for Kai, but it's looking a bit weary now. He's just popping there, the scrapyard sucker, but still struggling to really break through this right-hand side. Ready for going in at just the wrong time. The hypercharge was popped for Bao. Didn't even need the super to be able to take care of him now as they approach almost 90% on the Alpha 7 esports side. Not a
Bro,
single look in really
what the
Phoenix,
fuck?
To be completely honest, just a measly
Alright,
10% now.
I'm gonna just close my eyes until this game is done, because
Not even
I've seen
double
enough. He
digits
does look like
on the
Drace, what the
side.
fuck?
I mean, nobody was home there in game number 1. That was brutal. Really interesting to see that Mr. P pick come out, especially into the likes of a Griff. They were tearing open the map, and traditionally I think Mr. P relies on those spawners to get some choke points, some pressure, and instead it's just kind of a Mr. P as a longer range option. So it definitely a little bit puzzling. Gonna have to see some serious adjustments from Phoenix here, otherwise Alpha 7 will be progressing to our semifinals.
Both sides taking the time to enter the zone, but it's Alpha 7 which dipped their tippy toe in first. Ready for on the left-hand side, low. Have to be cautious here, and Golden approaching. Speed zone down for Ice Crow. Oh, look at that. Dirty from Babo on that right-hand side. That Griff pick paying dividends again. The top pick in scrims. Now you can start to see why.
Ice Crow's been dropping that pin all day long, and it'll never not be funny to me, but right now, I fear it is all too true. Almost up to 40% now. Finally, Phoenix have a little bit of percentage points. They have gotten into double digits. They've cleared the way with Alpha 7. They need to get some serious time in possession here, otherwise it's going to be another early exit.
I think Ice Crow did pretty well there in the middle of the zone against 3 players, dancing around it. Hypercharge now for Raidfoot, only finds 1. Babar has his now coming in down the middle. And that's going to pierce through the wall, close the gap as well. The healing station as well, going to take a beating there. Wesley just now has got nothing behind it. No utility to be able to heal from. Pops a gadget out there, now has the porters. But again, so much time being wasted in this early game. And Alpha 7 know that. If they can deprive the Mr. P of the hypercharge, that's their best game plan.
Ice Crow essentially battling alone, waiting for backup from Griff. Berbao now in the mix here as the healing station's on the ground. Super goes out, no real contact. Hypercharge porters, that's where Mr. P starts to have some fun. And still catching up to do, but a team wipe there will certainly help the cause for Phoenix.
Yeah, this is dangerous now for Alpha 7, as they've got to be able to not only just overtake the mid, but get to that porter spawner. Take care of it. And Ice Crow is doing a pretty decent job of making some space here, but he's got no support from his team. Golden coming in now, but it's a bit of a scrap. So far, Phoenix are back in business. The healing station behind Wesley as well, and that takedown, especially of Golden, will help him secure the game at a very precarious time for his team.
Complete turnaround from game number 1. Didn't even hit 10%, and instead
We actually won that? That's crazy.
Most. This is the number 5 and the number 6 seed from this region. Limited world.
How does Mr. P synergize with Gray? Not the best, but I mean, you could have the, if you set it up, you could have the porters always going through the teleport.
So much at stake now.
Sounds good, Frappy. Thanks for dropping by.
Get on the zone and into
Again.
position. Ice Crow now is going to have to come backwards slightly here. Be able to heal up. Be able to support Bo. He's taking a lot of shots there from Cal. Almost
How they
went down
win in?
himself
That's a
there.
great question.
Speed zone taken quickly care of. And now
Oh,
Phoenix
sorry.
in a much healthier position now as a result of that healing station. Able to contest better. Ice Crow struggling now a lot more. And Golden though, coming in for his team at just the right time. The ice goes down. But most importantly, the left-hand side flank has allowed his teammates to get back on the zone.
This is what happened in game number 1. Golden got in a prime position and just never let it go. Raidfoot just can't keep up with the range right now. Ice Crow stepping up and stepping out. And now Penguins just trying to fly up the right side of this map. There's the extra porter that they needed. Ice Crow super available. Trying to go with this Pam. A healing station to keep Wesley alive. Gadget going down for Ice Crow. They immediately eliminate it. And the clock just keeps ticking down. And the percentage points upward for Alpha 7. They're already at 75.
Oh, Wesley's down there as well. Golden gets a nice pickup there as well for his team. Got a hypercharge now. Look at that. Super beautiful stuff there as well for the pickup. 90%. And Alpha 7 Esports now have just got to stay on the zone and hold themselves firm. And even if they don't, they've got such a substantial lead. Ice Crow knows it himself. He's spinning, but that, imagine if that comes back around. It should be all good. Golden going with the hypercharge. Gets it done for Alpha 7. A great turnaround when things were looking so evenly split down the middle. Alpha 7 emerge victorious.
Big time taunt right there. Thank goodness it did not come back to bite them. Alpha 7 once again marching towards the semifinals. This has been a second half of the year kind of team. They had some good stuff in the first half, but have really come alive here. And despite being knocked down to that lower bracket, they are going to emerge again once here today.
On a 5th slot at the moment in the leaderboards, they might not be able to take World Finals today already, but they can still lock in for LCQ. Alpha 7 did it so far. Quarterfinals out of the way, semifinals up next. It's not going to be an easy one though. Loud is going to face up against them next. We have 9 kills on Golden, most DPS.
Good chat. I mean, this to be expected for South America monthly finals.
Good picks on both
Unless
sides
you're
today.
like
I
a
was
Spanish
just
speaker,
puzzled
you're
every
not
time I
gonna have,
see Mr. P,
or
because,
like
it lost
semantic
the amount of
or
best.
something like
It didn't
that,
work for
you're not gonna
them.
have that
Didn't
much
work for
people.
Phoenix today either. Is Mr. P a secret weapon, or just like we don't know what to pick? Let's just try something ridiculous.
I mean, I wouldn't say it worked. I mean, I think in into the face of a wall break, it was certainly interesting. I'd love for some pro players to break that one down. Like we said before, Ring of Fire is a tough one to draft into. I mean, we talked about it for a while there in terms of strategy. Loud versus Alpha 7, though, certainly an interesting semifinals #1. But this lower side of the bracket is something we all have been looking forward to today. I think it's one of the most interesting one of the monthly finals across the world. I have no idea who's going to win that semifinals #2. Heck, I don't even know who's going to get there.
We're gonna figure out very soon. I'm super excited for the next one. It's gonna be BC Gaming SA or Dropeados FA that will take that one. Once again, a very close match between the 3rd seed and Dropeados. A little bit further down, but they still have a chance for LCQ as well. So let's see if they can claim it today, or if BC Gaming will actually will make a little bit of a sabotage, throw in some chaos into Loud and SK Kalala sitting at this top spot for World Finals.
Gotta go, says good Army Global work.
We have a quick break so you can rehydrate and get some
Tori,
snacks.
thanks for the 10 watch streak. The good thing about having or streaming this and having a dead chat, I can take a nap without getting tech support summoned on me. It's a nice chill stream. How's work going, Flav? I think he's still lurking. Let's figure out about taking naps. That's good for you. Yeah, exactly. Just being tired as fuck allows you to take naps and not sleeping at a normal time for a normal amount.
We're still in July. We're still in the monthly finals, and we are in South America.
Oh, look at Reddy. Look at that handsome man.
Well, you people that are watching here or on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever you're watching, or over at eventofbrosters.com, were able to vote for the MVP. Ready? Who is it for you? Do you agree with
Tell
the
me it's
folks?
Ice Crow. There we go. Yeah, I agree with the folks, and I totally didn't have any kind of premonition that he was going to be MVP for this match.
Sure.
Just all around great gameplay from the entire team. Ice Crow is, Ice Crow is a definite standout from that last set there.
Real
from,
striker.
Alpha 7 Esports, but I think everyone did their share. You saw the stats.
Shoddy
It was
babe.
top of the category in some regards.
For sure, Flav.
3-0 in the first quarterfinal, 3-1 in the second. This means now we're heading into a 3-2, right? It should be a little bit of a closer one. It's going to be a good one either way, though. It's BC Gaming SA versus Dropeados. On the one hand, we have a team that is very much still in
Staying up
control
till
of
6
their
a.m. when you got
season
work is
destiny.
diabolical,
They had
though.
a very solid bracket run in the qualifiers.
That was like, what,
With the
5
new
hours of
addition,
sleep? If that.
Jubileo moving over from Casa Brawl, they're showing a lot of promise, Ark.
You have an idea? What's your idea?
So surprising to see this many roster movements in this region for this month. But again, this is what this region, what this season means to this region. And sometimes if you're underperforming slightly, you've got to make some adaptations. And I think it's a pretty decent idea to put and implement this into the squad. New Lisa Blood.
Your flavor watch your shit at work.
A world of difference.
Crazy.
Yeah, this is really cool because how often do you really see a player trade in Brawl Stars? I can't even remember the last time we legitimately saw
Take
two
that
players swap
police spot.
positions for each other. So
Yeah.
this is going to be quite curious. I wonder how Jubilee is going to fit into BC Gaming.
I like it,
We
don't come
don't
and
know
sus.
who initiated that swap, but very lucky for whoever Orc was that the other team also wanted to switch. Very fortunate for both of those teams as well, that they have been showing some great scrim rates. So for both of them, it seems like that swap has worked out so far. Let's see if it also will in the monthly finals. Their opponents named Dropeados FA. Assume that they got dropped from somewhere.
Let me go
We, of course,
lock
know
in
that
this
they have
interview
been
real quick.
Nijin Otaku then Cross Gaming.
Because if I don't lock it
prefer
in,
a,
they're gonna be like, this
change
guy
their name to
didn't so
Dropiados
this
FA,
anymore.
moving away from both of those orgs now under that new name. Let's see how they will perform, Ark.
Yeah, hopefully better than previous months. I'll say that.
Their schedule's
It's,
fucked.
definitely been a
Mine
tough
too.
season. Never escaping the quarterfinals, getting to match point in March
Thank you,
versus
Revive.
Castle Brawl, but aside from that, never really getting more than just that singular set before
9-1.
conceding the
Yeah.
rest of their opponents. It's
Actually,
it's
mine
a
was pretty bad
participation award,
yesterday.
for sure.
Yesterday I
let's see what
streamed and then I took a 1 hour nap and then I had to get up and help move a couch. And then after that, I was hanging out with my family.
They're the
So,
underdogs, but not totally
you know,
out of the picture.
a very
I
high
feel
amount
for
of
them,
sleep
it's really
yesterday.
now or never to still be in the postseason race. They need to make
A7
it to the
won,
round
yeah.
today, which they didn't manage to do before, but there's always a first, right? Ready? I feel like if they would beat BC Gaming SA today, the third seed in the region, they might as well go all the way.
I'm
That'd be
hungry.
ridiculous if they're able to pull that one
Wait,
off.
can I join you for
still-
lunch?
I don't mean to
gotta
say it's
believe.
impossible. I just mean it would be very impressive. But I feel like they're very committed to getting those like top 8 trophies right there.
Striker,
It's
that's
important
like the
starting,
picture,
hoarded 4 of them, so maybe he's looking to
with
get
the glass,
5.
or like the me with the
Maybe he'll be
glasses.
nice enough to share with BC Gaming SA
You know,
because no one's ever been nice enough
we're
to
one
beat
in
them
the
in
same.
a quarterfinal yet.
Well, we'll see what happens. At least I did take a set from SK Kalalas last month. SK Kalalas ended up in the finals, coming second in the end. So that's already something that they can write into their books of their successes. Let's see if they can make it even further today. Maybe take 2 sets or even make it into the semis arc. The predictions are in and they speak a clear language. People at home think that BC Gaming will take this one.
I think that's kind of fair, maybe a little bit extreme, maybe like 70-30, 75-25, something like that, really. But, BC Gaming have been consistently making semis, made the grand finals of March. You kind of have to look at that by comparison to say that, they are the favorites in this quarterfinals matchup. For Dropiados, I mean...
Oh no, I'm so cooked right now. I had to enter my email to lock in that interview. And I forgot to put, when you use Gmail, you gotta put .com. I did not put that .com.
Find their footing this season, but let's see whether these roster movements might make a difference here. Certainly for BC Gaming, though, I feel like it's gonna probably just kind of elevate them more.
8%
BC Gaming
is
want to
insane.
repeat what they did before. They came into the finals once in March. They want to make it that far at least. I love to see those predictions, by the way, because the closest one so far from people who voted was between Loud and the Gnosis Esports. So they were definitely
Jubileo
or
is
holding together
insane.
with those underdogs. Gnosis.
Wait,
Didn't
that's
reach 3-0
not
in
the
end.
time
Let's
that
see
was
if
told.
Dropiados can prove the haters wrong. Only 8% voted for them.
I got a text that said 10:30 a.m. and I look and it says 3 p.m. These are 2 different times. What the fuck?
Again, deliver a lot of control. Lumi's gonna be that first pick here. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw some Ellie here. Oh, she's banned out. Never mind. Draco maybe as a tank option. Maybe an Eve and Angelo, something like that. Kenny, ready? Sorry.
I'll be Kenny for a moment. I would likewise be surprised if Ali showed up because she's like a must ban here. You look at all those bushes, you look at the water. It is an Ali's paradise, and we might just spend most of our lives living in there. But you know who else can occupy that? Something else that can float over water, and that's going to be Eve. Decently solid selection, but I think it gets countered by a lot of stuff. And besides getting that initial mid control, gets outmatched in a lot of situations. Crow is going to be here to keep that control. So the strategy from BC Gaming is going to be pretty much get the initial control or just get the positioning with Eve, and then they'll have Crow come in to hold it for as long as possible.
Coming in for Dropiados, it's their kind of second highest border in scrims, the top one being the Kaze, which isn't banned out, so it could still make an appearance here for them, which would finalize a pretty decent comp in my opinion here for them. Let's see. Crow coming back in for South America, definitely going to be taking the place there of the body, being banned out on the side of Dropiados as well. I think it's actually making a bit of a comeback. I don't mind it as much. Carl, though, is going to be the final pick to the Dropiados comp there. Probably which I quite
Buff
like,
Jesse.
actually. Certainly going to be, yeah, the Carl. I thought they would have picked that up, to be honest, on the side of Dropiados. But they went with the Carl. Personally, I do prefer the Kaze myself, so I'm very much looking forward to this BC Gaming comp. I think that Eve, despite not being the flash,
I think I'm fine with Jesse and I didn't bumped.
Makes some sense to pick up the Eve in that situation there, as you know you're not going to be running into that sort of on that side of things. But yeah, I think the Kaze is really such a good brawler. I'm just surprised that Dropiados went with the Carl. Not to say that Carl's a bad brawler, definitely can get some good value for sure, and a very strong gadget as well, with the heat ejector on the safe. But the Kaze,
I like the Kaze.
I just feel does have a bit of the advantage here.
Well, Carl, in my opinion, is here specifically to deal with the Eve. Just so good into her, but ends up trading on the right side pretty much immediately. It's going to be an advantage for BC Gaming SA, and they have their brawlers in precisely the positions that they want. You see Carl's going to be looking for this matchup on the right side, trying to keep Jubileu at bay, but cannot stand inside of that super. Jubileu now rotating over towards this Lumi on the left side. That is definitely his target. He is on his man, and he's also keeping the distance, trying to play around this corner. It's going to be the first shield coming out of Dropiados FA safe. BC Gaming SA are in
Kaze's
perfect
gadget
position.
time
They have
is
all the right
like
matchups that
so
they want.
insane.
Derp also
He
is
needs to get
safe and
nerfed.
sound over here. Maybe getting the wall peep versus Carl and getting that hypercharge super pop down.
Jubileo's going crazy. Lovely attention to detail there just to ensure the maximum damage onto the safe every single time. Staying alive. He's just been untouchable for his team. And now that's safe. All the stages are down. And BC Gaming are in that finalization stage. Loka going in now with the defense booster shielding for that gadget.
Oh, loading. How are you?
One that I think's definitely used quite a lot in this region. Now trickling down from 15% as well. Dropiados so slow to the mark. Fanstorm on the safe now as well. And surely this one's all done.
A little bit on the tired side at the moment.
With a rockstar start, Jubileu with the jubilation after a single game win. I mean, they made it look pretty easy there. They got exactly the trades that they wanted off the beginning. They had positioning for Eve and Crow. Those are the brawlers that they needed at mid to hold control. And they sent Jubileu up aggressive versus Lumi so reliably. He's going to be looking for the instant matchup versus Brian right off rip. And Derp should be getting this kill versus Bast on the right side.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay. Definite misplay here from Eve that gives the initial control to the right side. But Bast cannot hold back Jubileu. He's specifically here to respond to that Lumi. And also to generate some
yeah,
otherwise
understand
aggression.
loading.
BC Gaming have that control of mid for now.
Brian going in. Finds Jubileu. Loco there as well. Able to stay standing. Portox much healthier in HP. These shots have got to land though. A lot of the survivability of BC Gaming cannot be left unchecked. Jubileu on the left hand side does find that pickup. Now Bast on the right hand side does need to be taken down himself at 516. Does need to stop shooting and start healing. Derp in the mid now. Gonna pop these bow mines as well and actually evade those Lumi Morning Stars from recurring back. So nice stuff from him. Nice
He didn't need
to
to gadget there, but
BC
oh well.
Gaming, they're just looking really quite comfortable.
This
Just
game is
clearing
over.
house on all lanes, keeping everyone low, staying in mid, great control.
Dropiados FA are looking at some comeback potential, though. They at least have a hypercharge for Brian, who's trying to stay away from this Crow. Crow is a hypercharge now as well. It's perfect. Whoa, what a takedown for Bast on the right side. But he can't really get control. He's struggling to get inside of this mid. Portox, much of the same, though thankfully these walls have been broken open. It's pretty excellent for Dropiados FA, and here comes the super in from Brian. But Loco manages to weather it, and Derp picks up the kill. Now hypercharge super in from Portox. It's going to be tons of damage on the safe, and look at that. He's also popping the gadget to get some additional damage. Only 9% to speak of for Dropiados FA. They're doing a better job of defending this time, but now they're throwing caution to the wind, leaving their safe entirely open to try and commit for a base race.
Oh,
Bosa,
hypercharge.
hypercharge.
Timing there on the hypercharge of the Crow as the heist safe was shielded there. But I'm just so blown away by how Jubileu is playing right now on this Kaze. I mean, some fantastic shots down to the Carl of Brian to then leave him for his teammates to pick up. The marks really on the way through as well, just spot on. And I think the stats are going to be really much in his favor now as this game is all over. Dropiados had not a single look in really. A couple of moments here and there, but it just never felt like BC Gaming lost control.
And I feel like Dropiados are quite well aware as well. I mean, you see Lumi spinning and shooting there at the end. That Crow Hypercharge was quite suspect. I feel like BC Gaming are quite aware. It's a good thing that a misplay like that didn't cost them this one, and I think it's going to be a bit of a wake-up call to lock in real quick, because they are still vulnerable here, even though they are the expected victim.
Yeah, with the new heist, all you have to look out for is that bubble. You want to pop it as quickly as possible, and when it's shortly before the pop, you maybe don't want to hypercharge Crow on it, but it happened and they still won. So all good for BC Gaming SA so far. To me, it's just super funny how I have to completely rewire my brain. Every single time I see Jubileo, I'm thinking, oh, Casa Brawl is playing. Oh, never mind. We're not there yet. They're going to play in quarterfinal number 4. He definitely stood out to me here. Kaze, phenomenal into the Lumi. Carl and Bo has 3 free kills, does so much damage onto Safe Arc. You mentioned it coming into the draft already, how strong she is. It's a surprise to me that she's even been open and that she's not been picked up until that last pick there.
Yeah, it was the final pick, and Dropiadis is number 1 brawler in scrims. Definitely going to be kicking themselves for that. You can't really make those kinds of mistakes. It was theirs for the taking, and they went with the call.
New Horizons is up next, one of the new maps that we haven't seen in June. We did see it already
Oh.
last weekend in East Asia.
I didn't know they
in
actually
May.
edited it.
And it's a map that has brought out some new ideas. We have seen the resurrected comp around Ruffs, where you just want to play him with the healing star power to just give your teammates an amount of HP that is out of the park. And yeah, it's just something that we haven't seen in a very long time. Ruffs, maybe a Gene paired with it, can work on this map, and it's something that we haven't seen all year until last weekend. Ready?
If there's anywhere we're going to see it, it's got to be on New Horizons. This map brings out all the cheese, because you have the strategy of waiting behind an obstacle for the entire round and then rearing your ugly head to cheese whatever it may be. That could be a kit, that could be a buster, whatever can sit behind a wall and get super for free. Daryl as well is totally viable here. And it's going to be the objective of the bans, of course, to get a good first pick and to prevent good first picks, but also to prevent some of that cheese. Some of the stronger things have already been banned out. Of course, you got to acknowledge that alley, which curiously is banned out by BC Gaming SA because they anticipated Dropiadis would give it to them. So good call on their part. Dropiadis FA also getting rid of a great first selection in the Gene. They have left the Angelo open.
Bunny's banned out here. No surprises. Angelo is going to be one of the best brawlers to have on here. You do have some water you can go on, and he also has one of the longest ranges in the game, so it makes sense on an open map like this one. As Reddy has mentioned already, you want some of those brawlers that get super for free. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Buster or a Daryl. Instead, we are seeing Hank once again. Paired with the Jaeyoung, he has something in the back to always heal him up again, giving the speed when he needs it. Do like that comp so far from Dropiadis.
They haven't really scrimmed this match too much, actually, but the Hank was by far their number 1 pick.
Okay, well, I didn't think you should let me know.
BC Gaming now.
I'll be having fun time over there.
Their number 1 pick in scrims, so good awareness by Dropiadis, but the Kaze is definitely still a dangerous brawler, which they would love to pick up themselves. The Bell as well could be a good shout for them. Yeah, they like the long range stuff, so going to be choosing that one first. Wouldn't be at all surprised if the next one is the Kaze, but Buster as well, Otis as well. Those brawlers can definitely be a problem. Yeah, it's kind of like what they want to have. The only brawler which they haven't got is the Gus. Everything else is by far their top played brawlers on this map. So I don't mind the bans for Dropiadis, but the Gus was definitely the most targeted. I think the others are mainly just kind of what they don't want to play into.
I don't think they want to play into something that synergizes, right, around that Gus. You can pick up the Gus and then go something aggressive. They didn't really feel like dealing with that late game. BC Gaming SA, they're opting for really like double snipers and then an assassin. So that's going to make Jaeyoung a little bit more vulnerable. I really think Jaeyoung should win like a 1v1 matchup against Kaze, as long as he's in healing mode and he has that gadget ready. So that's something to look out for. That Kaze is going to be getting some positioning for BC Gaming SA, though I do find them a bit vulnerable sort of towards the later stages. It's going to be very important that Bell gets some nest eggs in the vital positions, and also that Angelo gets a super for the end game. If he doesn't, then they are pretty much guaranteed to lose that round, just because of the health that is going to be boasted by the combo of Jaeyoung and that Hank at the same time. Lanes seem to be going fairly well for BC Gaming FA off rip, though. Dropiadis FA don't seem very intent on combining that Jae Young and the Hank up at the beginning of the game. Instead, they're playing 3 individual lanes, curiously.
Yeah, Derp's going to get a ton of value if Dropiatus are not careful. Especially if they're punching the Kaze. Look at that, nice reverse polarity gadget as I'm speaking. And yeah, you can't really turn your back. And I'm just a bit concerned with how little Dropiatus have really been kind of scrimming the maps they got in the quarterfinals. And maybe they're just feeling really confident with going full to the semis. But so far, bunched together against a Bell is pretty much the first thing that you don't do. And you can just see the value just coming off the back of this as now Jubilair as well behind the line of action. It's looking really quite bleak already for Dropiatus. We're only just getting started in this set.
That was kind of strange to watch there. I feel like Portox had that kill and he had a little bit too much trigger discipline. Opted to not fire off the bubble at all, and what would have otherwise been a kill onto Jubilee, who's going to be sneaking up invisibly on the left side. He's got his hypercharge. Same for Derp.
Mini
well.
Mina,
She
thank
was
you for the
practically
raid. That
served
was
to
a
him on
stream.
silver platter in the last game. Here comes the hypercharge in from Jubilee. Free kill, and could honestly
Yo,
be a
Bin
round
Banana,
victory
welcome
for BC
back.
Gaming SA at this
Hello, hello,
point,
hello.
since they have
How's
such an
everyone?
advantage, but is swiftly taken back by
Leo,
Brian to bring
welcome.
us down to
Ellis, I
2v2.
don't know if I'm pronouncing these names correctly,
Quite crucial.
but welcome,
Brian could have
welcome.
make something of this, but missing the shots is not how you get it done. Fortunately, prior to the mech going down on the side of BC Gaming, the Hank
Our stream is
marked, and
going
that
well.
is
We're
a
just
saving
chilling
grace
today.
for themselves.
Just
Now, Jubilee
watching
goes in, Brian, a ton
multi-finals.
of weakness, and they should be able to clear up this Piper, no problems at all. Brian gonna try to make it a bit more challenging and difficult, but the round surely we're going the way of BC Gaming. Brian's not gonna go down that easy, but the gas coming in, he's got nowhere to go. And this game then, as swiftly as that,
Hello,
goes the
Samuel.
way of
How are
BC
you?
Gaming.
I feel like there was potential, really, for Drope Autos to get that very first round there. If maybe Portox had gotten the kill on Kaze, which I feel like he absolutely should have. He had the 4K bubble, and Kaze was in position. Totally possible for Drope Autos FA to get something done here. What they haven't really been able to deal with is this aggression from Jubileu. They're going to keep the same lanes as game number 1, which didn't work out for them. But what they're hoping to do better on is to keep that positioning. And so far, it's been quite a success. Here comes some healing as well into Portox to keep him alive. And Drope Autos FA are falling into pretty similar positions to last time. Now that Jubileu doesn't have his positioning from the beginning of the round, I would say there's a chance. But Portox is being pretty obedient when it comes to falling back in the face of pressure.
Gonna surely fall now as well as Jubilee comes in straight for the juggler. Almost finds 2. Brian forced to jump away there. And it is a 3 versus 2 scenario.
Way to
Loco
go.
still
Sounds
down the bottom
good.
side.
Thank you for dropping by with the
Floating
raid.
on that water. And immediately Dropiatus back to old ways. The deficit's not going to be going in their favor in this regard. Fanstorm out for Juby as well. And on the right hand side, Bast trying to get some utility down, but not really working alongside his teammates. It seems to me just a little bit, not really handing any hills or speed over to his team, just kind of always doing his own thing. And Jaeyoung is a support brawler. You need to support your team with it. And so far, Dropiatus is doing none of that.
It's been an extremely disjointed strategy from Drope Autos FA so far. They are finally going to combine this in perhaps a bit of a last-ditch effort. We'll see if it works for them. They've got the speed, they've got the healing on the Portox, but the hypercharge comes in from Derp. He's immediately marking up this Piper. It's going to make her quite vulnerable, especially to Loco on the right side. Meanwhile, on the left, Portox is just holding his position. This is what I really expected the strategy to be. That's a kill from Loco off screen. On the right side, Portox is going to be in hot pursuit. No jump from Loco either. So Drope Autos FA are able to drop this down to a 2v2.
Now we really do need to see that Jaeyoung work with the Hank. Certainly to bring in some speed to moving forwards, but running the heel at the moment. So playing much defensively, and these bell shots continue to ricochet. Jubilee on the left-hand side, lurking in. Now thinking better of it as the gas comes in. It does leave a bit of an opening door. Derp is going to capitalize down on, gets Bast marked up there as well, and Bast will fall, making this Hank takedown far more straightforward. There's a hypercharge though. All is not done. Derp is low, Jubilee is low as well. It's a 1v1. Can Portox do it? No! BC Gaming seal and secure it. The set is theirs.
Potential once again to bring things home, but the positioning was just expert there from Bell. I feel like it could have been taken back by Hank if that little hypercharged torpedo from Hank hadn't been dodged. I saw opportunities for Drope Autos FA to make this work, but in the end, BC Gaming SA, I think they had a better comp and they had way better mechanics.
Fortox there in the end. The dream was there, but yeah, it just didn't work out in the end. He did get 2 kills, most on his team. Once again, Kaze, last pick from BC Gaming, hands them the win, I feel. So much pressure that they were able to do with her. Jubileo really popping off on that brawler. Of course, Bell also with a lot of kills, but also thanks to Jubileo just doing so much pressure at all times. The Hank just couldn't do the same, even though he had a healer in the back arc.
Yeah, did he really? That's my point. Like, the Jaeyoung just really wasn't doing anything at all. And I mean, it's not got the. Yeah, I'm just saying how it is. I mean, you saw the donut for yourself in the stats. I mean, it's not got the lowest of play rates. It's got a relative. I mean, relatively high play rate, to be fair, but the win rate's down at 40%. It's just not really the map that caters for it. I mean, if you're working with a strategy, a firm strategy in mind, and you're there to support your team, then sure, it can work, but I just felt like it was so disjointed.
No, I like the bold statements. Keep them coming, honestly. At least it gives us something to talk about. Reddy, would you also say that Jaeyoung wasn't doing anything?
I wouldn't say he was not doing anything. I feel like they had to spread out so they didn't surrender a lane, and it wound up with him like not really supporting the Hank that much, unfortunately. Just the lanes didn't work in their favor overall. Also, like the Piper
almost
didn't
nothing
really do all that
happened.
much for him. Piper's not that great into Bell. Like it's it's an okay sniper response, but Bell should win that. And I really think that Bell did most of the heavy lifting for that composition from BC Gaming SA, and I feel like Drapeados FA need to heavily take that into account in this next draft so they're not so vulnerable to the brawler that profits so much off of you staying close together.
I think Hank wasn't the wrong idea to pick him up, especially when your opponents have a thrower, to make sure he doesn't just hide behind walls, but maybe not as a first pick. Heading over to Rise Season, very similar concept. You want to get those kills in, and this is the map where originally that Ruff's comp was founded that I was talking about. Let's see if we're gonna see it again today, or if that's just something that works and is tested in EMEA. Jean, Kaze, and Ellie are going to be banned out on the right-hand side. Angelo, first pick from the BC Gaming once again. Yeah.
I don't know what happened. It's just kind of annoying, to be honest. If it crashes again, I'm just gonna end the stream and go to sleep.
Certainly surprised to see it though. The Gus was BC Gaming's top pick here by far, and Angelo wasn't really kind of used that much, and that could be meaning that they just kind of kept it in the back pocket, kept it away from the stats, and just so confident in that regard. They're just going to be able to bring it out. The Gus then swiftly picked up a Dropiadas. Yeah, interesting stuff. Hank is available here, going to be going with the Lumi first. I don't mind that at all. But the Hank here is definitely a fearful brawler that I think is going to be highly considered here. I feel like, it's the kind of map for it. It's hard to kind of push into and great to push against. So let's see what BC Gaming are thinking next. But certainly the Bell would be a good counter towards the Hank if they want to kind of lock that in for themselves and then double down with it. I wouldn't be opposed to that whatsoever. Kenji as well was another one that he kind of flaunted around. Bell, maybe Hank next.
Worthy prediction though. So BC Gaming SA, they're going with like the same old. I think Angelo is always going to be an amazing first pick. Bell with the traps, he can get free kills. Carl counters a bunch of different stuff and also slices through stuff that would usually trip up that Bell. It's also going to keep them pretty, I think, secure against anything that needs to stay close together. Here comes the Ollie that can be marked up by the Bell, so there's some play there. Ollie's also going to be able to use Hypnosis to punish this Carl. So I'm seeing massive potential here for Drapeados FA. I want to see who gets that blue star first. My expectation is that it's going to be BC Gaming SA because they do have Carl, so they should be getting that blue star, and then opt to play defensively for the entire time. So it means that Drapeados FA are going to have to synergize around pretty much camping BC Gaming SA spawn, hopefully getting a kill, and then being able to get out of there. But look at this. Loco has opted not even to go for that gadget. So it's debatable which gadget he's going for, but given that he didn't use the flying hook already, I would say he's probably running the heat ejector.
Wow, the Dropiadas. It's so hard to kind of feel like they've got much of a chance here despite having a really solid comp, because they just haven't shown us anything yet, and so far that's the first star going their way, but it was probably more a mistake from the side of BC Gaming than anything else on a map that's really kind of quite tough to push into. Jubilator should be running the wall piercing side of things on the gadget front, so let's see whether that can get any value as well. That's going to come in now and hypnotize Loco, forcing him back into the spawn. That's a great synergy with the Lumi there as well. So Dropiados, as soon as I'm saying that they're likely to fall, they're actually proved me wrong, and I'm all for it.
They're going for this defensive playstyle, with Portox doing a lot of that heavy lifting. He's got the Morning Stars down, and now he's just looking for the best positions to get that gadget online. Especially if someone from BC dares step into the range, would they be forced to slide forward and then Portox and Brian can punish? They're gonna look for it on, whoa, what a move from Loco. I don't think anyone saw that coming. Yeah, a well-deserved spin. He didn't reveal to anyone that he was running Flying Hook, and it cost a super for Dropiados, cost him a life on the left side as well. And now BC Gaming SA are closing in, just a 1-star margin.
A nice mark there from Derp as well. On the highest starred player on the side of Dropiados. So if they can just find him, or Brian is lurking on that mid side at low HP. And Jubilair might be able to pop a gadget here, potentially through the wall. Doesn't even need to do that. Finds it round the side. And as quickly as that, and there's the second as well. Lovely stuff for BC Gaming now, certainly on the retreat, and with so little time on the side of Dropiados' hands, they can't really do much about it either. Just
And died instantly before the gadget even finished, really? That's
gonna be a
crazy.
match point now for BC Gaming.
Look at that. The smiles as well. That was an awesome gadget from Carl. I'm sure there are folks in the audience watching like, yeah, obviously he's running Flying Hook, but I was impressed. That was some pretty good concealment of information that managed to catch Dropiados FA off guard, cost him a Lumi super, and allowed BC Gaming SA to push in off of that. They're gonna get the blue star on Jubileu this time. Dropiados FA were smart to not even try and get that blue star. They just gotta find their way through mid. Portox is pinched right off rip though. I wonder why he decided to go mid, knowing full well that he would get pinched by Derp and Jubileu. But they're really throwing anything at the wall and seeing what sticks, because they haven't really found a way to get in and punish BC Gaming in their spawn yet.
Portox slowed, but no angle found on the side of BC. Just sitting back in the spawn as they can afford to do at this stage of the game, and hope that Dropiados make the mistake. So far, BC Gaming have just been so consistent and so present in this series. And Dropiados falling behind. That's there over Hypnosis. But Jubilair now able to heal, I was going to say, but Brian finds the pickup. A lovely one for him. And the blue star now with Dropiados.
BC Gaming SA playing this one nice and slow. Could be got out of position. Here comes Bast in with the super and decides, nah, not going to go for it. Had an opportunity to gadget in, but he got tripped up on that piece of sushi on the left side. Here comes a hypercharge out from Derp on the right side, marking up Brian. It's a great target, but they're all low. They lose one of their number, and now the advantage is back over to Dropiados FA. 3 members strong, looking for a nice, slow retreat out, especially with this gadget popped by Lumi. Just trying to survive in their spawn. They got to do so in the face of a hypercharge from Carl that is really just impending.
Yeah, Portox is going to be cautious here on his left-hand side. Going to get pinched between Derp and Jubilair if he's not careful here. 5 stars and the blue to the 2 of BC Gaming, but we've seen the turnaround previously. Can we see it again from BC? Time still ticking. Brian still marked. There's one. Blue star still Dropiados though. I don't think Brian is going to be going down anytime soon. Just getting away there on the map. Nice stuff from Dropiados. It's not over just yet. Defending up a match point. They got to do that all over again.
Naturally, we can never get a 6-0 sweep. It's the second time today that we've seen 4 game wins in a row. And then we get like a win by the team that is about to be totally swept in just 3 sets. Dropiados FA are holding on. It's still a match point for BC Gaming SA. Big move for Dropiados was getting that early game punish. Whoa, and a pick for Jubileu around the right side. It's going to be an early game advantage for BC Gaming SA and no utility for Dropiados FA to boot.
Better this time round. BC, Brian's still low. And now on the right side, so is Portox.
Yeah, her
Very
streak
careful
is
here. They're
fine.
pushing
She
into
was
this
here
side
earlier
behind this
before it
pass pops there. Left
crashed.
leg as well slows him down.
Oh,
Jubilair tapping as well. The
Guto.
poison gonna be tapping
It's
even
Guto.
more. Beyond that point, Brian has the shield. That's something, but he preferred to combine it and save the utility. So a bit of a tough position now for Dropiados. They've got to be able to go into this spawn side with surgical precision here. Jubilee is still tapping Brian here. He's about to pop the shield and use it on his own.
In with the gadget, that's a kill for
I don't
Loco.
even
He's
know
looking for
Octo.
2, but he's slowed down by Portox.
I don't know about that. I didn't have the chat
Attempting
open.
also to defend these shots and ends up not getting hit except by one. It was an important opportunity to heal up, and it gets him out with his life. On the left side, a kill for Derp, another one on the right for Loco. He's hypnotized. What a range
Yes,
from
thank
that.
you, Gito.
Mid-gadget
I don't know
for the
why it's
guy.
been happening
And
recently.
Kill goes
It
away,
might just have
Dropeado's
something to
FA
do with the fact I was
quickly
checking out
avenged by BC
Streamlabs
Gaming
OBS,
SA.
so it might
Also
be
gotten a hypercharge
yeah,
shot
too
from
much on my
Derp
laptop
onto
at the same
Portox,
time.
and they're looking primed and ready for a huge defense, or perhaps an offense as well to kick things off. That's a hypercharge super from Jubileu to get 1 kill and put BC Gaming SA in a winning position in the final 20 seconds.
Oh, look at Portox there, marked up and in a really tough position now, especially with no gush shielding to helping hand it. And these derp shots are going to ricochet as Loco goes in. Buys 2, might even get a third at the back of this if he gets out the hypnosis in time. The Stars go back over to Dropeado's, but it's still such a substantial lead for BC Gaming,
that's
who gets
that's
it
weird.
done. They're through the semis.
Well done, BC. We
Maybe
knew it
try
had it in
refreshing
ya.
Twitch to
And
see what
Dropeado's
happens.
FA are here for the 5P. They are continuing to amass those top 8 trophies, and they're only 1 month away from perfect consistency. Now, jokes aside, I am rooting for Dropeado's FA to get a quarterfinals victory at some point, but you're playing one of the top teams in the region. Naturally, it's going to be a rough ride.
They didn't make it out of the quarters this month either, but maybe next month is their time finally. It's the last chance they get after all, so fingers crossed for them. BC Gaming will move on, and let's see if they make it all the way. They kind of have to if they want to be dangerous to Loud and SK Kalala sitting at that top 1 and 2 slot, and those two are also the world final slot. Playing well once again, but the draft, in my opinion, once again, even though we see a Gus and a Lumi, arguably 2 of the best in the current meta, I feel like the Angelo Bell and Carl just had a little bit more of a synergy, especially the Ollie to me. The last pick, I kind of disagree with it, but overall, Dropeados at least takes a game. They can be proud of themselves, and let's hope they come back stronger next month, Arc.
Yeah, well, they need to. they do need to. It'd be nice to see them make the semis once this season, but BC Gaming were just all over that. It was just a really, really dominant showing. There wasn't really much that we saw from Dropeados, aside from mistakes. A couple of glimmers here and there, but I think just kind of outskilled now, outmatched, to be honest.
I was especially looking out for Derp on that bell, making sure he always marked the person with the most stars on the opponent's side. Really like to see that that's exactly how you want to play that bell, and Angelo managed to get so many kills thanks to that mark. So yeah, great synergy between those 2 long-range brawlers. Now we're heading over to our quarterfinal, number 4 match, the one match where not even we were really sure what to vote on. I think 2 of us, was it Reddy and me, said SK Kalalas is gonna take it. After all, they did make it into the grand finals last month, and then Kenny and Ark said Kesabrul will take this one. I'm eager to see what the people at home have voted. You still have a minute to do that now, because we're heading into a quick break. Welcome back to the July monthly finals. We're on day 3. South America is going on right now. We're also done with quarterfinal number 3.
Fall asleep?
Now
Yeah, I
heading
did.
into the next one. Unfortunately, I can't welcome back Kenny. Unfortunately, some storms are going on in his
Yeah,
region,
there's a
but,
couple of
he's
them.
making sure he can be back for the next match for now. Unfortunately, we're stuck with Ark and Ready. really sad.
It's just the worst.
Wasn't SKC? I don't remember.
Yeah, I totally only met one of you, sure. Yeah,
What
we're
place do you think
looking
Loud
at
would
the
be in
MVP of the previous
EMEA?
match,
I
Ray.
don't.
Who do you think it is?
Maybe like top
Tell
9.
me it's Jubileu. Yeah, I was correct. Okay, because Sunny decided that we weren't going to get to know who the match MVP is until it came up on screen. So I had a 1 in 3 shot at getting this right, but also Jubileu has been an important pickup.
Caesar
for this
got a hit
roster,
pro. I mean, I want to try.
And they
Let's see what
absolutely
happens.
swept this one away. They only lost a single game.
As long as my iPad doesn't die on me.
So far, we didn't go all
Yes,
the
my
way
iPad
now
has
to quarterfinals
been
today.
struggling.
3-0 for Loud, 3-1 for Alpha 7, 3-1 for 3-0 for BC.
Only
as well.
do.
And
I
now
mean,
this one could
you can.
finally be a longer one. We're
The
heading
best
into
you can
quarterfinal
do
number
is all
4.
you can
It's a
do.
close one.
If you can't do it, then
Castle
you can't do
versus
it.
SK Kalala's Arc.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. I really, really am. And the prospect of potentially Casa Brawl making semis and then facing up against their former teammate, that would be a nice storyline. But again, SKC last month, they looked really, really solid. For Casa Brawl, it has not been that kind of Cinderella story this season for them. It's been a rough ride, and therefore the roster changes were needed. Losses in the quarterfinals of April and June, but the February was a very, very solid one. But since then, it's kind of been dwindling down rather than getting better.
I'm super excited for this one. Sitting at that second and third slots, they're fighting for the second world final spot in this region. Loud, pretty sure to take that first one, but who's gonna be next in line? It's either SK Kalalas or BC Gaming. Sorry, Casa Brawl sitting in that fourth slot, so they're also still fighting for their lives.
The
Only
Pro League
14
players get
points
banned?
behind
No.
SK Kalalas. We also have something
At
lined
least
up
not
today
yet.
again. We had the chance to talk to Roll, and let's hear what he has to say about their match today.
SK Kalalas es uno de los equipos más difíciles de la región, sin duda alguna llevan demostrándolo durante todo el año y aunque siempre ha sido con alguna pieza diferente, siempre han conseguido hacerse incluso mejor equipo y dar muy buen espectáculo, entonces creo que va a ser un partido muy muy difícil. Además tenemos a Dan como entrenador que siempre consigue sacar alguna genialidad debajo del sombrero, así que nada, esperemos poder ganarles porque a pesar de ser un buen equipo, creo que mi equipo está mucho más en forma que ellos.
Casa Brawl currently in that fourth slot in the leaderboards. They are sitting in that last slot for the LCQ. Still have chances to make World Finals, but for today, their goal is to just keep that LCQ slot at least ready.
Yeah, and they really are in the danger zone right now because they're only 19 points ahead of Alpha 7, and Alpha 7 won their quarterfinals match, so that makes it even closer. Pretty much, Casa Brawl cannot afford to lose this quarterfinals match. If they do, then they forfeit their LCQ spot, at least for this month. So it is a real tight matchup. They need this win very badly.
And we had a little roster swap that we discussed before already. Jubileu swapping with Doritos. Casa Brawl now also have a new player. And he tweeted. Let's have a look at what he was saying over there. It does mean monthly finals today. Good luck to all two teams. Hope everything goes well. And I think that shows some true sportsmanship to wish luck to all his opponents as well, Ark. You love to see it.
Very sweet, lovely stuff. I mean, this region, like I said, they're all very close. They all get along, and for the most part, there's already any beef. And if there is, it's kind of all within the spirit of South America. It's kind of like a unique region in that regard. They're really good at kind of like doing what we do in the UK and kind of like giving jabs towards their friends and taking it on the chin. So it's great to see.
They're also not really involved in any of the beef going on between EMEA and NA. Usually South America is just loved by everyone. They like each other. It's just, harmonious region, if you can say that. Casa Brawl versus SK Kalalas overall, I think, is going to be the closest quarterfinal. At least I hope it is. Both of them still fighting for the World Final slots, as mentioned. Casa Brawl still trying to keep that LCQ slot going for them as well. And SK Kalalas did make it all the way to the Grand Finals last month ready.
Yes, and now, though, they're presented with a problem. They
What
have a
currency
void
do the
within
players
the
receive?
region because Brian left in the spring and ever
It
since
probably
then,
converts
it's
to
been
whatever
Brian
country
shaping
you're
their
in,
hearts.
but
And they've been trying to fill that void with
I think
numerous
the
different
easiest way to
They
look
tried
at it is
Meliodas,
just
they tried
USD.
Bacon, and now they got Prozy. Now he's made it to the grand finals before with Zarita Gang, so he's got that. In fact, at that point, they managed to take down SK Kalalas in the quarterfinals. So that's a respectable resume to be coming in here with. And once again, to reiterate, I would say he's one of the better candidates to be joining the roster in the later stage of the season.
Once again, a little roster switch. We're gonna have to be switched on for the match today and rewire whenever we see Brian on the field. It's actually not playing Sareet again playing, it's actually SK Kalalas. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how their chemistry is already working out. Just like Casa Brawl, they don't really have the time or had the time yet to build their chemistry, build the communication between themselves. But for what was it? Sorry, I forgot the name. BC Gaming. It seemed to work out with Jubileo. Now I'm sure for Casa Brawl it's going to work out as well.
Yeah, I feel like for Casa Brawl, they've had a very good scrim rate this time round. You know, we saw in the qualifiers, it was smoother. Their results in monthly finals have not been fantastic, though, recently, let's be honest. Some quarterfinals exits and some things to iron out for sure. I want to kind of see how they can recover from this, or if they can recover at all, because clearly on event.brawlstars.com, no one thinks that's going to happen. 84% with SKC is kind of disgusting, honestly, when you consider that Casa Brawl last year were neck and neck every step of the way with, you know, what would be loud this season. It's just kind of like been a little bit of a tough watch, but maybe on the event side, they're not too aware of the roster movements and the self-awareness of Casa Brawl to make some changes.
Wouldn't be too surprised. We, of course, get that behind-the-scenes details ahead of the show, but not everybody that voted did. Let's see what those two teams can show us here. The casters are split down the middle as well, so don't feel too bad if you didn't know what to vote here. We're heading into draft number 1, quarterfinal number 4. It's Casa Brawl, a new one, versus SK Kalalas, also with a new player. Ali is going to be banned out. I'm sure Kenny is very sad about it if he can see the stream with his internet crash just due to a storm. Kaze and Streka also banned out, so a lot of aggression out of the way here already. It seems like SK Kalalas might want to dabble with something a little less tanky themselves, not only going onto Assassins or Assassins counter like the meta at the moment is usually.
I'm looking at Casa Brawl's bans right now, and I'm unsure of what they were going for. Because typically when you have first pick, you use your bans to get like a fire first pick, ban all the counters to it. And Janet just doesn't stand out to me as one of those brawlers where you can ban all the counters and it's gonna pop off. It's more of just a stable mid. So in my casterly opinion, it's a bit of a waste of a first selection, but hey, at least they got their Janet that they were searching for. SK Kalalas are gonna go ahead and fire back with some of the meta stuff. Here comes the Lumi, should be pretty solid for holding down a lane. Gonna be really difficult to deal with as well. Aggression is due to getting close range versus this brawler and mess it up at point blank.
Big fan of these bans by Casa Brawl, shutting down so much of what SKC are looking for here. Yeah, Mr. P gonna come through for them.
No!
It's a kind of wild one, but no, just
Sunny,
no.
Sunny might be a little upset that I said
Sunny's
something
got
earlier.
Something against this
You know,
brawler.
I usually don't chime in the middle of a draft, but why Mr. P again? It never works.
Okay.
South
So-
America, people. There is no
Hey.
reason. It's just picked.
Okay. This was my logic. I think Mr. P is cracked into Lumi, if nothing else, it's a very solid option, and it's the second time that we've seen them picked up in a related context. So that's what I think the math is here, that Mr. P's pretty good against Lumi, and it's also popular in this region, so it just makes sense to go ahead and take it away from your enemy.
I think you're wild right now, Reddy. I think you need to go back to your NA step and think about what you've done, mate. Is it that good? Is it that worthy? I don't know. I just don't think that Lumi's got that many things that really worry her. Certainly not enough to kind of like pair it with the Lumi. Is like, you know, we've got to protect this ball from being in enemy hands. It's just I don't know. I just feel like it's you know, gonna get some value on this kind of map. It's a lot of bush, and certainly Mr. P can get some good information, but it's just kind of not really a brawler which for me is that warranted. I think the hypercharge rate got slightly adjusted unintentionally, potentially, so that might be a reason why some teams are picking it more often than not. But you know, with Mr. P, the hypercharge is the main thing that's going to give you value. It's a long setup process when you get the hypercharge. The best teams will really just at all costs get that spawner taken care of as best as they can. But a lot of these games are going to go by too quickly. You know, teams that are savvy against Mr. P are going to be looking to really, you know, vamp the pressure up and just kind of look at that as I'm saying it. And Casa Brawl immediately go for the Jugular.
Yeah, like, Mr. P can work into Lumi, but it was not the right thing to 2-3 here. They left themselves wide open to a Gray Jackie, and you just gotta have that in the back of your minds here. I'm not really sure what SK Kalalis' strategy was here, because if Gray Jackie slipped their mind in the draft, then honestly, they deserve to lose here, because it should always be at the forefront of your mind here on Double Swoosh. Casa Brawler are going to be just fighting for control at the moment. So far, KR has managed to stay alive and hold on to 3 gems, but P.E.K.K.A is dangerously encroaching on their territory. Still, Doritos has yet to get the Gray super up, which was one of my larger expectations, that he would get it before the Mr. P gets a super, but I couldn't have been more wrong, because so far, SK Kalalis have been great at denying the Gray super. He's finally gotten his first teleport, so now Casa Brawl can start to play for control.
Some connections there from Motep, but not the cleanest. Enough to make a little bit of a dent. 6 gems now to Casa Brawl. And P.E.K.K.A, he's a very aggressive and dangerous player. Now the hypercharged spawners are down for the Mr. P, so this is where things get kind of interesting. If Motep can get super, he might be able to get something done, but he's already just used the hypercharge, so if he gets it, he can't really control it.
Some aggression on the right side from Casa Brawl. They need one more gem to get this countdown. Doritos also keeping this backline push forward. That's 3 and 7 for Casa Brawl. They have a Jackie hypercharge. Motep is alive and healthy, but he would love to have a super right here. Prozy's going to give it to him, which means that P.E.K.K.A needs to be taken down. Motep's able to take to the sky. Prozy's in hot pursuit of a bygone possibility. It'll be Casa Brawl taking away game number 1, and SK Kalalis, while they were excellent at getting that Porter set up early on and even getting a hypercharge around the same time that Gray got his first teleport, it was just not possible to a Gray Jackie. They simply get run down by this strategy, and this one was won in the draft phase in my opinion.
Yeah, the thing was, KR had to place down another Porter spawner to defend against the shots that were coming in to protect the gems. So he had the hypercharge spawner down and then replaced it with just your regular Porter spawner at a pinnacle moment in the game where you would have needed those kind of hypercharge spawners coming in to help you get something back. Probably worth going down for, to be completely honest, because the gems were already with Casa Brawl really after that went down. So a bit of a miss really for me. And P.E.K.K.A goes straight in already, gets a nice takedown, and TP away there the gems for Doritos. So for me, Casa Brawl are playing really, really nicely together, especially when you consider that Doritos has just come onto the team this month.
SK Kalalis SA trying to push forward once more. They are already having to deal with a Gray teleport. P.E.K.K.A is waiting for that opportunity to be able to get into these bushes and take down that Porter for absolutely free, even escapes with his life. That's a Porter in hot pursuit, but KR will not be able to get that much value out of it. He's got no option but to try and defend around the entrance of this teleport, since it goes basically directly to their most vulnerable position. P.E.K.K.A is going to look for a kill. Prozy on the left side attempted to get Doritos, but he got a teleport away. Now it's got to be a kill for Motep on the right side, but Prozy is now circling around trying to get him pinched in. Motep is a dead man, but Doritos has a hypercharge. It's a potential huge teleport, and by using the teleport to hold on to his gems, he's forfeited that position in their mid position. So he's going to have to fight for yet another. So far, it's even between SK Kalalis and Casa Brawl. P.E.K.K.A trying to disrupt things. Gets 2. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's so dominant. P.E.K.K.A again with those assassination brawlers coming in again at the bush there.
I'm looking final so early in the
just staying alive. So far behind now.
I don't know.
For the gems, and look at this. Doritos just sits.
I don't know what he does so early.
Nothing that can be done. Casa Brawl take a very convincing set.
Well done for Casa Brawl. They got to pull out one of the oldest tricks in the book, and it was given to them. The Gray wasn't banned, the Jackie, well, there are more things that you combine with a Gray than a Jackie. But I feel like SK Kalalis just let them have that, and Casa Brawl totally abused that combo that is so typical here on Double Swoosh.
You know how they let them have that win? They picked Mr. P.
I'm not...
Just my opinion,
yes.
though. I think Lumi and Bull would have worked perfectly into Gray Jackie. Bull works wonders, but with the Mr. P in mid, they just didn't really have something in mid that can go in aggressively, pick up those gems, get out safely. So often P.E.K.K.A was there to just sweep him off his feet together with 1 or 2 of his teammates as well. P.E.K.K.A, to me, the absolute MVP in that one. Jackie worked beautifully. Doritos also going aggressive from time to time, fit into his new team. Like, yeah, it was meant to be. I really feel like they have already built that chemistry that we've been talking about, Dark.
Yeah, it's, coming together for sure. It's still very early days, that's to say the least, but SKC made some big blunders in that game. You can see there, just a player like Pekka can just walk all over that. You can't really be doing that. You got to have better communication for sure. But again, the draft. I mean, I just didn't really feel like they had the better draft. Hopefully, we see some adaptations going to pit stop. But this should be a lot closer than this. You got to remember the poll on the event site was so substantially in favor of SKC, and that match didn't say any of that.
Yeah, and in the end, only 50% of those people that voted will get that Pro Pass XP towards the new Pro Pass. So, yeah, I kind of have my fingers crossed for SK Kalala still. I did vote for them. As long as they don't pick Mr. P again. Get me wrong, I do feel like they can still take this one. A dominant 1-0 though for Casabrol so far. We're heading over to Pit Stop now, one of the other maps that we haven't seen in June, coming fresh into that map pool. And a map that could feature some Jackie and Bull action again. Shade and Hank also high up there. Charlie and Cordelius to counter the said brawlers, to just defend. Pit Stop overall, though, has always been the Bull map, and now with the new rework, I feel like he could be featured here again, ready.
Totally possible for Bull to make an appearance here. He does crazy damage on top of that safe, and yes, the rework has made him a whole lot stronger. So very viable selection here, could even be worthy of a ban. And you're also looking at stuff that is able to defend. Charlie has also got to be a top priority. It's one of those where if you can't get it, then you should probably take it away from the enemy team by going ahead and banning. So some main characters on Pit Stop that we have so far. Another standout to me is, of course, the Shade. Can also punish some of the throwers that can usually thrive here as well. Love to see a Barley sneak in and do crazy damage to the safe. Barry is also a strong option just with the mobility, with the damage he gets on the safe, and also with the healing that he can provide to his teammates.
Yeah, Barry Cordelius, top 2 brawlers played on this map in this region. I think Barry's, it is the most played brawler for SKC, so I want to see that banned by Casapol already. I think Charlie here has got to have a heavy consideration for the amount of dive pumps we see on this map, but yeah, Buzz, Shade, like you say, I think Shade's a really good shout. Miko as well, Draco, these are all really scary brawlers on this kind of map, especially Buzz. I feel like Buzz at the moment is ban-worthy here, absolutely so. And the Bull, Ethan, I wouldn't even mind seeing a Bull ban. I think since the rework, he's now very, very scary, very cyclable, and it is. So you can see the Berry, the Bull, and the Hank banned by Casabrol, and the Charlie, the Shade, and the Kaze banned by SKC.
All of the brawlers you mentioned are tanks in the end. Many of them are banned out here. What we still have left are the Miko that we've talked about. Lily would still be an option here. I wonder what is gonna be in the end. Charlie banned out is one of the best defenders. Cordelius still left open, and here he is. Yeah, the only other option I feel that you have to really defend your own safe. What we did see sometimes is a Shelly. Maybe later on in the draw, we're gonna see her too, just because you want to have something against those tanks coming in potentially. Throwers used to be really good on the map, but outside of Barry, we haven't really seen him in the scrims of the past month, ready.
The Cordelius here is quite curious. Like, on this map, it makes sense. For it to be so prioritized is really what's piquing my curiosity. The logic here, I suppose, is that typically you'd have both Cordelius and Charlie as options to counter things, and your enemy isn't going to pick them together. So now there's only one option left, and Casabral felt like, okay, yeah, we gotta go ahead and pick this one up, especially because SK Kalala's had that last pick, and it's also actually a good brawler on this map in general. You're able to use your gadget to jump over those walls. That's really useful. If enemies are hiding behind walls, then you can abuse that as well, because Cordelius charges super by standing in a radius near enemy brawlers. Here comes the alley, though, and we rarely get to see this one. This is without a doubt going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, it's a fantastic brawler, hard to deal with. I kind of wonder whether they might go for Edgar here on the side of Casabral, because if they're going to lock in the Cordelius position early stage, it does give them a bit more of an opportunity to have that kind of brawler in motion, or maybe even the body. It sometimes comes in, RT as well, as we know. Yeah, it's kind of dirty, being able to mark the safe in the current state. It's definitely a lot of the reasons why teams are prioritizing it on Heist more than usual, for sure. Surprised no Draco yet, honestly. I mean, Draco here can be doing tons of work, and As we noticed, the hypercharge, just really, really quite a scary brawler. I still feel like Miko could be an option for Casa Brawl, one that they play a lot in scrims, but definitely seen a little bit of less play rate since the Brawl Cup on that particular brawler, but here's a map where it could definitely work out. Lily coming in. That's one that I didn't sort of see coming for them, but you know, it's been really quite advantageous to have in a lot of other heist maps. It's not one that they kind of tend to play close to their chest in that regard, but it's definitely going to keep SKC on the ropes.
Okay, 2 brawlers from the Enchanted Forest making their appearance here. They're going to be sharing that Shadow Realm at some point, without a doubt. Wonder if that'll synergize. I would say likely not. They're just 2 individually good brawlers. A Carl final selection, really the only thing that could deal with this effectively is maybe Doritos popping him into the Shadow Realm. Motep can pop a gadget and get away, but it wouldn't be the best use. And I suppose P.E.K.K.A always can like have a super, but there's no sort of like CC that can blast him away that is the typical counter to Carl. So that's a play that I'm seeing for SK Kalalas at the moment with this Carl. Should be pretty solid. What they're going to try and do is get that control. Casa Brawl are trying to crank this tempo up to 11 and get to the enemy side as quickly as possible. Just go ahead and base race it out. And you can see Motep has bought the gadget to already get his super. He's going to be trying to defend and then generate an offense off of that.
RHC is a very aggressive player as well, so him on the alley makes me very concerned here for Casa Brawl. And already in a substantial amount of damage goes down, but Motep comes in with the helping hand of that RT on defense. Meanwhile, P.E.K.K.A still on that safe with the Lily, so already 2 stages down and slightly ahead here. SKC might be tailing as now the Lumi comes in. Oh, what a nice suck into the realm there by Doritos jumping over the wall now and trying to bring around the Rosie Prosy. KR coming in on the right-hand side now, the safe marked up as well. RHC lurking and stalking that left-hand side, but much more aware to it now are Casa Brawl. A very, very tight game though.
KR once again in with the heat ejector. He's going to drop that safe dangerously close to 25%. Thankfully for Casa Brawl, they're able to get a victory on the left side. Now they're trying to defend against RHZ, but Cordelius is not fast enough. The unload speed from Ali is just unreal. But Casa Brawl have gotten a position on the left side. P.E.K.K.A into the Shadow Realm. He's going to stay away from RHZ. His position is revealed. He's on the left side, trying to bait things out from RHZ. Despite a hypercharge super, Ali still wins that matchup. And Motep got dangerously close to eliminating SK Kalalas from this game here and now. Prosy in with that hypercharge. Bit of a mistiming. He is at least going to stun Motep. Now he's going to try and finish the job. Meanwhile, SK Kalalas have to defend their own safe versus an aggressive brawler on the right side. In comes P.E.K.K.A, but he's not even able to lay a scratch on this safe.
Very, very close game. SKC, I feel like we've just got the advantage now as RHC approaching with that alley and the Carl, and now the Lumi from the right-hand side. It's going to be a very tough ask on this defense, but Casa Brawl are going to try for it, and they don't manage to see it, but it was very, very close. You've got to give them that. SKC, though, get off the mark. That's 1 game in the pocket.
We're looking at 2 brawlers from Casa Brawl that have ridiculous TTK. Heck, 3 brawlers. RT can split top from bottom and get crazy damage when he's in that split form. And yet, it's not fast enough to deal with Ali. She's popping the Rage gadget, and she's getting these kills in close range before Lily or Doritos can really even react. Motep's going to look for a defense, and RHZ waited for KR to get the kill before moving over to the left side. Doritos has put KR in the Shadow Realm, so that's going to be advantageous for RHZ. Motep finally gets his super back, but RHZ was anticipating that. He opts to rotate back onto defense, just trying to get that last little shot off, because he knew that he was going to be taken down by a respawning enemy anyway. It's a mild advantage for SK Kalalas at the moment. They're tied on tempo. Still, the same amount of shields remaining for both teams at the moment.
Well, Motep, I was going to say, was going to be struggling really to get too much done there, and forced to come back at just the right time too. They come out of the realm with KR here, or rather KR's going to come out of the realm and finds Reese in the way. Like, goes straight into the safe now as well. I mean, this is so funny to see RT and leg form going on the aggressive here in Heist. But now, SKC storming this left-hand side now. A Lumi hypercharge to hand as well. And it won't find a connection. Motep does evade it, but by far from out of the woods. They clear up the alley, but 2 members still on the left-hand side. It's down to Reese to do his best, but he can only put 1 in the realm at a time. There's 1, though, and he finds that. And now Prosy's in trouble in this pinch. That's a good defense.
It's pretty solid there from Casabral. I'm not sure what Prezi was thinking, popping an entire hypercharge super onto the safe for a whopping 3,500 damage, but to each their own. If it gets the win for SK Kalalas SA, then I'll complain a little bit less. RHZ is left completely alone on this safe. It's only going to take him a few attacks to get rid of it. Meanwhile, the safe on SK Kalalas' side is so vulnerable. Look at that RT. It's only barely defended. Pekka needs to fall in the Shadow Realm. Oh my goodness, and the base race wins for SK Kalalas. They had Ali in position, but that was a true buzzer beater. What was that, 982 health on the safe? Oh my gosh, that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it doesn't really get closer than that, does it? Let's be honest. And it could have gone either way, but that's SKC back in the game.
Two very, very close games later, we are evened out now. 1-1 for both those teams. We're going into the third set with high hopes to make it into the semifinals. And honestly, I feel like both of them would really deserve it. Looking at the stats here, RZ with the most kills on his team. Ellie had finally a showing. Lost again though. The win rates are really not that high for this new brawler. Kenny, I'm sure, is crying right now. Doritos, Motep with the most kills on their side. Doritos obviously was just there to defend. He did go to the front a couple of times to also do some damage himself. But with the Cordelius first pick, Casabral really did themselves a favor already.
I think so. It ended up like working okay. SK Kalalas left that open for them and just banned out the Charlie. Was it a bait? Was it just a bad decision for Casabral? Just really bizarre, honestly, in my opinion. And you saw the Cordelius ended the match there with 0 damage to the enemy side. In a heist, it is so important to have that flexibility unless you're facing ridiculous aggression from the enemy side that needs to be stopped. Cordelius is really not your guy.
That's very true. Talking about flexibility here, next map is going to be Goldorm Gulch, and here you can either play something to get those kills first up, open up the map completely with a Brock, maybe Angelo comp, or just wait out until the smoke comes in on the sides. This next set is going to be decisive in who takes the lead. Is it Casabral again, or will now SK Kalalas take that momentum from set 2 into set 3 as well, Orc?
Yeah, I feel like that last set is one that could have gone either way, genuinely.
There's
I feel
a-
like
there you go.
SKC had definitely a very, very aggressive start, but that
six
second game may have
stages
gone against
sequence.
them. But now Casabral have got to
Again,
just realise where
and
they are
again,
in this series.
and
They head back
again.
in the game, for sure. SKC are such a substantial team in this region, and you just cannot take anything for granted. In Goldorm Gulch, of course, you've got to consider a lot of these kind of brawls like the Greys. I think the Charlie as well, banned out here, the Bonnie, the Buster, also as the Jean and the Bell. So pretty decent bans all round for me so far. I like the fact that also is considering a lot of these meta picks. And yeah, I mean, Angelo's available here. I do quite like that as a pick. It's kind of one that SKC might be thinking of here, potentially with the bans that are in motion. Kit, one that pops up sometimes. Otis, Ali's available, but whether it comes forward, it's quite a bold pick to have. In the hands of RHZ, though, I wouldn't mind seeing it come forward later on if he wants to take that risk. But Andrew first pick, yeah, for SKC.
No, I'm
First,
chilling right
SKC, so I
now.
wouldn't be too surprised if
It's a
we now
quiet
finally
stream,
see a Juju. Would
so
definitely be
I
something
get
that
to
works
just
out
chill
on
and
Goldorm
close my
Gulch.
eyes for
RT
a few
could have
minutes
another
while I
shot
wait
here, 'cause
for
Casabral already played
the
it in
drafts and
previous
stuff.
set. Wouldn't be too surprised to see him here either, but as mentioned, Angelo to me one of the best bowlers here. With the water, he has that little tiny bit more space to move, and of course with the range he has, there's not that many brawlers that can be on that same level. We see a dog for the very first time today, and I feel
Wait,
we haven't seen him too often last week.
oh,
and either
actually,
already. How do we feel
if
about
they
them
do
coming
it
to
right,
the
this
field?
could be really good. Because
Okay,
of his
it's weird
healing
because you had
abilities.
the last pick, but here's what I think the math is. You can really reveal that you're gonna try and pick up a Doug later if you have like
yeah.
a feeling.
It is really
Like
early
two
to draft
picks,
Dog,
so maybe
but
that's why they're picking it up here
let's
to
see
keep
what
their last
happens.
pick flexible. Now,
This
the
gives
math
him
that
a-
I'm seeing here
this
for
gives
Doug is
SKC
basically
a
that
Rico
he's able
game, to be
get his
honest.
super by healing teammates. Now that's the biggest
Or
change
like
from
a third
last
game.
patch. So they're going to be trying to get a super for him that way, potentially, have him soak up some damage, heal himself up, and get the super that way, have some resurrection. Now, it's so counterable. So my thought is that they're trying to force SK Kalalas to go some counters to it.
Yeah,
and
there's a
then they're
Brock.
going to punish those tank counters with something long range.
I forgot to
They
say
are still
or wall
keeping
breaker.
themselves safe
I said
with that
everything
RT.
else 6 after
And look
that.
at this selection from SK Kalalis SA. The Brock should be pretty decent against this
Mm.
Doug because while he does have a lot of health, he doesn't have any
They need
defensive
something
abilities,
that's
so
like
Ruck should
just
be
a
able to
solid
have him
overall
up
pick.
quite reliably
You don't
at
need
long
a
range.
thrower.
Start breaking open this
You don't
map
need
for
a
Ansem as well.
tank.
Yeah, just break the whole thing down. Obviously, it's
8-bit.
gonna help the RT slightly, but
Kind of tanky,
that's
but
a wild
that's
card
fine.
pick. That's like that you don't see that here. Like there's just like
What do you
at
last
no
pick
point
here?
in time that
Thinking
that's
like
ever an option, but
either
I mean, it's gonna be hard for the
Gus
Ducks to push into without
or
Hot Dog. I mean, like you said,
Hyper
it's gonna really be depending upon those heroes
or
coming in to be able to earn really. If they break the map and then just sit behind
I don't know.
8-bit damage booster, it's a play
Other
for
than those
SKC
two.
here, but
Alex,
just kind of wild, really kind of wild.
I don't know if I
Ali,
really like Ellie here.
Probably the first time since her release that we've seen her as a final pick. Could be wrong, but it's definitely kind of what you'd expect to see, and certainly the perfect brawler to be combining with the Hot Dog. I mean, Ali going in super aggressive. It's going to keep her survivability in check, and it's just about the timings of those moments when
I don't know.
our SKC going to really be isolating her out when she comes out of that Hot Dog.
Kaze?
Castle Brawl even get off the mark with this comp with the Brock Wall
Yeah,
break that's on the
Kaze
other
would have been
side of the
fine
field as
too.
well. I feel like I kind of feel like what Casa Brawl are cooking.
Oh,
is
wait,
kind of
Lumi
wild.
was
I kinda like
open?
it, and it's actually less wild when you look at the 8-bit that's on the side of SKC.
I mean,
I'm still mystified.
Lumi
I'm
gets
waiting for
outranged
Casa
there.
Brawl and
SR
SK
didn't really
Kalalis
like
to
that
help
alley.
me unravel
With
this
alley, you
mystery.
need water
See
or
what Casa Brawler is
bushes
gonna attempt to do
to
with
get
this
that
alley. He started
jumps.
running it up on the right side looking for
But
an
there's a
early game
Brock on
gank
the other
that was
team. He's gonna
disrupted by
destroy those
KR
bushes.
breaking open the bushes, and now Doritos looks a little bit homeless, just trying to maintain the position. I think
That's why I
also
didn't really
Motep
like the
would love
alley
to have a
pick.
super here.
It's,
You're looking at pretty much
I
a
don't-
death ball of HP.
It's
They have some
weird.
healing with Motep as well, so there's
How does
potential
South
there, but
America
they
keep
can't
leaving
really
alley
run
open?
down
Because they
SK
figured out
Kalalis
ways
SA,
to deal with
looking
alley.
like a very much in-game composition. And
if
this is
she's
gonna
not a
provide plenty
threat
of time
to
for
you,
KR to use those
then you
infinite
don't have to
block
ban her
gadgets
every
to start
single
breaking
game.
open key walls,
Obviously,
especially
she's still
to
gonna be
deny
broken on
Doritos
some
at the beginning of
maps,
the next
but
round, because we are
not
going
Insta
there
banned
guaranteed.
everywhere.
But where is his priority going to fall next? Okay, just open things up at mid as much as possible. And now this poison's going to close in to force the matchup. Let's see what Casa Brawl have.
Reese has the Hot Dog, goes in, going to be coming back full HP. Oh, shut down so quick. Beautiful
Yeah,
stuff from SKC there.
that's to
That's
expect.
what I was worried about. Were they going to be all aware to him, to the alley coming out with a Hot Dog? And look, I've never seen a Swifter takedown. That was insane.
It just feels odd. Is Casa Brawl going to get a reputation of being a team that relies on cheese? Because they did it with Great Jackie in set number 1. Now they're trying this whole Doug alley thing, and RT is just here to provide some long-range pressure, but
Yeah,
even
no,
that
that's
can't
just
shut
all
things down. RHZ, Prosy, and KR are all at full HP, and Doritos is trying to be the hero, but he's out of moves. Checkmate. SK Kalalis SA take away game 1, and Casa Brawl, we have seen kind of nothing from
I don't like the last pick alley.
Yeah, it's actually a really smart draft.
Especially
I
to
wasn't the
Brock.
best,
Like,
but the
nah.
math was definitely mathing at the beginning. It's just a case of whether Casa Brawl can whistle down this.
So brawlers really depend on having walls or bushes. I mean, not walls in this case. Like alley really depends on having bushes, and Brock is just get rid of them. And having an 8-bit is really fucking good because you just shred him with the damage booster.
Well, Casa Brawl are falling back this time. SK Kalalis SA are getting them into the most defensive position they can be in, but also the most hazardous. Thankfully, Motep has gotten that hypercharge, and he's spamming those attacks to help Doritos get a kill. That's right. That's
That was
what the
crazy.
Hyper Hot Dog does, is it makes
Doug
it so
Hyper.
that when you have it over your head, the Doug's attacks are also going to be used by you. So that's our cheese stripe, but it didn't work for 2 rounds in a row. And they managed to just barely get it off the beginning of round 1 here in game 2. They need to replicate the success in round number 2, but for now they have the advantage, at least as far as manpower. SK Kalalis SA are going to opt to not feed any more super or a hypercharge and go ahead and walk into that poison. Definitely the best move by them. They need to win that control early game and not give Doug a hyper.
Yeah, the damage booster was going to get taken down by the gas anyway, so I think that was a wise call from SKC there.
Alright, you can heal. I mean, you can charge super just by healing.
I'm so nervous watching him. He's got the dark hills coming in, but again, that's feeding so much utility.
I
mean,
forgot
what
that's
did
a
they
thing.
demonstrate for the alley? What
Even
did
though I
Doritos
played
really
Dark Warrior
gain off the
like
back
this
of that? He
morning.
only really fed.
You know what I think, though? Casa Brawl have decided it's actually more important to take damage so that Doug can heal it up than it is for us to deny supers for the enemy.
Yeah.
So that's their math. It won them round 1. Now they're going to try and turn it into a round 2. Ali has that invisibility, going to bait out the super from KR. That's a good move. Oh, P.E.K.K.A.'s on his last legs, thankfully being healed up by Motep, who's got to be closing in on that hypercharge at the moment. And thankfully with Doritos taking damage, it's exactly what they needed. Motep has the hyper. Now they just got to find this perfect window to pass that hyper hot dog to Doritos and have him wreak havoc.
There it is. There's the connection going forward, instantly taken care of. Can they get some kills this time round? They got a couple. It's 2 versus 2 now, 2 versus 1, and it should be.
No way,
Casa Brawls.
Casa
It's a
won that.
very, very risky strategy, but it is paying off a little bit here and there. I can see why the math was there. They're just banking on someone not going down, but to get the most value off the back of the Doug, you've got to be able to maximize the heals off the side of things. So it's just a very risky strat. Sometimes it will work, sometimes it won't.
Well, mystery solved, gang. We found out what they were going for. SK Kalala SA, how are they going to adapt? It seemed like the biggest issue for them was Ali getting into aggressive positions, taking damage, and then spamming her attacks all the way back to Motep so that she was still on low HP when she got there. We're going to see if she can do it again. RHZ and Prosy attempting to get that damage, but Doritos is going to take a single hit of damage. Cool, passes some supercharge on a Motep, and now they're back to the same old cycle. But SK Kalalas do have their damage booster now. What they're going to try and do is look for an early kill on Motep or on P.E.K.K.A. while avoiding this alley.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Doritos not going into the eye of the storm there, because you just never know sometimes. Ooh, P.E.K.K.A. just about out of range there by a whisker, but Motep. Oh, that's what I was worried about. This is what I'm saying. You're going to be feeding over a lot of utility with all the DPS which is being whittled down and all the HP that you're lacking, and you're banking on so heavily this Doug to be able to heal up for his own utility. But in the meanwhile, you're just giving so much over to SKC, and again, it's a very risky strategy. And I do understand what they were thinking with it, but I feel like it's just too risky, especially with like a damage booster and Angelo. These brawlers can just eradicate you so quickly. You don't get a chance to even heal.
I think SK Kalalas SA are just finding the strategy. Avoid dealing damage to Doritos, because Doritos is really bluffing here. He's not going to actually go for a 1v3, and he's just trying to take enough damage so that he can give this hypercharge to Motep. So now that SK Kalala SA have figured that out, Casa Brawl are now grouping up as a ball. And now with Ali over there too, there's just not really a good play
That's
for them.
funny.
SK Kalalas have decided to move in as a unit, and they're advancing their ranks forward. And falling back. A little wall break out here doesn't hurt. In fact, that's devastating. Now the positioning for Casa Brawl is just to stay out of SK Kalalas SA's range. So SK Kalalas SA, they know that they're...
Okay, I was wondering if he was going to break the bush or the wall there.
Now they annihilate Doritos and look to do it again. There it is. Motep down as well.
This is
P.E.K.K.A.,
expected.
the
I
last
don't know
one
what they
remaining,
would.
trying to
Well,
be a hero,
Ali,
but all he's got is a
they just
super.
try to
It's a
cheese with Doug
round and
hypercharge.
game
I don't
and set
know,
win
like that.
for SK Kalalas
I mean,
SA.
I guess they did take like one round with it, so it wasn't the worst thing ever. But
When coming out with the hot dog, the alley, if
overall,
all
I
three
didn't
members
really
of
like that.
SKC are fixated on you and focused, you're going to be going down immediately before you have any chance to do a thing.
A cereal eater? Yes, I am a cereal eater sometimes.
It's looking good for my Pro Pass XP. As mentioned
I
before,
like
did vote for SK
the Cinnamon
Kalala,
Toast
so
Crunch and Frosted
get me
Flakes
that
the
percent
most.
Dynamite skin, please. Once again, a very good draft.
Think we should have gone instead of Ali.
Mentioned how strong
Mm.
this comp can be, opening up the map with Brock, a brawler that you usually don't see that often. But
Maybe
with,
Romy.
pair it with an Angelo and an 8-bit, two brawlers with a lot of range and some tankiness with the 8-bit.
Or
and you
Kaze.
can win it all. In round 2, the sheer tankiness of Doc and RT wins them the game for the side of Casa Brawl, but outside of that, even a lot of HP could not win against the long-range comp from SK Kalala's ready.
That was interesting. We all saw the same stats, right? Apparently, the hot dog stand is serving donuts now, too. So,
0-0.
line up.
Haru.
We were thinking the same
Haru,
thing.
how dare you ignore my
Oh,
DM
man. It
this
hurts.
morning?
It hurts so much to
Beautiful.
see. But the cheese comp, look, it's not going to work anymore. It worked in set number 1, but I feel like SK Kalala SSA have figured out the tricks.
That was really good, guys.
Doug was
That's
not the
why
map.
we have
Yeah,
the show and
they just
again,
wanted
he's
to
here for the second
cheese with
round.
Doug.
Just kidding.
They just
We're
wanted.
heading
That's why I
into
said
set
maybe
number
Ali
4
too.
now.
I mean,
Can we overhear
Kaze
the
too,
second 3-1 we
because
see in the
Kaze
quarterfinals, or SK
has
Brawl
insane
take it
mobility
all
as
the way
well.
into set number 5. It's something that, of course, we would like to see, some longer quarterfinals, some good matches, close ones. But
Let's
if SK
go. Well,
Kalala
this
can take
Touch
that
Crunch is
momentum
really good.
from sets 2 and
Haru,
3
I sent
into the
you a
next sets,
DM this morning,
has
and
to
you
be
didn't
overheard.
respond to it.
Yeah, I mean, this could be them clinching LCQ, you know, if they make the semis, right? So, I mean, they know what's on the line here. And Casa Brawl equally know that they do need to get to the semis even more so, because we know Alpha 7, they were able to go through to the semis. That's going to close the gap. It's really... This is like...
No,
I
you
would argue the
didn't.
most important set of their season thus far. Like, there's no time for error here going to Julian Beatles. So the band's in Charlie, the Barley, and the Griff. To the Draco, the Hank, and the Kaze band, the first draft of Lumi.
Let's go,
It's a good
loading.
Casa
That's the
Brawl.
best part.
The margins for error definitely vanish at this point. Only 2 monthly finals
I know a
left.
sticker.
We're halfway through July, so only August
Haru,
left
this.
for those two
Oh,
teams
never
now
mind.
to
I'll just
really
tell you
show
what this
off.
score.
Whoever drops out here, it's almost over for them. Lumi is first pick here on Dueling Beetles. If you want to pick a dog, I feel like this would be the map where we see him. But of course, Bonnie not banned out here this time around. She's going to be picked up again. The brawler that we've seen here more often than in any other region. So far, she has a pretty good win rate, so it makes a lot of sense to pick her up here as well. You can play her in lane with the range she has, and then whenever you have your super or even hypercharge ready, jump behind the walls of your opponents and wreak some havoc there. So I think one of the best brawlers you can pick here, maybe pair it with a berry or something else to heal her, and she's going to be unstoppable already.
Oh, and here's the Gus to help things out. So that's that support that you mentioned. Now Casa Brawl have to figure out how they're going to respond to this, something defensive, because that Bonnie can totally jump directly onto a Lumi. Now they have comparable range, so it's going to be one of the things that Lumi has in her toolkit. She can throw down some of the Morning
Wait,
Stars, get the
Pokemon
freeze
Go was
up,
out for
and
5
make Bonnie
years? What the
slowly
fuck?
slip out of position for the punish. Logical response also from Casa Brawl would be, yep, there we go. The
That's
same
the
thing
best
that they
for
ran in double
sick.
Get some
I'm not
aggression
sick,
onto that
Haru.
zone, get the
I'm
Gray,
tired
Jackie,
and
whatever it's gonna take. Now, note
had
that
a
SK Clawless had the last pick here, so they can totally counter with some really, really tough tank counter. I think that's going to be the approach from them. It would be weird for Casa Brawl to not go a tank here to complement the Gray.
Maybe Ali, though. Ali's not banned out here, and certainly one that's going to work okay in Dueling Beetles, I would say, for the most part.
welcome back, Ogito. What you up to?
Yeah, I mean, definitely wasn't on my bingo card for them. One that they didn't really play at all in their scrims, but I think it can work, certainly so. And again, players like P.E.K.K.A, on that particular brawler would be a very scary prospect indeed. I think surely Ali here for SKC. It's their top pick in scrims. I wouldn't see why it's a bad one, but the win rates aren't necessarily at them, around 42%, so that might deviate away. Let's see kind of where their minds are at for them. They got the Gus. Tanky brawler could be quite a nice idea. Fink's going to come in though. Again, another brawler that's just not on my radar here.
The only math that I can think of with Finks is that it's a worthy matchup for that Lumi. You can slow down the Morning Stars. That really diminishes her DPS. Can really hurt. Also, Finks is going to be looking to fight in sort of that open mid.
I don't know, Dobby.
Finks is pretty respectable damage. But as far as what it responds to from Casa Brawl,
How are you doing,
I'm
Haru?
just a little bit lost.
I took my glasses off. Oh, never mind. I was about to say I can't find them, but I
where
found
you
them.
gotta stand in the circle. Why not throw a circle in there?
Or two.
Grey Bull,
Yeah.
Lumi,
Lands
Bonnie,
another.
Finks.
Kind of, this thing's interesting because, like, you know, Finks was played as one of the most picked brawlers in the Brawl Cup, and nothing really changed.
SKC's comp doesn't really have synergy.
Really, let's be honest, but you know, he really has dropped off
But
as someone who was like basically
look like it doesn't
everywhere,
matter.
everywhere at Brawl Cup. Now, you know, reduced down to this, it's been such a rare sight
Yo,
to see
Ali,
this
welcome,
one
welcome. How are you?
in the July monthly finals, but it's working out so well so far. But SKC,
Oh, that
who
was
are now
kind of a
approaching that
cool
40%
play.
mark already, and Doritos, why? I mean, put the TP down, I get that for sure, but I mean, it was just like going to be in an unfavorable position for the spawns. Probably better to wait for your teammates.
Well, here comes Pekka. Prosy gonna go for the hypercharge. Pekka goes to the left side, looks for two, gonna get just one, and Prosy takes advantage of the lack
Oh,
of
this is
damage
Brawl
the back
Stars
lines
page?
with the TP
No.
himself. And it looked like Prosy was actually trying
I'm
to
just
get the
doing a
stun
watch party
while
with
he
it.
came out of that hypercharge super as well, but opted to wait. Oh my goodness, what a combo between Doritos
The
and
official,
Pekka,
I don't
waiting
know.
for the hook,
Oh
and
yeah,
now
you
here
could
comes
just check.
Doritos on the right side for another
Actually,
hypercharge.
I think
Final kill on
for
RHC on the
this,
left side.
they have
That's
it
some
on their
positioning for Casa
esports
Brawl. Now,
page,
SK
not the
Kalalas
official
only
channel.
realistically need
I
one more
believe.
push in onto this zone.
And if
There's
you
a bait.
use Twitch
Onto
or
Pekka, he's gonna
TikTok,
get
they have them on
two.
there
No,
as well.
KR doesn't get taken down. In fact, Bull decided to go for Finks rather than the free kill on the right side. He ends up getting taken down, but it's okay because Casa Brawl are still on this zone. But this is a weird hypercharge super positioning from Casa Brawl. It's what it cost them to get this control back in the first place, and it might end up hurting them. Prosy alive, now taken down. Hypercharge in from Motep, and it's not enough to take down SK Kalalas, who are going on to match point.
If Casa Brawl had a better start there, that would have been down to the wire, I feel. So hopefully they learn from that lesson and they get a better start this time, because this is now the danger zone for them. It really, really is. I mean, this would be the third month in a row to leave in the quarterfinals for this kind of roster. That's just not good enough. And I really do fear for their LCQ chances if they lose this. And for SKC, I mean, this is
A little
awful
boring.
right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's why a lot of creators and pros do watch parties for events like this. Like even not just Brawl Stars, other competitive games as well. Just because people have their favorite creators they like to watch, and then they just like to be in their community while looking at things like this. It makes it more exciting. It makes it better for me too. Just chatting while watching this. First one talking, yeah.
It's fine, but SK Kalalas SA are actually quite close to getting that hypercharge Bonnie super, and Prosy
Yeah,
is ready
loading.
for it, but needs some assistance from KR and his respawning teammate before he can commit.
Yeah, this is so much better from Casa Brawl, but look at this.
Did I pronounce your name
firewall
correctly,
there
by
from
the way?
Finks
Is it
just now,
Ali
effectively
or is it
gets all the
Ali?
Lumi, so, a really nice
Because I
forward
know
pick
someone with the
that
same
region for
spelling,
sure.
but it's
They
pronounced
wasted so
Ali for
much
them.
of RHC's time in the early outset of this game as well, but now he's starting to cook, gets the hypercharge off, Motep low as well, and KR finds it. So now SKC clearing up the deficit. And again,
I'm
really good
surprised if
position
Finks
now
isn't
for
using
Casa
the
Brawl
other
to maximise
gadget,
down on these TPs.
because
Ooh,
she could just
Pekka's a
stop
dangerous man
pulling his
for
tracks.
me on the squad, but when he gets taken down like that, it makes me really quite convinced that SKC can go all the way here.
SKC have some firepower ready. Prosy is equipped with that hypercharge. On the right side, Pekka gets one, decides not to go for two. He's learned his lesson to not overcommit. Instead, just tries to create some
I
pressure.
think any
Now,
other
vulnerable.
creator
Motep taken down.
except
Prosy
you.
gets
Wait,
two.
really?
That's the positioning that they needed. But SK Kalalas
I feel
are
like,
against the ropes.
I
Only
mean,
9% sits between Casa Brawl and a game win.
maybe like other languages, like I feel like there might be a lot of Spanish creators streaming this right now. Maybe not that many English creators.
Can they do it twice? It's a lot to ask, but that was a lot of lessons learned at the same time.
SKC, I voted for SKC as well.
It's a real 50-50 call, this.
I think SK Kalalas, what they learned is something that they did at the beginning of game number 1 and may just have not realized or they forgot about at the beginning of game 2. Basically, deny that super to Doritos. He got his teleport instantly. And even so, Casa Brawl were really like only a few % away from losing this game and losing this match as a result. Here comes Doritos looking for the kills and also for some supercharge. He wound up getting 2 or 3 hits there. It was hard to see, but it is going to be at least halfway to his super. Only needs a couple more shots to guarantee it. SK Kalalas SA, meanwhile, have held on to control. They've worked their way up a third of the % that they need to win. Prosy looking
The
for the
stun
kill.
on
Gets a
Bull
kill
is
on
so
Doritos,
good.
and Doritos has his super finally. But SK Kalalas SA are halfway to the objective. Pekka is going to try and create some control on this point. Only ends up with 1. But here's a TP in from Doritos, and now Casa Brawl are set up.
Well, that's a very
But
important
that was
thing.
kind of
Doesn't
funny
find the stun,
seeing
however.
Lumi
There comes
attack and
in
end up
for
being
time on the
super.
zone, and he does need it, but there's a hypercharge for Prosy, and that's going to be a stun. Nice walking cane there from Doritos.
Semantic,
but now low HP,
fair enough.
easy taken
But he
care of.
doesn't
Motep
multi-stream, he
swaps
just streams
sides, but
on
look at this,
Twitch.
SKC clearing ahead,
And maybe
it's all
TikTok
down to Pega.
sometimes.
And what can he really do here when there's so many eyes on him? Getting
Why?
absolutely dressed as he should now,
What the
not just
hell?
at SKC.
What was that?
Counting up to 100.
Was he loud at
SKC
SKC?
with no
Yeah,
competition inside.
that'd
The
be good.
Spins are out, and
I'll probably vote for
Casablanca
loud
has
for
been
that
shut down
one.
in the quarterfinals. They needed this win to stay on top of Alpha 7, and now we've seen the great exchange of an LCQ slot headed into the final month, and SKC press forward into the semifinals.
Wait, so who has the spots right now for South America? I know Loud has one. I think they already went directly to Worlds.
Ready and Arc beat me in my predictions. Or Ready actually predicted the same as me. Kenny and Arc. Excuse me. It's the quarterfinals.
Is
and we
it
also
Loud
don't care about
SKC
friends, right?
Casa?
We're looking at a very, very strong SK Kalalas. Did have
I don't know. I feel like I'm
the
missing
monthly
some
qualifiers
information
run,
here.
but look really, really strong today.
Well,
Taking it
I
from 3-1
feel like
and
because I know I'm
making sure
missing
we're not
information.
heading into a set 5.
Because I thought
Wanna
these were the top 3 teams in the
give a shout
region.
out to them once
Loud,
again, but as
Casa,
a reminder
SKC.
to everyone, if they manage to get a deep run here, it would make them the first non-Brazilian team since 2022 to reach Worlds from this region, which they would write history. It would be lovely to see. They can still be taken over by Casabrol and BC Gaming, but so far so good for them. They're still sitting in that second slot in the leaderboard. Arc.
Yeah, Loud should get
Yeah,
to
we've got, absolutely stacked
grand
semi-finals
finals,
lined
and
up for
then
sure, and I feel like this is the year for South America. A huge shift and shake-up. I mean, the biggest we've ever seen in the history of Brawl Esports. From year upon year, it was always the same 2 teams that really dominated, and of course we had the regional splits at one point, but I mean,
Maybe
this is
SKC.
now like anyone's for the taking really, and for a team like Casa Brawl to fall behind, it's just like absolute cinema.
This is a region where we had the same 8 teams every single monthly final. Apart from today, we had a Gnosis in the quarters, but it's always been the same 2 or 3 teams at the top. So we're still
Oh.
waiting for that to be shook up as well. Yeah. let's
Wait,
see.
Casa isn't in the
Teams
top
still
4? What
made it.
happened to
Alpha 7
Casa?
would be one of those
They used to be
candidates,
so
and
well.
we're gonna see them play against Loud next. It's gonna be our semi-final number 1. Make sure to tune in for that. Bring your friends along. We're now heading into the favorite games of everyone, the semis and then the grand finals after a quick break.
I missed the Carlin pit stop? Oh no. Why did they keep replaying that one part? How you doing, by the way, Iona? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Iona? Iona? Yeah, I was sleeping during that match.
Essa imagem é muito engraçada do Ice Crow. Eu achei engraçada essa imagem. Ah, ele é um player bem completo, ele consegue fazer brawlers bem diversos, principalmente os brawlers como Lee.
Bro said the verse said a brawlers and then said 2 assassins.
Tem uma boa comunicação,
What?
é um jogo muito bom. É muito bom, da hora jogar com ele.
We're coming back with the July monthly finals. We're coming back strong with the semis coming up next, and after that, grand finals. We don't know yet who's going to play in that very last match of the day, but it's either going to be Loud, Alpha 7, BC Gaming SA, or SK Kalalas. And Kenny is back with a little bit of a different background, but I'm so glad to have you. I don't know how much you were able to catch from that last match. We did mention that you had some troubles with the storm going on in your region. Do you know who the MVP is?
Oh my god, I voted for Lao and for a second it said 100% Lao. That was crazy.
RAZ, way to go, brother. Completely agree.
Firecrow and Ice
What a
Crow,
setup.
yeah.
Guy was driving through a storm to get here. You're like, okay, you know, I hope you were watching the monthly finals while driving. All right, Sunny. All right, I'm familiar with your tricks.
Wait, he actually
You
went to a
always have
different
to
place
tune
just to
in.
stream. I love the
Okay,
commitment.
maybe don't drive and
No.
watch, but other than that, you could have every single time we hopped into the game, you could have stopped at the side of the road real quick just to make
Three
sure
one
you
for
don't
Loud,
miss out
fair
on
enough.
the action of Brawl Esports. But yes, talking about action, let's head straight into our semi-final number 1. It's Loud versus Alpha 7. On the one side, we have the number 1 seed in the region. On the other side, 5th at the moment, but with a lot of potential to make it far.
Is it
this
Killer's
month again.
team? I'm not sure.
Loud looked so good in their quarterfinal. They dropped a single game, and when they did, it was just because I feel like they weren't really taking the match that seriously.
Yeah,
in the
Loud
monthly
took
final,
like
but
the
they're making
whole
mistakes that they
prediction
usually
or the
would,
whole
and
votes.
I think they just weren't giving it their all there. This is where they're putting in the effort. They need to win.
I
3
voted for Loud
matches
too,
in a row.
obviously.
So the semifinals and the grand finals are where they're placing their primary priority and preparation.
And Loud, sitting a bit lonely at the top slot, have been winning many wonderful finals this year already. Let's see what they have to say about one of the upcoming teams such as Alpha 7.
O time do Alpha 7 é um time que se adapta muito bem nos metas e ultimamente é o time que tem nos dado mais trabalho. Então é um jogo que a moeda pode cair para os dois lados, mas acredito que se quem tiver num dia melhor vai ganhar.
And a little reminder here as well, Loud is halfway through their checklist. BC Gaming must not make the grand finals. It's not really in their hands for that. They need to hope that SK Kalalas will win that next match after, but they have to win their semi-final match themselves ready.
Yes, they have to do the same thing that they've done numerous months before, which is win the entire monthly final. So while it is still a respectably difficult task, it's not like they haven't done it before. It's the one thing that's out of their control that is the true X factor. It's whether BC Gaming wins their semifinal and goes on to the grand finals. But in any case, they still are going to be gunning for that final match.
We won in set 5, do we?
And on the other side, of course, we need to talk about Alpha 7 a bit more as well, Kenny. They are still contenders for LCQ slots, maybe not for World Finals through the monthly finals alone, but their current core is really strong and they can still surprise.
Definitely opportunity to cause an upset here. I think Alpha 7 are a very solid team. We mentioned it earlier, but their qualifiers weren't exactly easy, right? I mean, they did stumble along the way, but this is a team that's gotten better and better through every month. I think taking on Loud might be another level, though.
We also had the chance to sit down with them for a second. Let's hear what they have to say about the top seed. It's not an easy opponent, but I hope they're still motivated to win today.
A Loud é uma equipe
Yeah,
que
Lordy.
vem fazendo
Yeah,
impecável.
that's how I'm
Última
feeling right
final,
now.
eles perderam 7 e a gente
Take a
espera que
follow.
essa
Thank
semifinal
you, I
seja um resultado
appreciate it.
positivo pra chegar na grande
Helps me
final.
out a lot.
He hopes that they can face up against Loud in the semis. Well, that step is already done. Let's see if they can take the next step as well to make it into the grand finals. It would definitely be a huge upset if they won against the top seed in the region already.
It's what I said at the beginning of the day. It's like a little grim, but I feel like it's every up-and-coming South American team's dream to be turned into points for Loud to go to the World Finals. But, okay, I think I play a little bit too much. This is a huge match for them. Alpha 7 Esports, I've been excited for them to get a real tough match here because they impressed us last month, and they're going to be coming into this one with a real fire behind their eyes, as you can tell by that interview.
We're watching two teams that did not have any roster switches, at least not this month. Some name changes along the way. Alpha 7 started as
Thank you for the
August
like, Aaron. I
Segura,
appreciate
made
it.
to the monthly finals this year. But other than that, not too many changes. So I'm super excited if we're gonna see some.
Has
more
there been no
chemistry
Bravo
between
this whole
those two teams
time?
compared to Casa Brawl and SK Kaladas that we just watched that both had some roster changes. It looked very good what we've seen from them. Let's see if we're gonna see a good show from them here as well. Little reminder here to June, Loud won every single one of their matches in a 3-0 fashion. You feel like, Kenny, Alpha 7 will at least take a set?
I definitely think they can do that. I don't know about winning. I mean, again, Loud just seemed like the clear-cut top choice in this region right now, but Alpha 7 showed a lot of promise in scrims. And again, it just have really impressed me the last few months. Obviously, getting 3-0'd by Casa Brawl doesn't look nearly as good. It looks even worse now that they got bounced in the opening round. But nonetheless, I definitely think this is a team that can show a little bit of an upset here.
I see
Loud, my clear
loading.
number 1, though. 3-1 feels about right to me.
Thank you for liking Aaron. I'm falling asleep
Alpha 7
over here right
taking
now.
a 7
Actually,
minimum.
I have
That's
a
just
little
my
bit of
opinion.
energy
I
since I
think a
closed
very
my eyes for a
respectful
little
team.
bit.
I feel
But
like Loud are probably putting all their
as soon as
chips on
this
the
is
grand
done, I'm
finals,
gonna take an
considering that
actual
this
second
bracket
nap.
is really bottom heavy. You have like top number 2 and number 3 on the bottom side. Loud know that they're only going to face one of them in the grand finals, and so thusly I would expect them to put most of their scrimming and their preparation there. Versus Alpha 7, it's still like a team that is worthy to prepare against, but I just think less has been invested here.
The 4th spot in the leaderboard is currently held by Casa Brawl. They dropped out of the quarterfinals, so Alpha 7 is now looking to take that spot away from them, going to LCQ themselves. And Casa Brawl, who had a phenomenal start into the year, won the February monthly finals, would not even make it to LCQ. Alpha 7 can thank SK Koalas for that, but now they need to make it into the grand finals out of their own strength as well, Kenny. Finks is going to be banned out, a brawler we've only seen once today, and it did not have the best showing. They did win in the end, but it was a tough one, if I might say so. Open business, once again, a map where Ellie could show up, and Kenny, I know you were kind of waiting for that brawler. She did show up twice in the previous match, lost both times. No, actually, she did win once and pit stopped. But yeah, I was very sure that you would be very happy to see her, and you were with us. And now she's picked again. Oh, they welcome back Kenny as well.
Thank you, thank you. No, I appreciate them for doing that. I think it makes a lot of sense.
that
just
wouldn't
to
wake
grab
me
this.
up
It's just one of
a
those
lot.
brawlers that I feel
Loading.
like is very strong. I don't know if it's busted broken strong, and again, the win rate kind of reflects that so far. Still today and tomorrow to determine that, but sometimes with these newer brawlers, pro teams get a little carried
Low
away with
key,
the
Aaron,
flashy
after you
brawler,
get
and I'm
one day
curious
of
to see
watch
if it
time,
holds
I'll
up
be like,
or if it'll go down here now
you've been
as
here
Kenji
a lot
and
since
Meg
you
on the other
make
side.
your
Completely
account.
different approach. Kenji definitely not as popular as he was before all of these hypercharges and everything like that. Meg is somebody that's risen, I would say, in the last couple months, particularly on Hot Zone.
I love when teams pick 2 brawlers in rapid succession, or even just
I don't
one,
think the streamers
because
have
it
any
puts so much
problems.
pressure on Alpha 7 Esports to come up with something quickly. They don't get time to think about what they're going to play into this for additional time. Loud are also very clearly playing something that they specifically wanted to play. They came in with a mentality knowing that they
Oh
were going
wait,
to give this
I
out to
caught
Alpha
this
7
guy,
Esports.
Yona. His
Everything's
name
going
is
according to
Jonah.
plan.
Holy shit.
Alpha 7 took
I'm
the bait,
cooked.
they're
I'm
going
so
with the
glad
Ellie.
that he knew
We'll
I
see how
was
this is going to
referring to
interact
him
with the
there.
brawlers from Loud so far. Into Kenji, there
Because
is potential.
like
Kenji
half
is able
awake.
to
No,
heal
that's
damage that's dealt to
terrible.
him, and Ali is very
I'm on a
versatile.
right now.
He'll be
Oh,
able to recover a
interesting.
bunch of the damage that's been done to him with the use of his gadget. So there's counterplay there. Also, Meg, she will explode out of her mech when dealt sufficient damage by that Ali. So once again, there's counterplay just inherent in the brawler's kit. Alpha 7 Esports are going to finish off this draft by keeping themselves versatile with the Stew. Should keep them like doing pretty okay into that Kenji, staying out of range. And it's going to have the effect of also breaking open these walls for B to exert her dominance over an extended range.
This is a really versatile comp. I like the way you put that. I think Stu, B, and Ali is just a good trio to have, all covering different avenues of brawlers on the other end, and does definitely keep up with something like the Kenji. Now, Douglas, however, this one surprises me, and I did miss our last match, so in fairness, he could have been there and won, but he was undefeated in our opening weekend. I just want to go let the record show. Doug so far 100% win rate in our monthly finals.
Oh, chat, did he miss it? Was he driving in a thunderstorm when he when
Did Doug show up?
managed
Did Doug
to lose
show up?
something? He showed up. Get this. He showed up on
Yeah, that's
Gold
true,
Arm
Loading.
Gulch.
Oh,
Of
okay.
all places, yes, the strategy was combine it with Ali, have her take damage, and then let Doug heal it back so he could get the hypercharge. So I don't blame you for missing it. I mean, you know,
Well, that's a
eyes on
shame.
the road.
Like, I didn't have a problem with it, but a lot of the
You are
people in
partly
chat were
responsible for it.
starting to
Let's
complain
talk
about it, so
Loud are off to a
and
great start.
that
They've already gotten
situation,
one kill and they have traded out. Dino's the only one left
we
on
gotta
his
listen
zone,
to
and
the
honestly, I'm gonna have
mass
to take it
majority.
back. They gave all of their effort, used up all of their gas to get onto that zone, and Alpha 7 Esports pretty much just rebounded.
Well, despite a disappointed past Kenny with the Doug, it is still showing itself here. 20% plus now, and the blue roster finally taking a little bit this mid. A7 ready to respond. Kyo Dog forced away. Now it's a full red trio up in the middle of this map. B with long range. Fire Crow dashing on the left-hand side for Bao going in. Kyo Dog perfectly back into that mech, though, but a hypercharge will slow every single one of them down. Fire Crow just trying to swipe away will not escape. Still the red roster taking over. Alpha 7 with a strong start.
Here comes the hypercharge super in for Medina. It's going to keep Meg alive.
Why
and
did he
immediately
keep
assassinated
super in
by Brabal
Cow
upon
Dog?
coming out of that hot dog. Fire Crow's going to keep up that aggression on the left side with a kill onto Golden. On the right side, it would be ill-advised to pursue Ice Crow, and he decides not to. In comes Ali, and back she goes to the respawn, being dispatched quickly by the entire Loud roster. They're going to stay here as long as they can, but they still keep taking damage from this beat. Thankfully, Doug is able to revive with the use of his super, and he's got
I
another
think he
back
should be
online.
giving his
It's a
supers to
combo
Fire
with
Crow,
him
not to the
and
Meg.
this Kenji that is so effective at just staying alive in the face of all kinds of damage.
That was a terrible
now
hypercharge.
going down as well. Meg just here to hold off the final few percentage points. Explodes out of the mech.
Yeah, this is a good
Up
Doug
to
drive.
100.
I want to take my hoodie off. I'm gonna mute my mic for a moment.
I think we pretty much just watched Doug die over and over while healing up teammates, and it worked. He kept everyone on the zone. Because, folks, in a hot zone, what's most important is whether you are in that zone. Staying alive is generally a great way of getting in that radius. And resurrecting yourself is a great way of not dying. So the math's out.
Now a reset here. And off the face-off, it's going to be Loud taking to the mid. Doug there on the wall, defending. Nicely done. So Adinho getting an assassination there. Fire Crow typically going to be the guy to look for those takedowns.
It's
Nice
fair
on the
loading.
other end, left all alone. Adinho popping a hypercharge here early. Brabal forces
There was
away.
like
You never
3
wanna see
people
your
today
aggressive
that said
brawler
it
moving in the
sounds
other
sick, by the way.
Ooh, here comes Ice Crow on the right side, looking for something.
It doesn't really sound that bad.
Circle. Here comes Fire Crow with a kill onto Brabal. Now up to the skies. Golden looking for the kill, gets it. With the assistance of a Rattled Hive, that's going to keep some pressure on Adinho as well. Ice Crow now filters around the left side, attempting to get the pinch, but Golden is pressed back. The pinch is no longer good. On the right side, Fire Crow out of a gadget, won't be able to survive Brabal, and Kyo Dog's trying to create the pressure. Loud have been able to keep an advantage so far, but finally, following a team wipe, Alpha 7
Really,
Esports
Muffin?
will have to
Really?
bend the knee, but they are
Welcome
facing
back,
a
by the way.
hypercharged Kenji. They gotta be cautious. Fire Crow's gonna go for 2. He's just gonna get 1 onto Golden, and he stays alive to tell the tale. Even gets a kill onto Ice Crow to now bring back the advantage for Loud.
Fire Crow, the last survivor, and now all the enemy brawlers back in action. Golden from a distance. Brabal diving in, gets 1, but it's a trade. 2v2 situation in the mid. Hypercharge for Golden. Kyo Dog gunning him down as Ice Crow skates up and down away with the hypercharge. Fire
Yo,
Crow
watch
getting in on
Streak.
the action now too. Has a hot dog.
When life gives you
Down in
lemons,
case they
make
need it as
living
well.
muffins.
Perfect
I agree with
timing
that
here.
one.
Every Loud member will survive.
Loud looking nice and healthy with just a few percent to go.
Thank you
Alpha
for the
7
90
Esports
watch streak. I
are
appreciate
too
it.
late to disrupt. It's Loud taking game number 2. and
Aaron,
set.
there's a website called event.brawlstars.com. You should go if you haven't already. But you have to wait till the next, like, right before the next match starts so you can vote.
The man with the hot dog, he's serving him up hot.
How
and
am
ready.
I? I'm okay, Muffin. How you doing,
Stand
Pookie?
next to him. He's able to get that hypercharge and super in tandem. It was a great synergy with Kenji. It worked out despite the attempts at countering tanks from Alpha 7 Esports.
To be fair, he was being played on knockouts before. I feel like if he has a place in the game right now, it's definitely gonna be hot zone.
Me
And we
too,
also
my
see
fan.
here
I was
just
sleepy
White
as well.
healing up his two
I
teammates,
didn't
so
fell
they
asleep
can pop
on
off
this stream.
7 and 9
Like,
kills.
I keep closing my
What's really
eyes multiple
interesting to note
times.
is that Ali pick. That's
Kaiju number 8
everybody's
started. Oh,
screaming how
really?
broken she is on leather, unranked in the new events, the Angels and Devils.
Only thing I've watched so far this season was just Water Magician.
5 times in East Asia, won 2 times. She was picked 5 times in EMEA, only won 2 matches. Today, she's been picked up 4 times, only won once. We see a pattern here, and competitive seems to have a completely different meta than what everybody's saying is the current ranked meta already.
Look, what I'll say is that she's an assassin. You know what she's going to be good at? Stuff that can get assassinated, stuff that doesn't have enough health to weather all of that. And then what do you present to her? This immovable object that is 2 brawlers that heal. It's one of those situations also where Loud knew exactly what they were going to draft. They banned out good tanks, and they also let Alpha 7 Esports have the alley because they knew that they could beat it, and it was correct. They just allowed Alpha 7 Esports to play into their hand, and they did so.
So you're saying the people that are screaming Ellie is too strong at the moment just don't know how to draft in their ranked matches?
Oh boy.
They're not professional level drafters, which isn't something you should beat yourself up over. The other thing is, it was entirely possible to not pick up the alley as well, but I guess we won't get to explore that possibility until a future draft.
I mean, I still think she's
Yeah,
pretty good.
you
I just don't
can
think she's
vote
necessarily the most
like
pro
right before the
quality
game
player
start,
out there.
but it's
I
more
think
convenient to
the
do it
issue is with Allie being
before
drafted
the
so
event
early, these
starts
teams
itself.
can kind of set up their counter
And
attacks
there's
really early
MVP
on those
votes
two
as
triggers
well
and
that give you
save
like
for a last
100
game. So I think that's part
points.
of the issue too. Anytime you see these newer brawlers, oftentimes it's going to be
I
that
mean
early
XP.
stage, so that gives players plenty of time to react.
We're heading over to Bounty now. What we see here very often is going to be Carl flying hook to
Kaiju
get the
number
booster,
8,
or just in
Sakamoto,
projector to get
Breaking
that area
Flower,
control in. Lumi for the same reasons,
Gachia,
area control with the ice instead of the
Summer
fire. And
Haku,
what we've seen
Dr.
a lot
Storm.
of times this weekend, last weekend as well, is the Angelo. He has a lot of range.
I haven't seen all of those. Well, I've seen some of them, but sounds like you're watching Peak
so
often.
often banned out on Knockout and Bounty because he offers
Always
a
fall
little bit of
asleep,
everything. He has the
bro.
range to
I
take
took a
down
nap,
opponents'
like I had a
opponents from
drink
afar.
and then I
He has
took a
that
nap,
ult that can be a
and
game changer in the last couple of
drinking makes me
seconds of a match.
tired, so I was
And
like
he's also very
extra
tanky ready.
when I was already tired.
He does a lot of different things. So what are Loud gonna do? Will they go Mr. P? Are they going to Bell into this? Because Loud have given this gene to Alpha.
Sounds good,
They've
Aaron.
gotten
Thank you
rid
for
of good things,
joining
but
the YouTube chat.
coming in here as a ban from Loud
Bonus sleep, yeah.
reveals that they had the chance to go for Gene and they just decided not to.
I don't care about
It's not
Pro
like
Pass
their
XP
game
that
was
much, that's
So
fair.
Bell, this was one of the immediate counters that I thought of to Gene because Gene
I'm
relies
doing
on
it,
people staying
so I
close
don't
to him
have
to
to.
give
I mean,
him
I'm gonna be
support,
playing ranked anyway,
and,
but
well,
it'll
Loud is
just
going to take advantage of that,
help
let the shots
get
replay.
more
Carl
legendary
was actually
drops
covered
eventually.
quite hard by Gene, but I suppose Loud don't want Alpha 7 Esports to have that in their arsenal, so they've gone ahead and decided to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah, I'm assuming Carl is going to be mostly be here for that blue star, right? I think a flying hook in to grab it is a safe way to give yourself an advantage here early. But to your point, I mean, one magic hand from Gene disrupts a tailspin from Carl, so that's kind of where that idea comes from. The poke damage is really strong. Love where Bell's at in the game. I think
Almost
this is a
15th
long-range
ace. Thank you,
brawler that
Pookie.
obviously is going to play well on this map, and especially it's kind of more medium range at times, right? So you can get those nest eggs and a lot of value out of that. Bonnie, though,
As soon as this is done, I'm going to take a nap.
Another one, though, that is
But we're
countered by
looking
Bell.
like
So
at
it's
least
set to Loud
one more
to
hour
have a
or two.
masterclass Bell game here. And that's also why it was picked so early on, is that it's a decent counter into a bunch of meta things. It's a pretty safe first pick. They didn't
I need to
have
watch Streak.
busted first pick, which you would really only go for if you here on dry season. There are just too many different ways to play. And this is what I think Alpha 7 were kind of
You already know my response to that
because, once
request.
again, Mr. P is like the hardest Gene counter in the entire game. I honestly almost expected Loud to go for this one earlier. It was definitely wise for them to go ahead and pick up this Carl because Mr. P can get run down so easily, as we have seen previously when he was played. He got run down very easily. So Alpha 7 Esports, this is going to be a really, really rough time for the Gene. There is a good reason that Loud let them have the Gene. It's because they knew that they were going to
You
counter
get the
it.
same response every single
Well, it's an
time.
advanced stage, and therefore they were well equipped to deal with it later on. Verbal is going to have a tough time and going to have to play well.
WNAP,
They said it would be a
yeah.
chance of taking this set. There's a couple double taps.
INAP
Verbal
is
being tripped
needed
up
for
early,
sure.
will be forced away. Ice Crow covering the left-hand side. Will buy a little bit of extra room for A7 to heal back up. Still a lot of pressure
She
going
get a
down
hint.
across the
A
flank.
hint to watch
Here
JoJo's.
comes Golden on the right side, trying to create pressure on the Dog, who strays into his shot, and Golden gets the kill. But now Avoid.
And Dino
Control
hit a
is going to go by
shot.
Fire Crow. Rebel not equipped with that gadget.
Never
They would
mind,
have to
Fire
play, and
Crow
Fire
is
Crow
cooking.
picks up number 2 onto
Dragon
an
Ball,
attempted
I've already
escape
watched
from
Dragon Ball.
Golden.
My
That
fans
is the
watched it
power
too.
of Carl here, and that is why when you're playing Gene, you really need to bring everything to deal with the Carl, because a magic hand
I
is
low-key
useful, sure, but a lamp blowout
Might
is the only
rewatch
other way
Tournament
you're
of
able to deal
Power
with it in
again
close range.
soon.
Adinho now
Actually, maybe
is
not
around the
that
way.
soon.
Borders on the ground. Golden low HP has to juggle multiple brawlers aiming at him, and Adinho makes the connection. Now 6
On
stars
stream,
up on the
my
side of
stream will
Loud.
get taken
The
down so
Hypercharge super
fast.
available for Fire Crow. They're going to rotate to this right-hand side. Just such a tough situation.
End
If
of
they
the
work
era.
together, then Bell gets a bounce shot. If they don't,
For
then Mr.
what?
P is a hard counter into Gene. Just beautiful execution so far.
They could be
Wow.
referring to two different
Val's waiting
things
for an
right now.
opportunity. Needs this next porter to fall. Instead, ended up overextending and being taken down by Carl. Now, Golden marked up.
Coyote
Coyote
Dog is
slipping
dead.
and sliding on the right side. That leaves him out to dry. And now a stun from Golden. Firecrow trying to avenge, and Coyote Dog gets that final shot. A
This is the
mispull
end of the
for
JoJo's
Rebel.
era.
It's the only one that he's gotten this entire game, and
Surely.
it couldn't even get them a kill, but it wouldn't have brought them closer to breaking this disadvantageous situation. A hypercharge now out from Adinho. Firecrow has the super necessary to defend. He's the only one on this team that
Yes,
can't die,
Muffin.
and Alpha 7 are in hot pursuit. Bonnie would love to get a jump here. They're going to break through. Firecrow's trying to escape, pops into the super to stay safe and loud.
You can want to watch Sheik. Well, I tried
Nicely done there,
JoJo's.
just from top to bottom. Felt like Loud were in position to win that one. We liked what they did in the draft stage. Just a lot of things on the paper matchups that do solid, and it played out there in game number 1. Gene just, I feel like, had a tough time, and the Miss Magic hand certainly hurt him as well.
It was the one super he used for the whole game, and he got it actually pretty early on. The only issue is that those porters also got online quite early on, and that's why he's such a strong counter to Gene. Those porters are going to be blocking pulls on a timer, and Brabal, while waiting, ended up...
Why do you want me to watch JoJo so badly?
Now the early game advantage goes to Loud after an early game takedown.
What are you talking about? What do you mean, Aaron?
Just playing nice and slow, despite getting tripped up.
Oh,
a couple of freezes there from
no.
Icepro.
I
No
would
one's
not
there
be
to
watching
follow that
anime on
first
stream.
jab
I don't want my
and
streams to
solid
get
punch.
happy
70 points
striked.
are being kept at bay. They're still at risk of being taken down by Firecrow, who's proven to be one of the best skirmishers around the right side, picking up some picks as an individual.
And now this left-hand side just completely cut off with nest eggs too. Icecrow can't even
Thanks to,
crush
like,
on them
Monkey.
just to trip them up. Another one going down for Coyote Dog there. So the defense has been set. Ice Rink on the ground though. Golden will be moving up this right-hand side. They're looking for a hard pinch. They know they have to go through this right-hand side. For Bao flashing that super. Firecrow does have the gadget preemptively popped and needs to be careful about using it. Might just have to burn it just to keep his teammates alive, because otherwise if he just holds onto it, he's not moving anywhere. Golden going in. Firecrow swoops into the rescue.
My goodness!
You can
What a play
bet
from Loud.
what?
That's the kind of team play that we've been needing to see. Firecrow blocked the shot, and he helped pick up
What are
a
we
kill.
betting here?
Now he's vulnerable versus Brabal. On the left side, Adinho manages to pick up a kill onto Lumi, and on the right side, Alpha 7 Esports are still looking for an
It's not
opportunity.
only the art style though.
Coyote Dog's pretty
I'm
much
not interested in that kind of humor either.
I mean, Coyote Dog doesn't have anything to
I
block.
told you that
No
when
spawnable,
you
no
showed me
porters
the
over there.
Golden
That's
Come
way
Away
for Rebel
clips.
to
That's why I don't
A
want to
missed
watch
hypercharge
Golden
from
Come
Coyote
Away.
Dog, ends up getting pulled, but it saves his life. Icecrow would have otherwise gotten the kill. Now Louder looking for the retreat on the right side. Meanwhile, on the left, Adinho is equipped to deal with Golden on his hypercharge. That's 2 porters up, and Adinho's just
No,
letting
I
them
don't,
finish the
Monkey. I
job.
want to take a
Didn't even
nap
shoot off
after.
a single suitcase to put them out of their misery. And Alpha 7 Esports will fall here once more. Loud get the set win, and dare I say it, they played Mr. P into Lumi. Like, yes, they played into, into Gene, but they played into Lumi. I'm telling you guys, it's fire.
Talk your talk ready. Look, I saw enough. That looked good to me. Mr. P was certainly a force there. Just didn't necessarily feel like the best draft out of Alpha 7, but execution and gameplay coming out of Loud there. That flying hook was nuts.
That was beautiful. The Carl to pick up the blue star. at the
Okay,
beginning,
11 hours
and
is
then,
more
the
than enough
Mr.
time to
P,
take a
even though
nap.
It's not a counter to the Lumi. Worked out well.
What is she saying?
Attentive viewers may have noticed that this time I did not react with a loud no when Mr. P was picked. Now, why is that? It's because Mr. P
Okay,
belongs on
finally,
the team.
my fan.
He does not, however, believe on where was he picked before? Ring of
Double
Fire
swoosh,
on
and I
Hot
did say
Zone,
that.
where there's so many tanks played usually, not on dry season, not that often because it's a very long range maps. There's those horizontal walls that Mr. P can use to his advantage.
You do
and
not
he's
have to
the
call me.
perfect Gene counter. That's why he was picked here.
Thanks for the
and
like,
that's why
Pookie.
I agree with this pick. Thank you. That was my TED talk.
Okay.
I threw to Kenny.
Okay.
I mean, you sold me on it. I'm gonna definitely hear from Reddy about this when you leave the mic, though. So please continue on that. But look, Mr. P looked good nonetheless. I do think for multiple reasons that makes a lot of sense to see him there, especially as a later pick as well. It's something I talked about earlier. Mr. P in a sneaky spot.
Okay, you have fun with that.
Tier brawler, but he has
Monkey.
a place in this meta, and that's later on the draft when he has advantageous matchups. So maybe you're both kind of right. Can we just handshakes all around? Can we
Always
meet
the
in the middle?
pacifist. Never, just always trying to bring the peace. You know what? I appreciate it, Kenny. I appreciate it. Yes,
Can you
know
bring
what,
that
I'll take
back,
it.
that graphic?
I
We're
missed some
still
important
friends, right?
context here. I missed some important context, but there's clearly some brawler beef going on.
Oh, Kenny even wasn't even there for that. That's true. We're heading over to Crystal Arcade now. Another one of those maps that is new in the map pool for July. We do see the usual suspects though, a little bit more tanky brawlers than we see on other gem grab maps because of those bushes on both sides. What I feel is especially good, and what we haven't seen last weekend, maybe it was just banned out all the time, is Shade. He's so good on one of those lanes because of that wall in the middle. You want to pick something that can just hide in those walls, like a Kaze, like a Lily, just farm their super and come out when they have it ready. Or you just pick a Shade that can use that wall to his advantage ready.
I always love seeing Shade pop up. It literally doesn't even matter where. You could play Shade on like Shooting Star, and while I would find it bizarre, I just love the way that this brawler plays. So it's a very welcome selection for me, and it's so good on a lane here. Not going to be popping up just yet. The conditions need to be right. He needs to not be facing wall break because that is, well, the thing that he depends on. He's the brawler that shoots and travels through walls, and you're telling me that you want to play him where there are no walls? That's only a possibility. First pick now coming out from Alpha 7. Kaze is the priority. It's going to create some mean aggression on those lanes. It's tough for anyone to play control into it as well. And once you lose that bush to Kaze and you're not entirely aware of her positioning, she is a real tough thing to remove.
Side of the equation's real interesting on Crystal Arcade in particular. It's a brawler that I just feel like is so back and forth between a lot of teams right now in terms of standings overall, but Kaze early does make a lot of sense to me. Very powerful pick, very aggressive pick. I'm keeping an eye out for Lily as well. I think Lily is just one of the more aggressive brawlers in the game that's really good. Ooh, Draco sliding through too. Can't forget about the big dragon. So several good options here. I wouldn't really be surprised with the setup that we've got, and especially brawlers like Tara out of the way, if we just try and send it for these really aggressive brawlers, because that's one key factor here that normally counters those that's now out of the equation.
I wonder if Loud were expecting Alpha 7 to pick up a Draco for themselves as a first pick, because they seem to have this tendency, habit, strategy, whatever you want to call it, of leaving some of these busted brawlers for Alpha 7 esports.
Charlie Draco is fucking diabolical, bro.
The Draco, they've also decided to pick up the Charlie, which is so versatile. She's especially going to be useful here on Crystal Arcade because I should remind you all, she's seen a major uptick this month and wasn't present in previous months, so I don't blame you if you don't know. Those gems are going to spill out of anyone stuck in a cocoon. And while they're stuck in a cocoon, they can't do anything. So it's a great chance to heist some of those gems if you can catch someone, and it's going to be the proper matchup for Bull, in my opinion.
Bull in this map is such a crazy time we live in, Mr. Reddy. I just think it's been so long since we've seen Bull, and this rework has certainly given him some new life into the eyes of a Charlie with spawners on the ground. It's definitely interesting, but into the Draco, I think it makes a lot of sense.
I can see the potential. What you need to do is you need to get close to that Draco, though. Once Draco's in his super, that's going to be really tough to do. I honestly wonder if we see like a different Draco gadget here. I know the odds are really low, but it's always fun to see someone get popped up in the air as a way to CC them. And into that Kaze, into that Bull, it's possible, I suppose. Let's see what Alpha 7 Esports have got cooking with this Jaeyong. That's going to be their gym carrier here, and they're going to send Kaze and Bull onto these lanes. I think it's going to be difficult for Jaeyong to support them since the lanes are so far away from mid and usually are like going around walls here on Crystal Arcade. The final selection of Doug is also going to be just a crazy difficult matchup for the Bull and for the Kaze. See, the shortcoming of Kaze is that she's an assassin, so
Welcome
she's
back,
not going
Ali.
to like have enough damage to take down.
I didn't look at the rest of the draft.
HP to survive an attack from one, and then you have Bull, who needs to be right underneath an enemy to deal damage. And Draco's still able, Doug is still able to do damage in a radius around him. So as long as he keeps his distance from the Bull, then he should be fine.
Draco on the left-hand side going to be battling a Bull in the middle, though. Golden already off to the races. It's the entire Loud roster left-hand side crowded together. Adinho trying to give out those group heals. Dog constantly throwing out shots.
Uh-oh.
And Golden gonna be working
Draco
alongside
Doug,
the team here for
lovely.
some extra speed. It's a back and forth, some heals going down. So Firecrow right back in on the action, and now he's got a flamethrower.
Alpha 7 Esports just trying to weather this Draco super on the right side, but Ice Crow is going to be pinched in on the right side. Now, all the way back to spawn. He's carrying the gems, and that's not really what Alpha 7 want. They want those to be on Jaeyong instead. A Push in from Brabao.
When do I sleep?
Kill,
Great
but it's just a
question.
resurrection for Edinho.
Wait, is it too
Single
loud?
line
Really?
standing inside of this
I
right
could
side
turn it
left
down
side
if it's
eye,
too loud.
not forfeiting any
Or am I just
position.
too quiet?
He and the entire Loud roster are equipped with hypercharges.
Ice Crow left hand in now. Gonna be able to dash
Good,
through.
Tori. Let's
Daggers
have
going
them keep
down.
sweeping.
Kyodog hypercharge available. There comes the purple buttons.
No, not you, Tori. I'm talking about Aaron. I mean, Ali. Ali was asking me to lower the volume.
Alpha 7 Esports running away with it at the moment. Ice Crow needs to be taken down. Kyodog with a hypercharge super out. Can't get anyone in there, but Fire Crow is trying his best. Not going to be able to get any gems, but he does get the interruption.
Yeah,
And things
you
are
are
still
the
online
monkey,
for Loud to
Tori,
probably come
for not
back.
looking at the
It's just
screen
10
and looking at the
seconds to
YouTube
go.
chat.
They need to get a kill on Ice Crow, but they need vision first. Hypercharge now out from Fire Crow. Trying to circle in versus Ice Crow, but he's just too slippery. Kyodog attempting to connect, but it's not even possible. That's a game win for Alpha 7 and a match point denied.
Good stuff. They need as much as they can get right now against the #1 seed of South America. They've been so fierce throughout these past few months, just since that Brawl Cup era, when times were pressed and when they almost weren't even making the Brawl Cup, they finally found it. They've been on a wave of momentum so far, and they're looking to continue and extend that into a World Finals. But for now, Alpha 7 stand in their way. One game victory going to their side. Once again, Loud clustering up together. Brabao penetrating through all of that to a 2v2 situation. Daggers flying from Ice Crow. We'll go back to that Geisha form. We'll wait for now. A7 collect all the gems so far in this game.
Firecrow's looking for the kill on Ice Crow on the right side, and turns out that Fire does melt ice in the Crow matchup. We'll see Loud continue their dominion over mid. Alpha 7 Esports now charging in, but Bull is neutralized by the Cocoon. Edinho's looking for the kill with the extra muster.
Can Loud
It's
sweep
good.
this,
Now,
please?
last
I
brawler
want
is
to
Bull,
end to
but
go to
Alpha 7
sleep.
Esports are not intent on keeping this control as they are on keeping the gems. Here comes more aggression in with a hypercharge from Ice Crow. A kill on a Fire Crow with excellently lined up crits from Ice Crow. And Alpha 7 Esports had to make control once more.
Loud now pressed all the way into the back of their spawn. Another super going down. Ice Crow just making it look easy right now. There goes another super. The indestructible hot dog will keep him up for now. Brabao, though, going for 2, gets a trade, 1 HP. That's enough to get a takedown. No gadget saving him there. And Kyodog left all alone. Spawner's there to assist. We're gonna have to wait for the teammates. Another red countdown here. A7 could have a set.
Just 10 seconds to go. Fire Crow looking to interrupt. Now has that hypercharge in. Needs some support from the team. Edinho is going to have to look for this revive if he even needs to use it. Once more, a slippery Kaze has possession of those gems. And now in comes the hypercharge Bull. Brabao, he's bulldozing all over them. But they're still alive. 10 seconds to go and Ice Crow's got a hypercharge. He's got to make a play now. Now down to 5. Fire Crow's keeping
Yeah,
everyone
same,
backed up.
Aaron.
Alpha 7 Esports do have a Bull super, but it won't get them close enough to Edinho and Kyodog to interrupt. The last-ditch hypercharge from Ice Crow is a respectable effort, but nonetheless, Loud go on to match point.
One away from going to a grand finals would be huge for the Loud cause. They want to see a postseason, which is already, of course, looking likely, but they want a guaranteed shot at the World Finals. They want to hold on to their #1 seed in this chaotic region. They've had familiar foes every single month. A7 have certainly been in the mix, but right now they have to find it. A7, left-hand side, Loud crowded together once again, using Doug's heals to their advantage. Fire Crow just trying to charge up a super alongside it. Brabao hidden in this grass, healed up from gold. Now damage coming out from that gadget, and they have to wait. Fire Crow just gets a free walk forward. They don't want to kill him before the super goes down, and unfortunately for them, the timing is perfect. He has a gadget as well, and it will end up in A7 losing a member.
Fire Crow's got that super as well, so things are looking quite nice. Edinho is also ready with a hypercharge super of his own. Could be used for some supreme aggression, but it looks like they might actually just have to use it for defense. Meanwhile, Brabao is trying to circle around the bottom, and the super is in from Ice Crow. Hypercharge super denied for Bull, but he's going to be emerging from this cocoon with a vengeance. Taken down still by Brabao. And now Loud are on a warpath, trying to keep on this control of mid. Meanwhile, looking to defend the left lane assault that is only bound to happen. Ice Crow is ready with the super. Hypercharge in. That's going to break up some things. Fire Crow now reduced down to 1 HP. On the right side,
Wow,
down goes Kyodog,
that was
and all of
crazy.
these gems belong to Alpha 7 Esports following a team wipe.
Alpha 7 holding on to their tournament lives. 10 seconds on the clock, and Adinho sprinting up the middle of the map. Here comes the Dragon as well. Hypercharge being popped. The flamethrower left-hand in, grabs a kill, and now brought back to life. All three members.
Wow.
Here comes the Cocoon. Loud cleaning up. They've grabbed a few of those gems, scooped them up, and will steal for now. And alongside it, complete control of the middle of the map.
Super in from Ice Crow. Fire Crow attempting to defend. It's 9 gems for Loud. They only need 1 more, but they also got to stay alive in the face of Rabao. Fire Crow's been revived by that hot.
There's a lot going on.
Have the countdown. 10 seconds to go, but
Yeah, both of them are really good. Holy shit. Fire Crow just melted them all. That was crazy.
And it'll be Loud heading on to the grand finals. Alpha 7 Esports left in their wake.
Been a long time since we've seen Loud lose a set. It's been quite the run that they've had in this region, and will continue to make that #1 seed name count, striking fear into the rest of this region. And now once again, they'll have another shot at a grand final. This team just looks unmatched.
The last time Loud lost a set within the monthly finals, it's really been a while. It's been in April, I think. In June, they won every single one of their matches 3-0 today so far as well. In a monthly
Those
qualifiers,
gang
it
signs
looked
is
different. They did
crazy.
lose a set to Dropeados FA, but they're here now
I like
with
you just
France.
put up the
They're
A
winning
for
the
Alpha 7.
Fire Crow with a whopping 12 kills. If you don't know who to vote for your MVP,
The hope
I think
ends, yeah.
might be a choice
It was
here.
close though.
Adinho
That was a fun gem grab set.
Yeah, some great efforts as well. Picked up the gems in the end. KO Dog as the gem carrier. Just a good draft overall. Alpha 7. Maybe they should have picked the Mr. P. What do you think, Brady?
Look, I'm just okay. Hey, maybe it's only my opinion. All I'm saying is that it's good into the Lumi when it makes sense. Okay. Okay, cool. I hope we can clear that. Yes, obviously you're not gonna run Lumi and Mr. P on double swoosh. What were they thinking? They didn't even ban a Gray. They deserve to lose that. Okay, look, you have successfully.
Hello TD, how are you?
I hope you're happy about that. Now I'm going to angrily tell you.
Well, I like to see step 5. Yeah, that's fair.
BC Gaming SA versus SK Kalalis SA.
I mean, it's a good match. That's true. I just can't comment. I don't know the existing beef here, but I'm eating it up. I hope the folks at home have their popcorn alongside it too. It's been an exciting SA. It's been exciting behind the casting desk as well.
I'm okay, I'm tired though. But we're almost done. At most 2 hours. But hopefully less than that. Hopefully there's like 2 sweeps. But it's probably not gonna happen. I didn't do the MVP vote.
SK Kalalas wants to keep their second slot, so they need to win against that third themselves. Let's see who will take it in the end. And I will now very excitingly tell you to grab your snacks to bring your friends along for that next match. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, that's completely fair, Ellie. Loud is really strong.
Welcome back to the July monthly finals. We're still in South America, where things are shaping up to be hopefully a little closer. Another 3-0 later, Loud is in the grand finals, and they're now just waiting to figure out who their opponent will be. From that previous match, I mentioned already who would be my pick for the MVP. Ark, who's yours?
Well, let's see. In my opinion,
Before the
Firecrow did a
graphic.
pretty decent job. I feel like I would bet my house that. Oh, look at that! It's Firecrow.
Why does my voice sound dead? Because I'm really tired.
I think he's got like the
That's
the
why.
leadership poll vote on his side. But I mean, to be honest, Loud today are looking so good that genuinely,
Yeah.
it genuinely could be any of them.
After this
They're
is
playing
done, I'm
fantastic
gonna
game,
be
but
taking
one
it
play
up.
in particular that really caught my eye was the flying hook that in Bounty just was able to block the shot and come in and just save his team, and he was playing fantastic on that set specifically.
We want to see some more fantastic Brawl Stars now coming out of no one other than BC Gaming SA versus SK Kalalas. Our semi-final number 2, who will make it into the finals. Is it going to be a rematch between SK Kalalas and Loud, or is BC Gaming SA moving up in the ranks, Kenny?
I mean, I feel pretty 50-50 about this one. And so in my heart of hearts, I decided what would be the most dramatic thing would be BC Gaming having a Jubileo Revenge arc and them getting a victory here. I think SKC are just as in it, though. Obviously, roster changes are kind of going throughout this entire region. Loud have been phenomenal. We'll see who end up getting that one. But for now, this one feels like another great match. The semifinals.
Twitch bot getting banned. Thank you for going back to the YouTube chat. I appreciate it, Aaron.
It's been a huge day so far for BC Gaming.
Yeah, I voted for
that
SKC.
kind of like grudge match between them and Casa Brawl, former teammates colliding, but they are rising up big time, and especially now that we saw like Casa Brawl fall in the quarterfinals. Alpha 7 did make the semis, that changes things ever so slightly in terms of those points, but this is a really important match. If BC Gaming get this right, it's going to really mix things up.
And we just seen on the graphic, Jubileo is now playing for BC Gaming. They had a great run through their quarterfinal already. 3-0 in the end. That player swap together with Casa Brawl certainly have helped them to make it even further today. Let's see if they can beat that.
Yeah, I should be live for NA as well.
Last month, and that is standing in that second slot at the moment in the region. SK Kalalas is looking very strong today as well. Is it going to be an unbeatable hurdle, Red Kenny?
I don't think so. I really do feel like this can go either way. I mean, SKC, I think a big storyline for them, if they can come away with a win here today, really solidifies them with, honestly, just as roughly good of a resume as somebody like Loud, who have been so dominant this year.
And BC Gaming had a player swap. SK Kalalas has a new player as well. And Prozzy has been doing phenomenally. We also got the chance to sit down with him. And let's see what he feels about his new roster.
Hello, Adam. How have you been? Hello.
Bueno, yo empecé a jugar competitivamente en 2022 con mis amigos Meliodas y Exit. Ahí clasificamos a la primera mensual. Bueno, tuvieron que conseguir un reemplazo y decidieron que yo era lo más adecuado para el equipo. Bueno, la principal diferencia es que con ella estoy residiendo en Brasil actualmente, a diferencia de mi anterior equipo que solamente viajaban para las Monthly Finals. Con ella estoy viviendo.
The favorite for NA is either Tribe or Elevate.
Lo mejor posible para y prepararnos muy bien para las mensuales.
I think it's better at SKC.
You really love to see it. He's so motivated. He's eager to
I have to
train
look
with
at the
his
player
new
names
roster.
again, to be
He
honest.
did play in Surit again before, and with them, he did make it into the April Grand Finals. Can he repeat that today, Kenny?
I think it's certainly possible. Look, both of these squads are in a fantastic spot. A little bit of roster changes. I really do feel like this one is pretty even across the board. I'm looking forward to seeing
Yeah,
the new
it's
squad
either
with
Tribe
Jubileo
Gaming or
do.
Elevate.
Obviously,
A lot of
motivation
people
there.
don't really like
Look at both
Elevate
sides.
because
It's
they
gonna be a
call
really
the
interesting one, and I think
like
in
the
terms of trying to get a World Finals
organization
spot,
itself. They
at least
call
with
them
the two,
snakes.
This is a big deal. This
But
isn't just LCQ
they made the right
hosts or either of
choice,
these teams.
in
I
my
think they're
opinion.
both good enough where they are hoping to be one of the top two from this region.
And once again, we seem to.
I think
miss
Patchy
your
is
leisure,
playing.
Kenny. Ark, we're right this time, right?
I don't know. It's neck and neck, isn't it, really?
Because
It's a close
Vegeta
match.
is in
It's very
APAC
hard.
right now,
It
so
is gonna
Patchy
be
should
a
be
very
playing.
close match. I hope so, at least. We only had 3-0s and 3-1s so far today. South America, the region where we had more
Can we keep
roster
having
switches than
3-0s and
in any other
3-1s?
region. For some of them, it worked out positively. BC Gaming did beat Tropeados FA. Casa Brawl was on the other side of that swap between Doritos and Jubilee. They unfortunately did not manage to beat SK Kalalas. Let's see if their old teammate Jubilee can do it now, or if SK Kalalas will be the ones to fight Loud in the finals again. It would be a rematch we would love to see. At the same time, if both of those teams make it into the grand finals again, our August in South America, the race to the world finals might not be as tight as in other regions, Kenny.
Yeah, triple dribble going to be a real interesting one to kick things off too. Love seeing me some brawl ball, but more importantly, love seeing it out of this region. Lots of brawlers come to mind on this map. There's a lot of aggressive brawlers right now in the top of our meta. We're seeing ones like Kaze, obviously new brawler Ali. It's a really fun one to kind of see unfold. But there's also a lot of throwers that come into play here. I mean, brawlers like Willow come to mind as somebody that have really risen up the ranks. And you're going to see that on that top right-hand side band there. Charlie, of course, the most popular brawler last weekend in play rate, coming to the top. Hank needs no introduction. The Shrimp's got to go.
I certainly agree with that. The other brawler that can shoot through walls is going to be Shade, and he's left open. I feel like in triple dribble, you want to have one of those brawlers. Either something to shoot through the walls, to jump over them, or to throw over them. Willow, in my eyes, would be the best.
Many people vote for BC.
I do feel like Larry and Lori had some.
I mean, they do have Jubileo on their team now. Jubileo is really good.
But it's going to be another very popular pick here. Kaze, one of the strongest brawlers in the current meta, alongside Charlie, the most picked brawler overall. I don't think that's a dangerous pick here, a very safe one. And let's see with what BC Gaming will reply.
Kaze, just a great hybrid brawler, just that dashing in ability, but also has a little bit of medium range there with the daggers. Stu gonna be the brawler. It seems like to be a really popular one, Sonny, in this region. I mean, Stu is definitely not a bad brawler by any means, but I just feel like this is one of those South American kind of selections that have really come to play this month. Shade somebody though, no surprise to me. We look at the band stage top left, you see Hank is gone. That's gonna be a top possibility for trying to deal with him. And Stu is another way that pro players often try and react to the Shade. So if they wanted Shade, pairing it with Stu makes a lot of sense. And on the other side, no B in the mix, so if you want to go Jackie, maybe a little bit easier now, but still not the easiest thing to deal with as a
Good job, Sintra.
I love to see that Shade pick. So good on a map like Triple Dribble, where you have those two unbreakable walls in mid. Even against throwers, just such a good option. The Stu on the side, I feel like that brings in some more mobility even. Together with the Shade, both of them will just gonna roam around, wreak havoc. We have a lot of damage and a lot of HP on the other side, so this could be a little bit difficult for the Stewie that doesn't have the greatest of damage output against the Draco and the Kaze. And there's the Larry that I mentioned before. To me, so far, the perfect draft of both sides, honestly. At least when I look at the sets as which brawlers work out the best on this map, Kenny.
Larry and Lori has come into play, I believe because of the spawner. I mean, it's a brawler that's been forgotten to a degree over the last few months. Willow's Rise, Barley, very, very popular. And Finks at the tail end of this draft. Definitely a spicy draft on both sides, I would say. Shade, a huge playmaker. I see Draco and Kaze as a couple goal-scoring opportunities here. No matter how you spin it, definitely going to be some aggression going down for both sides.
Now I understand this do pick a little bit better as well. You can decide to play the breaking gadget to break open the map a little bit, and without a thrower on their end, even with the Shade, it's going to be a little bit rough against that Larry. Heading into set number 1, semi-final number 2, BC Gaming versus SK Kalalas.
Here we go, blue side up the middle of the map. Derp already low HP on the left hand.
When am I playing? Not in this stream.
Middle of the map, Jubileo dribbling, super shotting away, will instantly reload. Has another super ready to go. That's part of the beauty with Stu.
Prozzy with the gadget survives to them 1 HP. Finally, the takedown. Derp cleans up here, and a lot of mid control now for the blue team here. BC Gaming moving up, breaking open the map. It's gonna look even better for them in the long run. The further Jubileo is gonna break open those walls.
Loco up the middle, Derp grabbing ball, now left-hand end. Walking it down, pass over. They're taking their time with this. They know that if they line up a few
monthly finals win. It's so difficult to get in monthly finals in NA. Hello, Kenneth. How are you?
460. Now Jubileo turning his attention to that right-hand end.
Jubileo doing so much work on that right-hand side. Arzet's just trying to stay alive here. Prozzy doing the same. Can't survive Derp though. A great pinch here. Loco in the mid, cleaning up, pass over to him, and that's going to be the first goal for BC Gaming. 1-0 up for them, and only 1 minute left on the clock for SK Kalalas to turn things around.
Hypercharge available for Jubileo. Now purple buttons clashing across the map. Prozzy juggling on the right-hand in. Loco forced away. RHC cornering him on the left-hand side. Dribble, pass, wide open net. Red Roster dumps one in right off the backs of BC.
and they return the favor immediately. Just 15 seconds later.
Also,
SK Kalalas
playing
even
in
score.
tournaments requires
Now they're
team.
up
I
there.
do not
Colin
have one
Prodi
of
with a
those.
super trying to go up against Derp and
I mean,
Loco.
I
Both
retired
of them are
anyway,
one-shot.
so I wouldn't
Jubilee falls on the right-hand side. Prodi
expect
tries
to have
make a
any
move.
teammates.
Loco still with enough HP to
Last time I
get him.
played with
30
was like
seconds before the
February.
walls break down, Kenny. I feel like this is gonna head into overtime.
Hypercharged super for ARHZ. Derp just trying to work his way around it, and now BC forced all the way to the back of their net. Corner on that right-hand side. Jubileo just looking for a super 3v2 situation. And he's gonna have to dump this ball on the left-hand end. Larry and Laurie putting in some serious work, but Loco now popping off with the purple
How's
one
BC
as
winning? They
expanding
have
territory.
shade.
And with 5 to go, the grass is going to be green in front of them. These walls are coming down. BC with the ball available. Ooh, super pass intercepted. Could have been lethal.
Shade is doing a lot of pressure up top, but down below, RCC has the ball. And
Wow.
with Frozzy wiping Derp.
Hypercharged Draco and OC. How do you even defend that?
Nicely done there. This is going to be a really interesting one. I mean, already both of these sides clashing. Should be a fun one. I mean, seeding-wise, how they perform throughout the year would be big. I know BC Gaming would love to get themselves one on the board as well. Here we go. Start of game number 2. Jubileo on the face-off against KR. Going to be dribbling on this right-hand end. Prosy open on that right-hand side, using the gadget to try and stay alive as long as possible. Enough for RAC
Wow.
to punch one through.
It would mean so much to them. Already ahead, and then a set.
Yes,
massive for them.
SKC
BC Gaming on
win.
the defense. Nice swipes from the shade. Jubilee all alone now. Got to get this ball as far clear as he can. It's gonna be a tough defense here for BC Gaming.
Red roster now trying to march
Nice.
in. Too nicely done. SKC take a set early.
Honestly, that is the best way to start things off for SKC and for BC. I think they can still definitely turn things around, but I mean, Brawl Ball, you know, it's very tough as a first starting set to have as a game mode. So I think there's still plenty of fuel left in the tank for BC Gaming.
That first round went into overtime. The second one was over in just a second blink. If you miss it, SK Kalalas even more dominant in that second round than in the first one. Feel like the draft really worked out in their favor. Kenny, they had so much damage output. They had the
Yeah,
speed
Larry's
still,
underrated right
with the
now.
Kaze. It looked like BC Gaming SA had everything under control. They did score that very first goal of round number 1 thanks to Jubileo with a lot of mobility, thanks to the shade as well. But in the end, the HP, the amount of HP and the damage from the side of that Draco Kaze combo was just too much for them.
Just so much aggression. I think it overwhelmed them at times. And honestly, I think this Larry Laurie pick worked out pretty well. I felt like the spawner of Laurie was able to provide a lot of coverage for this team, giving them even more pressure onto the enemy side. It just never really felt like we had too many moments where somebody like Shade, who's such a powerful brawler right now, was running away with things.
Very good performance from SK Kalalas in the first one. They take the momentum from their 3-1 against Kessa Brawl into the semi-final number 2. I'm kind of sure, though, that this is not going to be the last we see of BC Gaming. I feel like this is not going to be a 3-0. How about you, Orc?
I feel like this is a fifth and final set kind of thing. It kind of has to be already.
I should make a video about like just underrated brawlers in this meta.
And I feel like, you know, SK Kalalas have had some good months. They've also had some bad months. And I think so far they're looking the best I've seen them for a while. It's very early to say in this kind of set. And the way that these two teams are so closely matched, it deserves to go to a fifth and final set for me in just regards to the two teams. A lot of it comes down to draft. That's the kind of concern for me here.
Certainly a spicy one. We talked about it earlier, but Ring of Fire is a tricky one to draft on. I mean, it starts in the band stage. There's so many brawlers that you could eliminate, but if you let any slide through that are unnecessary, the other team's going to scoop them up rather early. Ali, Lumi, Draco on that top right-hand side. A Gray and a Bonnie on the left of the non-duplicated brawlers. So BC Gaming, plenty of options here for the selection number 1.
I see Louis left open. Pam would be an option as well. Both of them tanky and both of them with a lot of area control with survivability. And Kaze is going to be the first pick yet again. We've already seen her come out of SK Kalalas as first
Gotta be
pick
back in a
of
minute.
Triple
Sounds
Triple.
good.
I do feel like
I'll still be here.
choice, one of the top 2 brawlers overall, at least in terms of pick rates. Charlie is the top 1 in that. Maybe she's going to have a showing as well here.
Possibly indeed. Let's see. As the drop comes in, SK Kalal is certainly tanky brawlers. Yeah, Hank, first pick for them. And I think that's a good reason for sure.
They had enough of it. Yeah, I don't blame them. I mean, you can technically counter Draco on this map with Lou, but it's risky business no one wants to deal with.
I feel like it's the way to go. Finks, yeah, we're seeing a bit more of Finks coming in today. I'm kind of all for it. Like I said, I mean, it's a brawler which was played so frequently in the meta and just kind of dropped off, but wasn't nerfed. And I kind of feel like it's got some good results today so far.
Makes a lot of sense to me, particularly on Hot Zone 2. So this pairing of Finks plus Hank, kind of a lot of coverage into other options here. You've got your aggression, tankier brawler. Obviously, Hank very menacing with that hypercharge as well. And then you have Finks on the other side, very control-based. If they go with any projectile brawlers on that left-hand side, you have to be scared of it a little bit. Something like a Lou normally that would stop the Hank now has to think twice because of that Finks super. Stu going to be the choice for BC Game. Once again, seeing the Stu come in.
They need something that can hold mid better.
You can't resist my charm.
Maybe like Amber.
Final pick coming in then for SKC.
And Charlie and Stu left hand in now coming in.
Or Barry.
Charlie's definitely a concerning thing.
Amber or Barry. Or Doug.
Alongside the Stu, there's Doug. Real spicy.
Doug is a very, very interesting pick. Well, no, I just didn't see coming, but we were saying earlier today how in Hot Zone it's the kind of main map and mode for this kind of brawler. So, I mean, it's going to keep the Hank on the zone. It's going to be a tough thing for them to shake it off in that regard. The Charlie is still definitely some insurance here for BC Gaming, but it's not the brawler I was expecting to see, I can't lie. Already SKC all over the zone, immediately so. And this is what I'm worried about really with these Doug Hills coming in. Can BC Gaming penetrate it really? Cocoon out then. KR, oh that's nice from Jubilee there. No HP, hasn't stayed back just a little bit here behind this wall. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see whether BC Gaming can start to really get the DPS that they need to break this out.
Here comes the purple button for Loco. Derp in the middle. Now
That's crazy.
Marching their way up. Blue side.
So much healing.
Forward. Red roster has the hot dog available though. It's going to be a strike, a kill, but a respawn here as well.
66% for SKC. It's down BC Gaming now to really make a tremendous comeback. And again, I do worry for the chances. There's also a time warp available for the Finks too. Hypercharge for the Hank. Go straight onto the mid as well. Kaze Fanstorm will blind them temporarily, but now forwards out of it. And danger for BC Gaming, who are struggling to really take on this tanky comp.
Blue roster now has Derp and Jubileo available. Onto the enemy sidelines, and Brozy does have that super. It's been so powerful. It's a reason why Doug has now found himself in this meta alongside a hypercharge. Going to be feeding this to KR, who goes straight into the cocoon. They free him, but it does not make that any better for them. Now with the takedown, RHZ low availability, and it swipes through in slow motion. The yo-yo comes right back. It's going to take a perfect defense, though.
Yeah, they cannot skip a beat, and Hank is such a tough thing to bring back. There's a nice cocoon. Can they cycle it? That's the question. Hot dog out there as well.
It's over.
Too much DPS, too much HP.
He'll get a sweep from SKC.
A nice game going the way
And then a sweep from Loud.
Really cool comp.
So I can go to sleep.
Look, anytime I see Doug, I'm a happy camper. It's just such a tough one to beat right now, especially with this hypercharge. The win rate has been very solid. Obviously, this is a selective brawler. I'm not praising Doug to be some S-tier broken brawler, but you know what? It's still good. BC Gaming right here in the mix, though. SKC with a strong start. Finks up the middle, and KR will work the right hand in. Teleport away to safety. But Jubileo, full positioning here on this top side. They're going to get one takedown, now a cocoon. This is where BC can really start to shine. They're focusing each of these brawlers one at a time, and just beautifully played.
Was it expected? Fair enough.
Nice takedown of the cars on the left-hand side, though, for SKC. Now starting to push their way back forward, so I think Doug does have a hot dog as well here.
I know Jubileo is really good.
Cocooned out is the Hank coming out, immediately taken care of. That was swift for BC Gaming now. And again, we'll be shortly joined by their third player. And this is really just SKC just forcing this Hank forwards. Hot Dog there as well, cocooned yet again, and should be shortly coming out. And without it,
Hello, Illustrate, how are you?
Hot Dog at just the right time. Loco is going to choose to kill him, but he's going to come back straight on the zone. These takedowns have got to be swift, and they are.
I'm trying
It's
to
neck and neck, honestly.
stay up long enough for this to be done with.
You just have to keep Doug in his supers at all times. This is nicely done, focusing one enemy at a time. So now SKC are marching as a unit. Here comes a super from RHZ. Loco forced away for the first time in a while. And now Red Roster have an opportunity to match in percentage points. This is going to be as tight as it gets.
Oh, I see there. It was taken down just a little bit too prematurely. He'll come back onto the zone. Hot and ready to handle things. KR as well doing a great job in the spawn side, just deflecting and distracting the entire time. And now it's just Derp. He's low HP himself, trying to gassy heal his way back to full HP, but the Doug heals for the Hank are going to be far enough for SKC to take yet another set.
Wow, 2-0 up was not on my bingo card for the day. I really thought that this semifinal number 2 was going to be one of our better matches of the entire weekend. If not,
I'm okay, Illustrate. I'm just tired.
SKC are making it look easy. If they make it through the next one, they may be a worthy adversary for Loud.
It would be so nice to finally see Loud lose a set, honestly. It's been a streak for them. Last month, they did not lose a single set. And now, today, it's all of the same, really. SK Kalala so far doing really well. Once again, BC Gaming with that Stu pick that does seem to work out. Looking at the stats here, Derp was popping off. At the same time, we had the Finks again. This time on SK Kalala's comp, not on the side of BC Gaming. It's as if they wanted to tell them, hey, look, that's how you play that brawler. And that's probably also a better map for him, honestly, Kenny.
Yeah, Doug on Ring of Fire. Look at the world we live in. Doug's back, Bull's back. I'm a pretty happy camper, but I think it just goes to show how diverse this meta is. We have several brawlers that are now in double digits in terms of the play rate. In terms of the ban stage, we have some common enemies, of course, but I just feel like there's been so many kinds of wins that players have had through this weekend, through last weekend. Makes me really excited. I love the creativity that these guys are bringing to the table.
Creativity
Really, Illustrate? There were some people saying that they couldn't hear the commentators earlier, that it was too low. I mean, that my voice is too low and they were too loud. The cool one, welcome. How are you?
Now, today, it feels like she's showing up not as often either, yet still, I feel like she's super strong in the meta, and we saw her here. She does have some counters, it seems. Even though she's the most picked brawler with a huge win rate arc against Hank, Dog, and Finks, it's not enough.
Yeah, too much heals, too much HP, and just really tough to break through. And they punished Stu in that regard quite a lot, and that's always my reservations. One of the reasons why it's dropped out of the meta in every other region. It's always been a very good South American pick to have, but it just doesn't really fit at the moment. And you do have to adapt. You do have to keep up with the draft and just kind of like go with what works. And you know, a lot of really scary brawlers can be just right around the corner, so you have to protect yourself in that regard.
Now heading over to New Horizons. Once again, this newer map in the map pool. It's either going to be Angelo or Dean that I look out for, either on the band stage or in the pick stage. They're gonna show up here. New Horizons, a map that is filled with cheese. You can just hide around those walls at the corners, wait for that smoke to come in to finally meet in the middle. Hence, a lot of those brawlers with self-charging supers, like the Buster, like the Daryl, are gonna be showing up here as well. The bans are in. Gene and Angelo both banned out, so at least that was right as they both show up, but unfortunately we won't see them played out here, Kenny.
Name still called, though. I'll give
We
you
got one in this month for South America and North America. For South America, Loud. For North America, I kind of want to say Tribe again, even though Elevate has been dominating, but Patchy's playing instead of Vegeta. Maybe Elevate still.
SKC picking up a very stereotypical brawler right now for our meta. On New Horizons, I kind of like it too. This map's really interesting because it does kind of have those long-range features. It does have those sharpshooters, but at times does really play to those medium range and around those corners and get a little close.
Well, first pick coming in for BC Gaming. It's me, Jae Young. Interesting stuff. Not a bad brawler here at all, but one that does have to be there to support. Kaze's a big threat on this particular map as well, and it would be a nice synergizing brawler. Definitely a consideration for SKC if it does show its face. quite like it in that regard. But yeah, the bans really are quite good. Ollie's available, but it's a bit of a tough point to really pick it. Lumi as well as Escape the Draft, so that would be where my mind's thinking. Yeah, Kaze first, but then you are going to be potentially playing into a Lumi, as I just don't see how SKC don't pick it.
I think this is a good choice of aggression plus a little bit of support. So that's something common that we see with these kind of combos here with Jaeyoung. Oftentimes he's going to be supporting something in Kaze, one of the better ones in the meta that you could do so. Have to watch out for those Cocoon, those. The Spiderlings can certainly put in some work. Obviously, Kaze can kind of dive through that in one form, and then with the daggers, can pierce through them as well. So I would say of brawlers, Kaze doesn't seem like the worst one in the world. I mean, it's not going to be easy by any means, but Ollie on the right-hand side. I love the Hypnosis in general for this game mode. We haven't seen Ollie nearly as much as we saw him in previous months, but it's good to see that he still has a home here at Knockout.
Yeah, it's a very good brawler for this map. I really do quite like it. It's tough to push into, yeah, and it kind of had to be.
Yeah.
It really did. Yeah, it's...
You can't not.
Choice, they can't not. And BC Gaming made their choice. They valued the Kaze. And I think the Lumi's just a bit safe.
I think SSG has a chance. I don't know. Apparently they've been doing well in scrims.
Get into position better, and certainly heals go a long way in a game like Knockout. I just feel like the SKC comp is just very scary. You've got the Charlie to shut down the Kaze, the Lumi for control, the Ollie for just brute force and maneuverability around the map, Buster to really kind of have that same flavor added to their comp. But I don't think it really makes me sort of love it much more, to be honest. It's going to be basically now BC Gaming hunkering down behind this Buster, walking around the map, probably being sort of chased around in that regard until the Buster has shield and then forcing their way forwards. And the Jaeyoung to try to close the gap. That's kind of where they're thinking with this. The Weekend Warrior gadget for Jaeyoung, definitely one of his strongest attributes, but it's that additional speed of which it brings to combine with that then. And we've seen this in the EMEA. It's tried and tested. I do quite like it for that reason. I just feel like SKC is a little bit safer and just a little bit more to my liking.
So they're going to let Jubileo reign free on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Derp is going to be the one to charge up Loco. Makes sense. It is the brawler that is going to be played for support. Right now, it is on the speed setting, if you will. SKC clustered together top right. And if I was going to put my faith in getting to a grand finals, Charlie, one of the most picked brawlers, Lumi, one of the most successful over the last few months, and Ollie, who has a free super if he can get to the other end and get some Hypnosis. Great way to go about it. Just going to be passive to start things off. And I think Loco just going to look for that shield, like you mentioned, and then play it for these end games. Otherwise, it's just Jubileo kind of hiding.
Yeah, forcing his way around now, getting a couple of taps along the way, and a nice little layer there of speed from Derp. Now the heals come in as well, and Buster will have shield. It's the kind of comp for BC Gaming where the gas is going to help it. For SKC, though, obviously the Cocoon can really just eradicate. So really looking towards KR and him obtaining that utility. Bandstorm out now. Loco coming in with the hypercharge as well now and just really forced back KR. Now the Cocoon comes in. Weekend Warrior pop there for Derby. Gets a nice tap onto Perosi. Reese survives. And won't be long for KR to fall himself. And that's a very nice round for BC Gaming. Very composed.
Very composed, very patient. Couple supers already locked and loaded for that left-hand side for BC Gaming. And once again, they're going to send Jubileo, the Kaze on the right-hand side. But it's the full SKC roster hunting him down. We'll have to rotate to this left-hand in. Derp, Loco going to continue to be passive. And again, I just think unless Jubileo gets a lucky pick or SKC make a blunder, it's really going to be BC Gaming waiting until these final moments. They have the Buster Shield available. They'll be looking for Hypercharge alongside it. They're going to make their one big play and hope it's the one that counts.
Good pinch occurring here. Hypercharge for KR, although it's not the strongest in the game for Charlie. Some Spiderlings can go a long way. Already a freeze inbound if BC Gaming make the move, or they can just kind of sit back on the side of SKC and wait for the gas, and that will then force the hand. You don't want to be there in that position when that happens. They've got to move out now. Well, the freeze has got to go down either way. Let's see. Freeze is going to hold on for this long. Didn't freeze very late in that freeze. That's a mistake right there for me. Cocoon is there. So a 3 versus 3 for now, but
yeah, the easiest bracket. Then maybe they'll get far. They also got someone helping them with draft as well.
Passive warfare will side with BC Gaming. They're really waiting until those final moments are. All they did was make sure that they charge a Buster Super. They waited, They go with Jay Young, move in as a unit, and then they've had Jubileo kind of go off on his own and just go for those flanks towards the end. Didn't make too much of a difference there, but at least giving them a different angle so they're not all three members engaged. Of course, being able to go invisible at times and things like that, the huge dashes, has a lot of mobility, really helps out. But once again, same exact start. Can't blame BC Gaming. I mean, if it's the winning strategy, it's the winning strategy, but Jubileo has to be careful here. And we'll switch to the other form just to get a quick dive away. Perosi trying to cut him off, though. Now Jubileo going to be skating, diving away, will join the teammate successfully. But once again, SKC with a perfect flank, all three members with control. They really have to rely on a Loco super to get out of here.
Yeah, that was nice. Perosi conceded a couple of shots, and look at that. Jubileo just really caught KR there, unawares of the help of his teammates. They will clear it up. Loco alive, just about as well. And Jubileo still continuing on. The very player, might I add, that Casabrawl let go. And we saw what happened to Casabrawl in the quarterfinals. Jubileo's been playing fantastically today. May have been a bit of a roster maneuver mistake because I feel like he's done really, really well so far and has brought yet another round. This could be a set even for BC Gaming if they continue this.
I feel like SKC just have to try something different. Now all three members going to the left-hand side. BC Gaming have 2 hypercharged supers and Derp with 1 of his own. It's just going to be a tough one to come back from. I almost feel like you have to try something new, you have to get over aggressive, because otherwise writing might be on the wall. It's been BC Gaming towards these in-games pretty convincingly.
Well, some utility is there. All KR getting caught off guard. Cocooned out. Reese comes into the hypnosis as well, gets Derp. But Loco's going to be pinched there as well now. Support. And Reese has just got to get out of here or just continue it. And he's just choosing to continue it. Somehow coming out alive. And KR and himself just got to heal up now. And it's 2 versus 1. As long as Reese survives here, they stand a very fighting chance of being able to get at least a round here and keep this one alive.
Yeah, now with almost 10,000 health points will certainly make a difference. Jubileo just trying to get a few shots in while he can, but there's no hope left. Gonna be some easy tags. Oh, and they're just playing with their food now. Maybe letting KR go for a super. Rounds the corner. RHC will take care of business. So now 1-1. Finally, SKC get around.
Yeah, kind of smart there from Jubileo just to continue like swiping because ultimately he wouldn't then heal and was well aware that he was being farmed and didn't want to give over anything more. Hypercharge for Loco, hypercharge for KR now. Prosi's got his super as well. If he can get a stun, it'll be huge. Jubileo out of position, but in an aggressive stance, that particular brawler. Don't mind it. There's the stun from Derp. Onto Derp rather, and he goes down very, very swiftly. SKC now have got a great opportunity ahead of themselves. They can make this 3 versus 2 count, and Loco's just used hypercharge. He's not going to get that back for a while.
Oh, and RHC going in for the hypnosis. Loco is a goner. All 3 members focusing him down. Jubileo just going for a hypercharge, doing everything he can to give his team a chance. Will be hypnotized and falls. Now SKC all of a sudden looking alive and well. They are on match point.
Yeah, that was a super, super important game to win there. Deprive that effectively a round point scenario where they would have been able to gain the set on the side of BC Gaming. Now SKC been able to eradicate and wipe the slate clean. They are on match point, 2 rounds away from making the grand final, and that would just be absolutely phenomenal for them.
To do so in a 3-0 fashion would be quite the statement, especially considering what Loud's done in this region the last couple months. A blunder coming out of BC Gaming, but a pullback as well. All of a sudden a 2v2 situation. RHC though, staying aggressive. Perosi moving to this left-hand in. Now cornering BC Gaming. The blue side just gonna have to work together here. Jubileo gonna stay attached to Loco in the meantime just to charge up a little bit more super, but now gonna dash away. Really interesting decision here to separate them. I would have thought they maybe wanted to play together a little bit more.
Yeah, it's for me SKC that have got better odds with the Ollie, but at the moment Reese has got not really much more than a gadget to hand to get that hypnosis. Needs to find some taps. Loco's got a very dangerous gadget himself. And oh, it misses. He's wasted that then. Perosi taking some shots, but nonetheless, should be able to heal up if he just is able to evade this. And there's the hypnosis. And this should be SKC surely here. Jubileo can't do much at all. That's a round. A huge round win for SKC there.
Tough loss early from BC. And what looks so convincing off of this game number 1 has all of a sudden led to SKC being 1 round away. Hypercharge available for Loco, and Derp has a super of his own. Jubileo separated from Loco in that previous round, and it cost them. They need to play as a unit. They need to make sure they get some kills, and they need to look for these end games like they did in their first one.
Yeah, BC Gaming can absolutely turn things around, but now so much is going against them. They've got to keep their composure big time. Jubileo with some huge taps, but the cocoon is there. Luca going in with a hypercharge as well. That's a big pickup. Now Reese is low as well. Beautiful from BC Gaming. They're back in the game, but survive this round.
All evened out, BC Gaming fighting for their tournament lives, and meanwhile SKC are trying to go for the clean sweep against a regional rival. Jubileo, top left-hand side, now moving his way up. A dash up as Loco and Dirk will hide in this bush together. Sees the ice, will skate across it. Now moving back down. Gonna be rotating to this right-hand side. Now it's just Jubileo everywhere. He's just trying to find any kind of advantageous positioning he can get.
Huge stun from Prosy. Derb's in trouble. Heals are out. A goes down. 3 versus 2 now in favor of SKC. Now a 2 versus 2 thanks to that pickup from Jubilee. That's a chance. Oh, beautiful. Oh, Prosy comes in. It's a 1v1. And Loco needs the shield, which he obviously can't obtain now. It's going to be really tough to push into this Lumi. Oh, no. It's all gone wrong for BC Gaming.
SKC out of a gadget, though. One-on-one interaction, winner take all. SKC could be moving to a grand final. Loco does not have the range to contest, and the longer this clock goes down, the closer the fog moves in, the closer he gets to a gadget. Perosi now dueling. Local 7,500 HP, misses the gadget. The stun doesn't quite connect. Nonetheless, SKC pull through. What a comeback there in set number 3.
A tense 1v1 to decide it. But it's SKC back in the grand finals yet again, the 3rd time this season. A huge result for them. What a day. It's either a grand finals appearance or a quarterfinals exit. Well, we're back to business.
Welcome to the grand finals, everyone. It's Loud versus SK Kalalas once again. They did it in a 3-0 sweep. I can't believe both of our semis have been that fast. We're already in the grand finals, and I hope that one at least will be a little bit closer. As mentioned, it will be a rematch from the June monthly finals where Loud took it 3-0. I really hope it's not going to be another 3-0 here, Kenny.
I mean, it would be pretty crazy, especially considering the form SKC have looked today. They've beaten some formidable foes, some of the better teams in this region, and they've done so convincingly. I'm hoping SKC can really put up a fight here.
Jubilee has looked phenomenal on that Kaze, and he does fit into that roster, so I do expect some greatness coming out of BC Gaming next month. For them, the race today is over. Loud and SK Kalalas move into the grand finals, as we see here, Ark.
Yeah, I've got big hopes for BC Gaming now. I'm really worried for Casa Brawl. Like, really, really worried. They were the ones that made that roster movement, and Jubilee then went over to BC Gaming. And look in their bracket, who came off better? Like, it's now going to come down to that final monthly final, and Casa Brawl are going to have a really good performance because, like, the level of skill of the teams that surround them has just been so elevated in this region this season.
I think with the top 1 and 2 seed making it into the grand finals, again, those top 2 slots are pretty firm now, pretty much. Yeah, given who will move into the World Finals directly. But for the LCQ in this region, everything is still open. It changed every single month, despite having the same 8 teams, almost, not today, in the monthly finals in SA. We had a little bit of a switcheroo every single month, just like in this last set as well. New Horizons, it at least ended on a close note. It was really a flip and flop, and I hope we see the same thing in the grand finals as well. You, everybody watching right now, make sure to get in your predictions. This is your last chance.
Thank you for hanging out with me.
Some more Pro Pass XP towards that new Pro Pass. So make sure to do it now. We also give you a quick break to settle in, get ready, relaxed. Grand finals is up next.
Yes, grand finals. I've been waiting for this moment.
hope you are ready. It's time for the grand finals of the July monthly finals. Yet again, we're in South America this time around, and we do have a repeat here. Loud and SK Kalalas are standing in that grand finals. We've seen the same image already.
Yeah, I am tired, but it's okay. We're almost done. We got an hour at most. Like 20 minutes at least. It's okay. We're almost there.
Oh, and he gets it. Okay, so looks like everyone was paying attention when it was time to call that MVP vote. That was a really, really narrow matchup. I feel like while it was not really that favored for Buster, it was so possible. That was a pretty
Ready for the finals, yes. I'm ready. Just to end it.
I think it's also a little nice welcoming gift here from the community to Prosy that has now moved over to SK Kalalas and immediately has brought them into the monthly final, grand finals. Which, talking about it, let's head right into it. Loud versus SK Kalalas. Yet again, a rematch here will now finally take someone a set of the hands of Loud here, Ark.
It's going to be such a great grand finals for me. It's going to be a real question as to whether Loud are still on top here. 2 monthly final wins. It would look to me so far today from just the play that maybe that's the case, but SKC have really closed the gap. And despite that last scoreline that they had in the last monthly final, in that grand final stage of a sweep in favor of Loud, the question now remains, have SKC learned from those mistakes?
And we do remember this checklist. It does say that for Loud making it to Worlds of this month already, they need to win the monthly finals, and BC Gaming must lose before the grand finals. So they can thank SK Kalalas for their win in the semis. With that, they now only have 1 more point left here, Kenny. Ready? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just pretend to be Kenny real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I don't want to be mean. They have one
but
thing
you're
to
doing
do.
it to me.
That's right.
If it was the other way around,
Kenny would say,
hesitated to bring out British accent, would you?
Kenny would say, well, they could, or they couldn't. But
I'm gonna Bethel real quick. Be right back. In like 2 minutes.
But you got me to do it. I hope you're happy with yourself.
If anyone asks where I'm at, do not tell them I'm sleeping, or they will call Alex here and get the stream taken down.
Kenny was originally meant to be casting the finals, okay? I'm still happy
Okay,
with
be right
my
back.
So I'm really sorry, Reddy and Ark. I'm here with you, and I'm super happy that it's here for the finals of the SA monthly finals. Loud on the one side, top 1 seed at the moment, and unbeaten in terms of set in. How many matches is it now, actually, in the monthly finals? Unbeaten in 5 matches. That could be the 6th. Let's see if SK Kalalas has something to say about that, Ark.
It's really going to come down to, how much can they really outdraft Loud here? When that team are on the cusp of locking themselves in for the ultimate prize in the game, like, the first stage of it, they make world finals, win world finals. That's how teams think when it comes to their BSC seasons. When that's on the line, we tend to see teams take it to that next level. So Loud are going to be that caged animal today. They're going to be really dangerous.
They are super motivated to win this one, but so is SK Kalalas. They want to win that rematch. They could not win against them, not even a set in last month's monthly final. Now with Prosy at their side, they do want to change things up here. Despite all that talk, though, I think all 4 of us said that Loud will probably take it. Just going with the statistics here, I think you can't be mad at us here already.
Okay, statistics is one thing. There's also the notion of, look at the bracket, man. You see number 2 and number 3 sitting on the bottom half of the bracket. Loud's only opponent that they had on the upper side was what, Alpha 7? And they're new inductees into the top 4 in the region. So in my opinion, this is where the bulk of Loud's labor went. And for SK Kalalas, it was mostly placed on that semi-final.
They're probably super prepared coming into the grand finals. I hope SK Kalalas is too. Looking at the people's vote here, they also just went with the statistics and with Loud's overwhelming dominance over this region over the course of the last few months, Ark.
Yeah, but like, I feel like this year we've seen the most skewed polls we've ever seen, actually, above the years. I think it's like not nearly that one-sided. I really don't. I mean, I was almost like, well, I'm quite disappointed that not one of us went SKC here, because genuinely they have got a really good chance here. I don't want it to kind of be lingered on the previous scoreline, because looking at how they've played today, they've looked like a really solid unit. It's just that I personally feel like Loud have had that slight advantage, really. They've just been almost, flawless. Sometimes they get a little bit overzealous, but some amazing steals in that previous semi-finals match, and they just seem like they're fully locked in today. So definitely don't think it's nearly that one-sided in the poll.
And now it's time to head into the very first draft of our grand finals. Loud versus SK Kalalas. And there's no better maps to start things on other than Double Swoosh. One of those newer maps in the current map pool. If the band's in already, Terra is gonna be your first pick here. Certainly a brawler you don't see anywhere else. Janet, Lumi, and Buster are gonna be picked banned out by the side of Loud. Kaze, Draco, and Ellie, 3 very good tanks in the current meta, banned out by SK Kalalas. Wouldn't be too surprised to see something to go up against this Terra now. Specifically, Amber could be one of those brawlers ready.
Amber, Sandy, 2 of the ones that come to my mind. I don't even want to hear it, Ark. No, thank you. We can. Okay, there's the Amber. So look, here's the strategy. I've been talking about this all day, but here's a really good example of, we know that we can get a fire first pick. We just got to ban out the biggest counters. And so Janet is off the table. Lumi would also be like, okay, I guess you can get rid of the shades. Not really the best example. But then there's Buster as well.
Shut it, illustrate. That's crazy.
Sandy, Amber, things that are pretty good against Tara that SK Kalalas opt to go. Usually an Amber would be enough, but they can hammer it down a little bit more. Gonna go ahead and pick up that Hank, interestingly enough, just to get some HP, some aggression.
Okay, I feel a little bit more energetic than when I left.
Interesting pick. Not one that I can necessarily saw coming. The Amber's going to be cautious because
Terra 1, I don't like Terra 1.
Eradicated, it's going to make a big difference here.
I mean, I think Terra's good in general, but
Janet's a interesting brawler ban on the side of Loud for me. Kenji's one that they played interestingly a little bit here. Not really too much to my liking. Crow going to be coming in. It's okay. I mean, it's not too bad. I prefer the Charlie for the Hank, but let's see if they do finally snap it up in their 3rd and final pick. It's an SA pick. Crow's been played here more than any other region so far, and to be fair, I feel like they play it really, really well. So though I don't kind of necessarily see it, although the map makes sense for it. Hey, what did I tell you already? What did I tell you? It's South
welcome back, thank you.
It's South America. Lumi's banned. Right. They can't be countering the Lumi. Lumi's banned, mate. Put it down.
Mortis game, Kappa. I wouldn't play Mortis into Crow, but I would play Mortis into the other 2.
A lot of players gravitating towards the Sprawler, and it is a good counter to the Hank. Ready? I'll give you that before you say it. Okay? How's that? Okay, I threw you a bone, mate. You're welcome.
Oh, I'm so happy. You know how it feels to be deprived of pleasure for like
Or
the
Lily,
entire day, and
yeah.
Finally, I get recognized. So let's break some of this down. So the Crow selection.
Yeah, I don't know why they would go Terra 1.
Yes, but also it's a great way of dealing with Amber. It has been a counter to Amber since she was introduced into the game. It's in like 2020. The rest of this draft from Loud, they have that Mr. P for some control. It's going to be their mid brawler. I'm looking at the potential for SK Kalalas to get rid of those porters without too much an issue, interestingly. They had their last pick come in just a moment ago. So let's see how this Lily is able to help out with things. The Mr. P doesn't have any CC, so that's going to make Lily just really, really good against him. Also, when she gets a hypercharge, it's basically going to be a free lane win for them. And look at this. Allowed to move into that lane. Kyodog overextended, and now these
Whatever.
lanes just belong to SK
I
Kalalas.
picked Loud, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised on who wins this either way.
But now, will Firecrow, no, I was going to say, he might have been able to maybe tap up the Amber a little bit more than he did, but not going to happen. Crow's going to burn down now, and still plenty of time for Dino to get a hypercharge, so that's when things can change, but certainly they would prefer to have a better start and then buy down the clock just a little bit more. KR now, 2 low HP to contest this, and as quickly as that, SKC now in a bit of a more compromised position. Nice there from Kyodog. Seems like Loud are getting warmed up again now. I like the additional movement speed to the Hank. I think that's definitely the right way to go for it, but now that Loud have got some catching up to do, the question now is, how well can they hold mid?
RHZ with a kill in the Shadow Realm, now looking for another on Kyodog, who's in hot pursuit of the enemy gym carrier.
How did Kaodon not get punished for that?
One gym, Prozy's trying to keep him away, and those gyms have safely deposited themselves in the back right corner. Perfect for anyone to take, and it looks like the SK Kalalas approach is going to be have Hank take it. He's the most passive brawler on the team, so I suppose it makes sense. It's going to be sitting around this mid, one-shotting quarters whenever they appear. Kaiodog's coming in with some aggression on a KR, though. He gets tapped just a little bit by that bubble. Kaiodog's now up to 7 gems, and also
Firecrow has a
that he has the
hypercharge.
jump ready. Edinho is not going to be carrying any gems at the moment, so this is either an on-the-fly adjustment, or they've decided that it's not worth it to have Mr. P carry the gems when Lily could upset you at any second.
I'm really impressed with Loud and Kaido specifically as well. I feel like he's playing a fantastic Crow here. Can't really drop these gems and low HP. Chose for the shots. Oh, that's nice. Closing the gap there from KR. A lovely little hypercharge. Got to get a takedown. Prosy could be enough here from the mid. Maybe they can get 2 from the mid. Yeah, absolutely so. So tied up now. 10 apiece. And KR now being pestered by these porters. Pushed back into spawn. Loud are buying time. Hypercharge for the Lily there as well. It's dangerous. Kaidog doesn't take any chances. Jumps away.
Kaodog reflexes are on point right now.
And KR will fall. This is great from Loud. They're buying plenty of time, but it's not over yet. There's still a chance for SKC to push this mid.
10 seconds to go. SK Kalalas waiting for that next gem to come in. RHC is going to try and spawn on top of it or create some pressure. There it is. 12 gems for SK Kalalas SA. Kaiodog just needs number 13. Adinho's created the necessary pressure. There's really no one from SKC to interrupt. Now here comes KR. Oh, someone's going to have to grab those gems. It'll be the teammate that respawns for SK Kalalas SA. KR's trying to close in for Firecrow. That's one shot. He might be able to get in close.
No, Kaodog has enough.
Firecrow, who was sped up inside those bushes. Loud have 15 gems, and SK Kalalas.
True loading. Firecrow used to always be the one playing Crow.
I am still a bit mystified by the choice of target for the Lily hypercharge there. I feel like that was a chance to put Crow in the Shadow Realm, and that hypercharge projectile that travels so fast, there's no way that Crow is going to be able to react to that. I just anticipated Lily to be played differently than SKC are choosing to play it.
Yeah, definitely a couple of mistakes towards the end, but you know, towards that stage in itself, I feel like very, very closely matched. I mean, SKC really had Loud on the ropes and really forced them to not make any mistake in that regard. Just kind of blows my mind that the event site poll is so skewed and that we're all so decided on Loud in the casting desk, but they did hold their own. They kept their composure and they got it done. They'll do it again though for this first set. KR getting tapped again by Kaiodog, and I think Kaiodog's the most dangerous player that I'm seeing on the side of Loud so far. I like the way he just goes in on the aggressive jumps away by using that super rather than jumping in. It makes it much harder to predict what he's going to be doing. And
Loud Beat Tribe, yeah. Loud Beat Tribe and
almost 7 now to SKC, and Loud are very much behind him.
what was their China team?
KR is just going around clicking heads with the bubble. He's got 7 gems, got a couple of assassinations.
I can't think of their name right now, but they also beat Tribe.
Of this impending super
They
Kaiodog.
swept Tribe, I'm pretty sure.
Hypercharge pair with
They
Edinho.
both swept Tribe, I think.
Firecrow on the right side, but RHZ shuts him down. Now hypercharge in from Kaiodog. He knows this is his only shot. Gets the kill, but Edinho can't afford to push in. Now Prosy has all 8 gems. He won't be able to pick up this one on his side if Kaiodog keeps it.
This is a really good gem grab game too, but it's not as good as the other one.
Now SKC just need to play for tempo. They can let one go to Loud, or they could just pick up the one that belongs
Yeah,
to Loud.
Toxic Lotus. Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't think of their name.
They're going to try and bring it home. Kaiodog needs this super to land onto Amber. He's got to get in range. He's only got 1k HP. Might as well send it. You won't be able to make this happen at this point, though. SK Kalalas are taking away game number 2 and tying up set 1.
Yeah, a mistake there from Kaiodog. Just didn't quite grab the gem, and yeah, sure there was another one spawning on SKC's side, which they would surely have got afterwards, but you know, the question then is like, would they have been able to get something, make something of that opportunity as they're going into the mid to try to seize it? If it just got a couple of pixels higher, would have been able to bring it back. It may have been a different story, but we'll never know. SKC now equalize out the set. Good stuff from them. I think that Loud will definitely be having some better communication this time round. KR is definitely, for me, utilizing a lot of the supers at the right times to get that additional heal. But I do worry a little bit. There's 4 gems in the mid, straight in the house of Kaiodog, and SKC were just going so aggressive, they just didn't play the actual objective.
Ooh, here comes RHZ. He's going to look for a couple on a Kaiodog. Oh, Kaiodog survives! A super in from
Oh,
Lily
he's not
wasn't
paying
enough to
attention.
punch through that shield from Kaiodog, and maybe that is
Bro
why
lived
Lily is
on very
opting not to
low
go for the
HP.
hyper series.
Insane.
Those were some crazy reaction times on Kaiodog pop the gadget. It's kept Loud in the game. 5 gems on top of Kyodog. But now these bushes are starting to be burned down. Gonna lose one of their number in Fire Crow, and Prosy closes in from the right, holding down that auto aim, and he's got a dream. He's gonna see it to fruition. 5 gems deposited on the ground, which will soon be back in the hands of Crow, unless he decides not to go for it at all. Okay, leave them in the back lines realistically. Someone from SK Kalalas isn't gonna make it back there, and that'll afford some more aggressive play for Loud. A Hyper in from RHC. He looks for one, can't get two. You can't get through that shield from Crow. A Hyper Super for Fire Crow. Wonderful play from KR to snag himself on the Indestructible. Looks for the kill and gets it with the Hyper Charge. SK Kalalas SA are back on the map.
Yeah, really nicely done. Definitely a bit of a foul Tara Super though. That could have done a lot.
Oh, what was that
more
Hyper?
Yeah, you dropping a pin to say exactly that same story. That needs to hit.
Kyodog was doing so well in the first game, and now he's not doing anything.
That's the only saving grace here. They cannot let any gem get into the hands of SKC's. One to Reese now, going to be going to KR and back to Spawn. And if KR gets super, you have to get that heal as well for good measure. KR's been kept low though, dealing with a very important shot to stop the heal. But Kyodog with no jump can't close that gap. And realistically, Firecrow can't either with the amount of flame that Prosy is laying down on the map. So SKC will actually turn this around and get a set.
Just a wonderful, as you put it.
I don't even think that was like a bad draft. I just think Kyodog didn't play well. I think he should have went back to playing lane again, and only going for a gem carrier if needed to, like he did the first game.
Already, it's cute that you try, but I think in the end, Loud loses their very first sets in 6 matches in the monthly finals because they picked the Mr. P, isn't it?
Okay. Oh my goodness. You guys are like twisting up my words. And people don't agree with me. I just said that Mr. P was good until Lumi on a control mode. That's it. And look, you're gonna get run down here. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm getting dragged for this all day long. Let me rest in peace, guys, okay? I was wrong. I apologize. I apologize to everyone watching.
You don't have to apologize, it won't change anything. Anyways,
wow.
Loud loses their very first set. They have just rushed through the monthly finals in June, winning 3 matches in a row with a 3-0 sweep. Looking at the match here, SK Kalalas finally turned things around. The addition
It was
of
worth it to be awake, yeah.
certainly helped them to pop off even more so. And we talked about it a lot coming into this match, how motivated both of these teams are. If Loud wins today, they will lock in their World Final slots already. August will not matter to them anymore. On the other side, SK Kalalas, they want revenge from June.
Exactly that. I mean, it's like when you get swept by a team, you need to be able to show the next following month that cannot happen again. Like that we've learned from those mistakes, that we've adapted and changed and become better prepared, and that we are the better team. That's the message that SKC are trying to inflict upon Loud. And I felt for me, Loud has some opportunities, but just a couple of mistakes, really kind of like big ones that really just did not help them in any way, shape or form. Again, I'm looking at you, Firecrow. I hate to be that guy, but you were that guy in that game. That was a Tara Super that had to land. Let's see as the draft's coming in now for pit stop. The bans are the Berry, the Cordelius, and the Shade. The Buzz, the Daryl, and the Cordelius then for SKC.
Oh, spicy. So many tanks out of the way. Cordelius double band. He's the best counter to any tanks, the defender of the high safe. The other option would be Charlie, in my opinion. Let's see if she's going to show up later on. There's still some tanks left open here. Kaze, of course, is going to be the first pick again.
Pit stop is a crazy map.
So early in so many drafts today. I do feel like we could still see a Hank here, maybe a Bull, for example. There's so many tanks still left open, and especially on pit stop, I feel like tanks are the meta on Heist here. Ready.
This is very true. Let's see what kind of tanks we're going to see from Loud. And mind the bans as well. Cordelius is double banned. Must just be the regional meta. Draco's now coming out. This one had to be at the forefront of your minds because he's so strong right now, legitimately. Now, this has been a position for...
I haven't played this map like since it came back, so I don't really know the best picks. I just know Kaze is good, Shade is good, Cordelius, Lou, Draco.
As long as you're hitting those are
Buzz,
spots,
Daryl,
basically.
Bull.
SK Kalalis SA are also looking at respectable heist safe damage with that Kaze, so it's not like an end-all, be-all, we choose a brawler, we win, GG.
Probably loading.
This is quite curious, though, because Lou is going to be good for literally one thing
Oh,
here,
well.
that's going to be playing into tanks. He doesn't do damage. He literally just
I like the
counters.
loot
So
for
he'll certainly play
defense.
the
Oh,
same
maybe they go
as
Miko here.
or Charlie, except that he is neither of those brawlers. He's pretty off meta here on pit stop.
Sorry, in the scrims, I wasn't sure they'd bring it in. Is it going to be Bull next as well? It'd be a good time to bring in Bull, really. Loud probably wouldn't.
Or Bull.
Yeah, nice from SKC there. I think maybe even RT wouldn't be a bad shout, really. They've got to have something on defense. They just the Loud.
Yes,
they've
Centra.
got, a Bull going to be causing a big problem here. They've got a very solid defense, so they've got to have one themselves. The Lou's a really interesting pick. It's
What does Loud
one that
go here?
really
Charlie?
is a rarity.
This is a Charlie.
It's an absolute rarity to see in Heist, but it makes a lot of sense, especially on a map like Pit Stop, which really does encourage all
Or
these things.
RT?
It's the best
Okay.
chance really on defense,
Interesting.
really. Have the legs down and should put a stop to the ball for the most part. Kind of the best thing they could have hoped for in that regard. I think both sides have got pretty decent comps, to be honest. The Lou, I feel like, although it might seem a bit odd, it makes a lot of sense. The hyper charge is an immediate stun as well, so I mean, once that utility's earned, it's gonna be really hard to push into.
RT's going to get crazy high safe damage when/if he makes it there. Really, the only thing I see standing in his way is going to be this Lou, because he already has the super. He popped the gadget to get it instantly. He's going to opt to take this lane versus Lou to boot just to try and get an early game victory. Firecrow also
Yes,
totally
John.
avoiding RHZ, who's going for the safe. Idinho's looking for some defense also, kind of waiting for RHZ to get aggressive, and now he splits top half from bottom to go for the defense. Prosy and RHZ trying to poke it from range, which
What are we
isn't
doing,
really
Idinho?
fastest. In fact,
What are we
it
doing,
leads to them
Idinho?
being outpaced so far by Loud on the enemy side. And check
Oh,
out
you
the
got a
star
Draco
power
on the
juice from
safe.
Firecrow. He's going for additional damage by marking that safe. Kyle Dog also on the right side is going to be doing more damage. Meanwhile, on the home front, RHZ is the only one standing, and the second shield has still not been procced on Loud safe.
Yeah, I just feel like it's
Oh,
a bit of a
monkey.
risky time to just go for a base race. I mean, for SKC,
Yeah, John. We're just watching South America monthly finals. I low-key, like, fell asleep a lot. Holy double kill.
Prosy, I see ya. That was really nice from him. Opening up some space coming in now, and should get that safe down to a nice level now. 2 stages down.
I did. I was taking a nap
To go
while I was
for
live.
SKC, but it's still Loud that have the lead. If Firecrow can use the hyper
I took a
charge,
nap
bridge
before
the
I
gap
streamed
and
too.
Get closer here. Gonna pop it now and try to get towards that safe just to whittle it down. Might be able to do it all in one go, to be fair to him, and he does. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If SKC aren't careful on these defenses, then this set's gonna blow by them.
Right, loading. I was thinking the same
Two
thing.
aggro brawlers. One of them is at the same range as Lou, and the other is just trying to stay away. Can also tank all the damage from Lou, because what is Lou really? Lou's a support. Yes, he's an anti-tank, but you still have to have someone else there to finish off the job. Lou's not gonna get a kill. He can freeze Draco, and that only drops him to half HP. And after that, you're
What do you mean,
He does a
John?
lot of
I'm
damage at a
fine.
respectable range. So now a different approach from SK Kalalis. They're going to opt for a little bit more defense. Here comes Prosy also. He won his lane on the left side, which means now he can dump all that damage in the safe. Look at that, 5k HP with each shot. Gets the next one off and procs the first shield on Loud safe.
Yeah, Prosy is playing fantastic game so far, really bringing the value, but like you say, I feel like it's the Lou that's letting things down slightly for SKC currently. RHC on the right-hand side throws down the Fanstorm, connects with the safe. That's what he's aiming for there. He's just not missing Loud there. He's getting the damage on the safe. 66% now in favor of SKC to the 76 of Loud. There's the better start, but now the hypercharge comes into Firecrow.
Light
Prosy
work,
shutting down
exactly.
So well there as well, and gets super back immediately. So that's really, really nice from SKC, but they've got to push this forwards now. Hypercharge coming in, and Prosy yet again gets one. Cycles around.
Why did he go all over there?
Shot it slightly, but nonetheless, that's a great result so far, and it allows Reset and KR to get on that safe.
big on-the-fly adaptation from SK Kalalis SA. They're trying for that mid-control, and they're not playing for the base race. It was not a winning matchup for them last time, not with the RT on defense. Now, they're still all playing defense collectively. They have 2 aggro brawlers, but they're going to try and win mid before they move in. And KR has a huge hypercharge freeze, looking for the kill on Draco first, was seriously conserving that hypercharge, and now he gets to move in with the rest of the team. Has the freeze at the ready. Now down to 25% on Loud Safe. No shield left to protect them from Destiny, because it looks like SK Kalalis SA might be able to
True
bring this one
loading.
home.
I mean, I think he's still good now though, especially with the change.
Prosy also taken down. Now KR comes in with the freeze. A takedown on Firecrow could divert his attention over the left side, but opts to just move in with Kaze and look for the kill on this safe to equalize the set.
Yeah, Firecrow was shut down so well that game by Prosy. Like every single time the Firecrow tried to do anything, Prosy was just all over it. And now, coming into what is a crucial moment. Again, Loud are fighting for their stamping of a ticket to the World Finals here today. They win this, and SKC are just stopping them down. And just
Yeah, loading. I mean, it does do damage inside of the circle, but it's not as much as the edge of the circle. This one, I don't know if you were watching when I was playing Kaze on Layer Cake. I messed up my circle. I could have got a double kill if I played it correctly. He could have supered out of there.
SK Kalalis SA are looking to generate some aggression here. They got Prosy.
Yeah, it's because SKC's play more control this game instead of just base racing.
By the way, but he doesn't have a super. That's Frozen Fire Pro. Prosy trying to pursue this kill, won't get it in the end until he gets the proper pinching from the right side. Now in, there's the stun, the stopper that we needed to see.
What do you
SK
mean,
Kalalis SA
Snicker?
have the positioning that they need.
The monthly finals is still going on. How would I not be live?
From the back lines, for they get a kill and then move in as a collective to get as much damage as possible.
Again, Prosy getting a lot of value, but Loud stays standing. RT legs are down, and it's going to be a deterrent of RHC here, but look at that. Oh,
Holy damage! That was crazy.
beautiful. Absolutely just
That was insane.
there. Like, there's no way that RHC should have survived, but that was really, really nicely done by SKC, who are just looking better and better as time goes on.
They're playing as a team as well. They combined to take down Firecrow. Now they're looking to deny Kyodog. That was a fake out though. A gadget to the top right and then a super to reposition onto KR. It's not going to end
I don't
so
like that
well.
play from
KR
Kyodog.
opts to just go for the super, save the hypercharge for later, and
Yeah,
he's
Shade is
still
banned.
alive, but only barely.
If you look at the team names at the top of the screen, right under their names, you can see what they banned.
Now, and just going for the safe.
I don't know if it's really visible for you though, if you're watching on a smaller screen.
Does it, and Kyodog's fully committing as well. They must be convinced that they can win this base race and just leave Edinho on defense. And he's bound to die, and the safe is also going to lose its next shield. Loud are behind by a single tempo, but they do get a kill, and it looks like they could probably do this. Now the scores are equalized, 25 to 25, but Loud are barely trickling down to 0.
Firecrow did so well, but it's not going to be enough, I fear. There's not enough time to get on the other side, end of the field. With that from Prosy, it will seal it. SKC 2-0 currently against Loud. And Loud need this win. Like, they're going to have to take it to a 5th and final set now if they want to lock in the World Finals here today. And SKC just looks so good. The drafts, the gameplay, the team mechanics, everything just looks really, really solid.
You love to see it. Loud didn't lose a single set in the June monthly finals, not today either, up until they meet SK Kalalis in the finals. It's a 2-0 for them, and 19 kills on Bull here. Looking at those stats,
Damn.
honestly, a
Yeah,
lot of
Bull
damage
is
output. The
so
Bull
strong now.
rework has certainly helped him in the current meta, Ready?
It's been great. It's made him much more versatile because previously he was only good for charging at the safe and getting damage. That's about it. Now he can vary the length of his dash, and you know that combined with the fact that he had a hypercharge, and like many meta brawlers right now, he charges his super.
Is this a
and
sweep?
taking
It's
damage.
looking like it so
He's a
far.
strong option here, without a doubt. And SK Kalalis has said that this
Yes,
wasn't
it's
just
a
like
snicker.
a
Well, I mean, not us as in me,
they
us
also
as
had
in
RHC
you.
making up the bulk of that damage in. A really technical brawler, and when you're able to reliably hit those crits, then you can get some pretty cheeky assassinations. That plus, it's not hard to hit the crit spot on a target that isn't moving. I'm talking about the safe. He got like something about 136,000 damage on that safe. So everyone's holding up their part.
a great analysis, surely. Definitely, sorry. Talking about those two teams, I want to reiterate as well, Loud can make it to the World Finals directly if they win it all today, but they do need a reverse sweep, as you mentioned, Ark. For SK Kalalas, they are locked in for LCQ already. Even if
Yeah,
they
I
get
missed
through,
A7
they
as
will not
well.
be in
I
the World
didn't know
Finals
they were
yet.
a top
They
4
still have
team.
to perform also in August, but it would mean so much to them since they did lose to Loud last
Real
month
Snicker.
in 3
I'm
overall.
hungry.
Now,
Whoa.
if they would get swept, Ark, I think that
I'm gonna find
could
something to
see
eat
more
right after
than
this
a
is
3-0,
done.
in my eyes at least.
Who needs
It's
sleep
the
but you
very
need
definition of
food?
returning the favour, isn't it, really? I mean, you get swept and then you sweep. That's how this goes for SKC, and if they can get this last set to
What do you
finalise
mean,
it,
well,
then
well, well?
I
Only
mean,
thing
what
I
a
had today
statement
was
that
one
will
slice
make.
of pizza,
That really,
which
really
was
would.
left over
I
from
mean, for a team
yesterday.
that, again, have had 2 quarterfinals exits in February and April, grand finals win in March, and then that sweep loss to Loud in the grand finals last month. I mean, it really would put them in such a fantastic spot. And again, for roster movements to see this kind of synergy, it's really quite rare. So for SKC, really,
Yeah, everyone
deciding
voted for
on
Loud.
the predictions.
And
to be completely
SKC
honest,
showing
because, yeah, I mean,
everyone
I'm just
wrong.
gonna say how it is. Loud looks so good today, but I mean, the way that SKC are handling this, again, I said it once, but I'll say it again. It really is just all about the way that they are adapting on the fly. Like, they're not making this look so clean in terms of the sets. They're losing a first game every single time, but it's like they're almost willing to like kind of risk that first game to kind of like feel things out, to kind of sit in with the comp and see where Loud are going to be going wrong or overcompensating or going overly aggressive, and capitalizing down, communicating it through, and just kind of reversing it the next time round and getting consecutive games to follow. It's quite scary.
I think there's a lot to draw from that. Just the fact that we are going to Game 3 means that the drafts are close enough. It shows that Loud, the front runners in the region, and SK Kalalas SA, who are trailing behind by actually a quite decent margin, that they are fair matches for each other. And similar to you, I'm kicking myself for not putting my points on SK Kalalas SA this time, because they trounced BC Gaming, and now they're threatening to do the same to Loud.
As you mentioned before, heading into the grand finals ready, Loud probably pretty much only prepared for the grand finals. They were sure to make it to this point, and now SK Kalalas seems to be the one who is better prepared for this exact matchup. They know exactly what Loud wants to play. They have the perfect answer to it. Coming into double swoosh, the Terra, Ember was the perfect answer to that, and so on. Now, heading into draft here, the bans are in. 3 tanks already out of the way. Hank is still left open. SK Kalalas is gonna immediately pick him up. But yes, Doc, Kaze, and Ellie are gonna be banned out. And then the 2 brawlers that we see on hot zone very often, Lu and Lumi. Thanks to the freezing, they have so much area control. It would help them also in layer cake. Now, against the Hank, what is the one brawler that comes to mind here, Ark? I forgot.
Mr. P, mate, you're going straight out right
No!
now. You watch first pick straight away.
Draco!
Any second now.
Draco! Draco's the one brawler that you want to pick against Hank.
I'll stand corrected then. I'll let you have that one. What's this Doug ban though about from SKC? I wonder, because it's not really anything that Loud kind of like have had in their scrims too much. I mean, if it's like something which they're maybe just wanting just to avoid at all costs, or maybe that's the back sort of pocket pick for Loud, and they're just aware to it. Let's see though. Charlie is still available here. That would be kind of where I would be thinking for Loud here. Absolutely so. Certainly, you know, that Hank is a big problem. They haven't gone with it. Maybe going with the Carl to have that aggression, but I don't know.
Just briefly to answer your question, Loud did pick Doc twice against Alpha 7 in their semifinals. And they
Yeah,
won
that's
with it,
true,
so
Loader.
maybe that's why they're banning it out here.
I have an opinion. Let me throw my hat into the ring. I think this is a fire shade game, personally. They just have to, you know, get it in range, but I'm looking at some of these things from SK Kalalas SA. Doug is just one of the best way to deal with Shade on this map. Hank also just a really bad matchup for Shade, so I expect they maybe brought it up that way. And there you go. It was very telegraphed.
Yes,
just from
ready
fans,
caught the
because I don't
shade.
really see a good way that Loud could pick up that brawler. So now they're gonna have to find a way to counter it. They've been already thinking about this. If they saw these bans and didn't know that a Shade was coming, then I don't really know what to tell them. But the Gene should be pretty good for like breaking open the walls. You can also like pull the Shade through the wall as well, so they've got some options there.
Two's a wild one, not gonna lie. Could have some wall break potential or some speed zone, good for defensive maneuvering, but definitely a bit of an odd one. I think it's gonna be tough to land the magic hand, but I don't think it's really gonna be warranting it just for that very reason. But let's see. I mean, brawlers like Buster and Ollie could be an option here for Loud. They're kind of gonna be having to think things through. Maybe even a Grey could be an option here for them. But this Shade's gonna be really, really hard to deal with. I mean, really hard. I was gonna say Jackie, but I thought, would they do it? Because it really is just gonna sit back only for the Shade. They have done it. It's the best counter for the Shade. But I already feel like, is it enough in the sense of like, it wasn't banned out and it was picked? I mean, it's kind of like already my favorite brawler on this map. So I feel like it's already mistakes made.
Yo, hello, Gar. How are you? Thank you for the raid. That was the stream.
Yes, historically, Jackie has been the #1 way to deal with Shade. Then with Doug getting buffed, he kind of became the #1 way to deal with it. But here's the other big change, is that at the same time Doug got a hypercharge, Shade got a hypercharge, which makes, honestly, this Jackie matchup pretty okay for Shade. In fact, KR doesn't really mind flying close to the sun over here, but he might want to hit himself for a little bit for it because he got taken.
That's a team wipe. Dang!
SK Kalala SA. Take one look at this guy and go, well, I guess he's
Doug is banned, Ali.
Stunning. Really,
I was just streaming Gar. Hope it was good.
And Loud though can't get too ahead of themselves. This is kind of what we see with Loud. They get confident from a play and they get punished immediately after. Oh no! Oh no!
No Jane pull there? Okay, there we go. There we go. They team wiped again. It's team wipe after team wipe after team wipe. Exorcism. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but welcome. How are you? Thank you for the follow.
They can actually win this game out, but it's so back and forth, explosively so.
The only good time to play Shade into Jackie is like when you have hypercharge as Shade. When you have hypercharge, you can outrun a Jackie. And I'm speaking from experience on that one. Nice. Yeah, this is the finals that we're watching now.
Wow, that is a really big water bottle. I guess stay hydrated, Kaya Dog. But in reality, this, I think, was an
Okay, I'll call you EXO. I know another EXO as well, but he's not here right now.
overplayed their hand, putting the Shade over aggressive, thinking that, yeah, we got a hypercharge, we basically win now. And while that is true in many contexts,
Yeah, we're chilling, Agar. After this is done, I will be logging off. But we got at least another 5 minutes. At least. Yeah, that's true, Loading. That's what I said. That's the only time I wouldn't mind Shade into Jackie, is when you have hypercharge. But even then, if Jackie pulls you in your cuts. Good pull. Nice. Okay. We're not getting swept today. We're not getting swept today, Loud.
Again, makes me a little bit worried for them, but as long as they keep this up, then this could be going towards a set 1 minute on the clock for SKC to try and turn this tide.
Rooting for any org in particular? Not really. I'm just expecting Tribe elevate grand finals again.
But they haven't been able to. Once again, with the pole and Carl Super combo to get a victory for Loud in this one interaction. RHZ and Prozy are attempting to punish, but RHZ is taken down, and now we're down to 35 seconds on the clock.
Mega Pro rank, yeah, exactly.
No one is interested in going inside of his radius and
Mega plus Ultra rank.
Gets a takedown, and now he's playing very aggressive. Prozy in.
Oh, I don't like that pull. That was a weird pull.
Taken down by Prozy. The lead still belongs to Loud.
Holy, that heal from CalDog barely saved Adinho. I think Firecrow should have committed to the kill on Hank there. Okay, nice. Good pull. Oh, no. No. If Hank didn't have super, that would have been a good pull. Do not pull a Hank with super, man.
What an pressure. Loud are falling apart right now. They were this close. Imagine that I have like about a millimeter between my forefinger and my thumb right now. They were that close to going ahead and moving on to set 4. SK Kalalas SA drag them to a match point, and once again, Edinho's doing the same thing. He has punished this Shade for 2 games straight. He's looking to do it for a 3rd and bring this set victory to Loud.
This is what I worry about so much. It's like that little moment of a little bit of something for Loud, and they just get ahead of themselves. Look at that. Stuck in the corner, nowhere to go. Edinho's just going to go down and
Oh wow. I mean, it's just one G can pull at least.
To SKC. So Loud are going to go on the aggressive, and they want to be more on defensive, to be completely honest. But so much rise on this game. For Loud to remain in this, to have a chance to win it potentially afterwards and still make the World Finals here today, it's looking bleak, I cannot lie, especially with 13 stars and the blue for SKC. As we approach 1 minute on the clock, they might even wrap this up before we even get to 0.
SK Kalalas SA, they got to pull out their best defensive effort right now. KR needs this super so badly, but Firecrow actually changes course. Decides not to go on KR, and he might have done so a little too late because by getting close versus KR, he fed him a hypercharge. But wow, here comes the hammer! Loud punched the positioning of the Shade, who didn't have a super, but he has one now. And Edinho would love to get a super to pull him in once again. That's been the main way that they've been able to deal with this Shade, is with the pulls. Not just from Gene, but also from Edinho with his super. SK Kalalas for now, they're just trying to play defense. They have some good sort of maneuvers that they can use to deter it. Ooh, ProZ pulled in. KR's got to pursue. Everyone's so sped up from Loud, and KR's going to get pulled as well. Now he has to change course. RHC looks
Do not let Edinho die.
so good for Loud.
Good full.
Final effort in from SK Kalalas. They're doing their best.
Wait, you gotta protect Firecrow. Okay, good. Nice, nice clean up. It shouldn't have even been that close, but good. Well, I say good. I just want to see a good match, not a sweep.
It's not far from over. That's a sign of life from Loud. The best we've seen them really since Gem Grab, let's be honest. And again, yeah, take that sip, mate. You've earned it. It's a long way to go still, though.
That was back and forth, really. You can see the emotions going on in both of those teams right now. For SK Kalalas, it will be a huge win, finally beating Loud. And then on the other side, so much is still on the table for Loud themselves, wanting to improve themselves for the 3rd time in a row. Yes, it will be the 3rd one for finals they win this year. Edinho with whopping 11 kills. That Jackie certainly paid off. Into the other 2 tanks, I do feel like she's a fairly decent matchup, even though she's the only one that doesn't reach as far when walking through the wall, or when the Hank bubble reaches its maximum size. Yet still, Loud turns things around here. It was a very close and hard-fought battle, but in the end, they come out on top ready.
SK Kalalas SA, they drafted themselves an incredible Shade game. But the one thing that they did account for, but was stronger than they expected, was the Jackie. I've said it once, I'll say it again, that Shade with a hypercharge now is able to beat Jackie. But when you're getting double pulled, think about how many times Shade got pulled by either the Jackie or the Gene. That was really the medicine to cure the Shade problem.
They knew exactly who to target, worked out. The Shade, I feel like, would have been the biggest problem for them, because he can not only shoot through the wall, but actually also get in and out through the walls and bring himself to safety whenever he claims those stars. Now that means we are seeing a set 4. Question here now, will we see a set 5? Is this grand final finally go all the way?
Real loading.
This month be without any close matches that go all the way, Ark?
To me, SKC are just the more consistent team right now. It's as simple as that. Loud have got like incredible mechanics, but SKC are being more consistent and also evolving with the competition. Like, they're looking at the mistakes and they're ironing them out, whereas sometimes Loud just kind of get the draft that they're looking for that makes them feel comfortable, and that makes them feel better, then they get overconfident, and it's like a bit of a mixed match of these things that are going on. And shame, because they've been playing so well today. And not to say that last game wasn't, it was super exciting to watch, but I still felt more comfortable that SKC were either going to turn it around or be more in control, despite Loud getting the set. And we saw it in Gem Grab as well. It's just
I don't know, Snicker. I'll see how I'm feeling in 5 hours.
They can definitely take the this to a final set at the very least. But it's about whether they're in their own heads too much at the moment or not, and whether they can get this one right.
Heading into draft here now could be the last one we see, not only of this grand final, but also of today. Unfortunately, this will be the last match of the day, but after this, we will know who is the winner of the grand finals in July. Is it going to be SK Kalalas closing it out here in set number 4, or can Loud hold on to their last life a little bit longer and move into set 5? Fans are coming in shortly. We are in Pinball Dreams.
Probably a no then. Hey, don't count me out, Snicker.
Which brawlers are you
I'll see how
feeling?
I'm feeling in 5
Pinball
hours.
Dreams, I'd love to see a Willow here, but it has been banned out, so unfortunate. Loud's being very cognizant of the fact that this is a top first pick on the map. Some other things that stick out to me, like Rico as a late pick, I love to see that one. This is one of those where I don't think you can really get a first pick that...
Already slept. What do you mean I need to sleep?
But look at some of the stuff from SK Kalalas
The sleep
as
already
well.
happened.
Taking away Byron from Loud. Same goes for B as well. They're just not really interested in facing those mids.
Okay, well, bands coming in. Hank, the Willow, and the Ali for Loud, the B, the Byron, the Shade. For SKC, the first pick of Lumi, which I've got to say I love, especially on this map. It might be worth trying to break open the map a little bit here for Loud, but we'll see kind of where their minds are at on this one. Certainly they do like a lot of Shade here, Byron, Charlie, that kind of thing. Ash, big tanky brawlers that can really kind of force their way through things. Definitely, I'll mention it, I don't think it's going to happen, but Piper has popped up for them as well, which is a wild card pick. It can work on this map. It's so risky. I wouldn't suggest that they do it, but it has been known to occur. And Draco as well is definitely kind of one of those brawlers that could make an appearance. But there's definitely a lot of versatile brawlers on this map. You know, whether you want to go with big tanky brawlers and break
I didn't see their draft.
on one side, or throwers especially as well, I think can have a real place here on that left and right hand side lanes. It's a little bit precarious because if you do end up having a wall break show its face, then you are a little bit stuck. But the goal's pretty defended as well, so you've got that to fall back on. It's pretty handy in that respect.
Yeah, in terms of the thrower discussion, really the only...
I
place
slept
where you
before
can
this stream,
really
Snicker.
like
I said
throw
that
a
earlier.
or maybe even like a 4-5 is if you think your enemy is going to play wall break, or if they've already decided to go for it. In that case, yeah, throwers are not really going to be that good, though they should still be pretty good in the early game. Some other things that we occasionally see here, one that also caught us off guard earlier was Surge can be pretty solid around these side lanes. It's just tough for him to get his first super, basically, but he is definitely one that sticks out to me. Also looking at a possibility of like other mids, Gray is one of my favorite ones to see here as well. We saw that Lumi make a brief appearance too, and that's a great one to have at mid, but really only if you're going for like control play and you feel generally safeguarded against aggressive options from the enemy side. I'm looking at you. Looking at Kaze specifically.
Well, just gonna get the draft up shortly and see how the players are getting on that front. But so far, allowed definitely a tough draft to get right. That's the thing. And Brawl Ball can be so punishing as well. It can be so brutal on your confidence if you just concede so quickly, and then you got to kind of like continue to battle against the wind. Very tough to get right. We'll see what they pick when we head in. And
Byron
really
B,
couldn't
Shade,
so
Ali,
far
Hank,
until today,
Willow.
they've been
Let's see.
pretty
Oh.
even sailing. We are going to see the Ash come through for Loud actually. So
Lumi,
that's,
Draco
Lumi,
versus Kaze.
Draco, the Stu, and the Lumi then for
Gus.
SKC. Which comp are you feeling?
Trying to figure out what the most broken
Personally, right
brawler in
here,
Loud's team is having in Kaze.
thinking that SK Kalalas should be pretty well defended. I'm curious how this is going to go with Kyodog on the Ash being the sole.
Probably
offensive
just a
player.
spectator had
lot of that
a problem
heat
for a
at the hands of
moment.
Dragon Breath. Now RHZ around the left side is trying to
Oh,
create the
that's a
aggression,
quick
and
goal.
they'll be able to slot this one in. SK Kalalas are looking clean.
Exactly what I'm worried about, you know.
How do we
One
give
down,
them
now Loud have got some
Lumi
really
and
shit
Draco?
and that can be a tough thing to get the balance for. You've got to make sure that you're just not going overly aggressive.
Okay, good kill
and
from
Fire is
Firecrow.
finding the balance quite clearly. Nice takedown.
Is this
Then
a
pops the
a
last
goal?
down gadget, stays alive as well despite the breathing of the fire. Falls now.
Oh, this is a goal.
Three. Reason
Nice.
stun ready to have at that kind of range. that was going to have to go in. It's a good, solid response from Loud.
Yeah, loading. We don't get to see the rest of the draft.
Charge in from Firecrow in the assassin form. Looks for the second kill, but can't finish the job. And now the hypercharge is out from Prosy. Even cycles it. And he's in hot pursuit of Edinho, trying to run away to his own goal. He is fairly well defended here. He's going to get some assistance from Firecrow now around the right side. He's trying to create some distance between himself and KR. KR gets taken down, and Firecrow is almost a dead man. Ooh, down to 60 health. And that last tick of burn was able to eliminate him. Now RHC almost has a kill. A passive to Prosy could do it. Here it is. Firecrow to the rescue. But KR's going to try and slide it through. No! What?
Wow.
He went for the dribble and couldn't get the goal.
That's a blunder. Definitely not much other way to say it. That's a blunder. Good defense from Firecrow, but I felt like that should have been in regardless. Prosy as well was playing so well to lead up to that moment. Let's see. All the hypercharge done dirty. Kind of falls Edinho low as well. And Prosy's got another hypercharge. This man is just unstoppable. He's just everywhere. Oh, the line! I thought that was in, and Firecrow dashed it out. It's not over yet. Louder hanging on. Only just, but what an incredible defense.
This is looking like an overtime type of game. SK Kalalis SA got to get this ball down the line.
Let's see who wins OT. Oh, never mind. It's not going to OT. Yeah, I don't know why we leave Draco open. They don't pick anything to counter it.
Can Loud defend off against another match point? That is the question. If they do, I would argue that it gives them a better chance of winning this series, because it's going to really dampen the
Oh nah, that's a Brit turn right there, loading. You're turning to a Brit. Okay, draft. Yeah, like what the hell am I witnessing? Why is there an Ashe? And why is there Draco? Why do we not get rid of Draco?
He's everywhere. He's been playing honestly phenomenal. If he does not get MVP, I will riot.
The new addition to the team is looking pretty good here. SK Kalalis SA are just one game off of victory, but this is the first time we've really seen them on defense. Prosy's gonna stay alive for a little bit longer, get some HP back, but Firecrow one-shots him. Now the super in Fanstorm active, and RHC is able to get around the right side. Even though Firecrow got a kill on the left side, doesn't really matter. His position is known. Prosy's going to try and get a pinch onto him, but Firecrow does it the smart thing. He avoids that, falls back to his team and ups to play defense. SK Kalalis SA are standing at this line of scrimmage at mid. They have a hypercharge for Prosy, and it's looking pretty good. A dodge from Firecrow to stay away from that super from RHC. Created some aggression to get a trade, but Prosy wins on the left side, and now he's looking excellent. No hypercharge required. Going to try and run this down with a super. Little bit greedy. Oh!
Yeah, it's fair. Loading.
Go for it. That could have been a goal.
It's been a thing for like, this has been a thing for a few years. I learned it from Sebi, but I never say it, and I don't think I ever will.
Not at SKC, and it's mistakes like that which really can make the world of difference and start to have things trickle out of arm's reach. This is surely going to be a goal here. No stun for Reese, and it'll be a walk in there as well.
Nice. Nice goal.
Get a game and then do the same again. It sounds like a lot of a mountain to climb, but it can be done for sure.
Yeah, they should have won Charlie.
In this game, has he got any more fuel left in the tank?
Well, he has been carrying the momentum of this set so far. He's now trying to create the aggression onto Lumi to take her down. Now hypercharge out, double hypercharge in fact. That's going to be a stun. Prosy looks to pass this one forward. KR's got to pick it up. They got to get the kill on Gus. Now slide it in. Can't do it.
No.
Duke goes for the pass to the side, but Prosy isn't even there. He didn't think to get in position. That was another misplay. SK Kalalis SA are trying to get this goal in the last second.
Nice.
Prosy,
Oh,
no
okay. KR was zooming.
And this match point persists to yet another game 3.
Firecrow's going crazy. Absolutely crazy. You can see just how much that man wants this win, and it's going to be giving his
Come on, set 5. I'm more awake now. I don't mind a set 5.
Set is salvageable. It really is. But they got to keep this up, and so far SKC are starting to flounder. They're starting to fumble, and they are in risk now of losing against another match point scenario, which they should be locking in. If they can take it to a 5th and final set for Loud, then, you know, one draft away from
Fair
absolute
enough.
disaster and being full reverse swept. Like, it's crazy to watch.
I think SK Kalalis, as they earned their way into good positions and then decided to try and get too much value, pretty much, like Prosy hanging onto a Hypercharge, for example. Now, we'll see what they have to offer on the right side as they've gotten a kill. The aggression in from Firecrow started auto-aiming and forfeited the opportunity to get some crits and get a kill. Kyodog trying to defend once more. Gets the defense on the right side. KR's got to position this ball over to the left side. Ooh, he's a little cross-eyed. Can't really decide what to go for. He's opened things up and decides that he cannot super that ball in. Firecrow would just dash to intercept it. SK Kalalis says they have to fall back because really, a lot of their momentum rides off of Prosy's Hypercharge and super, which he now has ready. Loud are very cognizant of this. They're trying to play reactively, and here come two Hypercharges.
Holy.
Oh my goodness,
nah.
see that. And they're going to take their sweet time to run down the clock and hang on to those supers because they're in a wonderful position.
Hey, at least they didn't mess that goal up. that would have been really quite bad, wouldn't it? Unbelievable stun there from RAC, and a saving game at that. If nothing else, it could even equate to them taking the win now. Let's see. Hypercharge, Gus, super out. Prosy then, probably the last stand, Gadget. Oh, everyone's falling. Kai looks low as well.
This Lumi is cooking them.
Can they get the ball past to KR? They can. Barker goes down. It's just the Dino. And SKC have done it.
Wow.
They've been able to wipe out Loud. They are your July monthly final champions in South America.
From second place overall to now first for the month of July, they have put on such a stellar performance today, only conceding one single set to Loud. It did look a little bit shaky in Brawl Ball, I'm not gonna lie. They got a little bit too greedy there. And just look at this series right here. Every single set to game 3. If it's gonna be a 3-1 in the grand finals, it better at least go to game 3 every time.
They looked so dominant in set number 1 and 2. After that, it felt a little bit more scrambly towards the end. Once the realization hit that they can actually beat the Loud, I feel like they got a little nervous, but I'm glad that they were able to close it out at the end. And look at their stats here. Firecrow with 16 kills on Kaze.
Yeah, before loading.
The other 3 share some very high numbers. On the other side, we have 11, 12, and 13 kills. A lot of damage output from them as well. Again, a little bit of a better draft in my eyes, and they played it phenomenally, mechanically to perfection. And I feel
Okay,
like
there's
team
an MVP
chemistry,
vote up.
even though Prosy just joined, he's definitely
Prosy
on
for
top
sure.
mark.
Prosy,
Yeah,
Prosy.
100%. I feel bad for Firecrow there. Just like no help. It's kind of hard to
Yeah,
see.
Firecrow didn't have any
the
help.
draft just wasn't really a great one for me from Loud there. I feel like the Ashes
Yes,
really
I'm
helped
finding
out.
someone to rate
They
in a
was able
Twitch
just to
stream.
annoy
I mean, on
shining
Twitch.
star there. It saved some
And
goals
then
that were
I'm
really
gonna-
aggressive. Firecrow did his best, but I think an overall draft issue there for me.
SA didn't want to show us a single 3-2 today. Every single match was closed out in a 3-0 or in a 3-1. But at least that means that we can bring Kenny in a little bit earlier than if we would have went all the way. Kenny,
Let's see, this is a 5-hour stream, by the way.
what do you think about it?
I mean, SKC, like I said earlier, now with this win, have officially solidified themselves, I think, as at least tied with Loud for being as good in this region. I mean, they've got a couple grand finals now under their belt, several showings throughout the month, and the way they did it too. A 3 over BC Gaming, and then you have a 3-1 over Casa Brawl, and obviously in that grand final, things look good. A little bit of a skirmish there.
I might be
to say
back
the least, and some close games overall.
tonight
But
if
this
I
team
can't
looks like
sleep,
de facto number 1 right now.
but no promises on that.
After the bracket of today, we also want to see what has shifted in the leaderboard of South America. Loud still at the top, but that distance has shrunk.
If I'm not back tonight, I'll be back
Against
for
Super
North
United.
America
If SK
monthly
Kalalis
finals
does
tomorrow.
qualify to World Finals, they will be the first non-Brazilian roster from South America to qualify ever since 2022. And since they did win this monthly final, they just need to qualify next month, and they immediately are qualified for World Finals arc.
Yeah, it's looking such a good season for SKC, but look at Casa Brawl. That is the team that have now dropped below LCQ qualification spots by 1 point to Alpha 7, and they should be in LCQ. This could be
I
the
guess I'll
biggest upset for
rate
South America
Alex.
For me personally this season, and it's all going to come down to one monthly final. It could all come down to one single
Welcome back
point.
to a chat loading.
South America truly never
I think we're just gonna rate
disappoints.
Alex.
We have a different winner this month again. Only twice Loud did manage to win. Any final thoughts on the region overall? Is Bonnie the new Juju? Do we see some more wildcards next month? Throw anything, Ark, you can start.
Rest the new Ali. It's
Stream,
it's
thank
just right
you.
up there as the first big brawlers I want to see every single month in South
Okay, let's get
America.
this raid
It's
going.
okay, Reddy, you're next down the line, mate. You get your chance. Don't worry. We're not sending you off for anything. You get a chance to say something. South America is that region that for me this year has really excelled in Broad Esports. It was the region that we had the predictions be the most straightforward thing. It is now so hard to predict, and that's what makes.
He's on Rocket League, but it's fine. Oh, I shouted him out. I meant to do slash raid.
So when it comes down to the last monthly final, you
It's awkward.
You've got to stay in touch for it because.
I mean, at least I can see who I'm going to be reading.
And I think in the past, the sort of pecking order in South America has been very clear, and this year it's been more uncertain than ever. The moment we get comfortable selecting
Okay,
Cloud,
the raid is going
Sun,
through now. Thank you all for hanging out
comes
with
out of
me.
the woodwork, and they
I'll
top
either
the
be back
region
tonight or
3-1
tomorrow.
in the finals. So rip the predictions, but also congratulations to SKC for performing as well as they have. Now, Kenny, you're the last in the line. Before I pass it to you, I want to make a special request. Please don't mention the